Do 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 do. Okay. Could change this up. Interesting. I must have opted in. Oh, I would be as soon as I press the live button. I feel like I got a sneeze. It's live for you. Well, hopefully get the sniffles out of the way at the beginning of the show. Alright. Alright, can't see audio yet. Just have to cross our fingers and hope that it's working. Da-da-da. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. I guess that bottom bit is quite distracting, huh? Test 1 2. So before we begin the stream on the TikTok, let's see if we can make that bottom part a little bit better. Do 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 do. Huh? No, I don't think that's what we wanted. We want legacy. That's what we want. Move all the way to the bottom. All the way to the bottom. There it is. Alright, let's make it word. And then let's change the opacity. What's that sound? Oh, it's the rain. Let's change the opacity. Sounds like bloody hissing. Color correction. Alright, reduce the brightness a bit. Boom. That should be a little bit more. Oh, should I say a little less distracting? Alright, cool. Hopefully. Separation is apparent. Anyways, let's test 1 2. Let's go live on Twitch. I swear I can hear hissing. Anyway. It's going to be a chat and an interview. Before we do that, let's get a test. Alright. That's being a bit funky. It's Friday night anyways. I'm pretty sure everyone is far too busy enjoying their time outside to concern themselves with this little stream we're about to do. So we'll probably pick this up tomorrow. Let's see how it goes. See where it takes us. Okay. Get a little audio test. Huh. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. A lot of hissing. It's just like background noise, I guess. Alright, we're gonna have to tap that like so people can come on in and we can have this discussion. And I need to blow my nose. There it is. Lovely sound, yeah, isn't that the first thing you want to hear? Alright. Speaking of sound. Yo, what's up, Lou? How we doing? How are we doing on sound? Can you guys hear? Or did I mute it? I think there was sound. Yeah, people are live. MB's live. And a few other people. But this is like kind of time of day where like within the next hour or so it's going to get ridiculously busy on the internet. So I'm low-key late. Yeah, but I want to watch games. Alright, Fairs. What do you mean? Yeah, I can't even blame you still. Alright, let's see. Can we get guest volume? Check 1 2. 1 2. Oh, that sounds a bit rough. Is that just it's my mic. What's up, Dank? You agree with that name? Interesting. Why do you agree? Oh, we ain't got sound. Hey, test 1 2. There we go. Oh, that sounds so metallic. It's hurting my ears. Yeah, it should be. It's because I was testing on the phone and the mic. I do not really expect to speak to much people today, if anybody at all. This is not nearly the right subject or the right time, but it's been on my mind, so I figured I'll speak about it, if anyone does want to speak about it. Obviously, I'm going to be speaking from a UK perspective, but I think this goes across the board. You just believe in science and what can be proven to you. Fair. I mean, I don't know if I'm that radical. I would like to be, but I don't think I'm that radical. I definitely still hold a bunch of beliefs that I haven't really tested, or I probably can't even test. Oh wow! Do you know what? I just realised. No wonder. I haven't changed the topic over on TikTok. Do you know the stream is actually a different stream? The stream is this. Completely forgot to change the topic on TikTok. Oops. I was thinking, why is he talking about that? The topic is actually that smoking should be illegal. Thinking, what's he talking about? His beliefs are scientific. But still, yeah, I'm not that radical either. That is what the actual topic is. Right? I know it looks that font is making me feel sick. Wait, why is my stream gone all? Hey, yo, something is wrong. Okay, alright, we're gonna need to fix this up. No, bro. There we go. Alright, that should be a bit better. I was thinking, what's going on here? Something happens, like, I don't know what it is. When you stream on multiple platforms, like, the apps start talking to each other and they start doing stuff in the background without you knowing it. Open Guy 63, I don't have any spiritual beliefs, or if I do, they're unexamined. But the topic is, smoking should be illegal. I don't know if I can actually have those words on the screen, but we're going to find out if we get a restriction soon enough, I'm sure. But it's a shame, it's just a word. Maybe I should like try censor it. Okay, are we live on the red app? It seems we are. Should I put a 0 and see if that changes? Smoking should be illegal because I think the production and the sale of tobacco products is immoral. I think the amount of life lost is preventable. And I think the cost to the country as a whole is incredibly higher than what we make of taxing. So feel free to request up. Yeah, I also think drinking should be illegal, but that's for another time. It's like, I'm not exactly trying to usher in the third Reich right now. Like, it's one step at a time, isn't it? Not joking. But yeah, I've talked about this before, like in older streams, but it's before we had a platform where people could actually come up and speak. What's the laws like over there in Australia? Like, I was looking at it earlier on. I think the World Health Organization accounts for nearly every country, though, when in their data. I could be wrong, but apparently it's like so 7 million people, just above 7 million people, die of direct smoking every year. Half of all smokers who don't quit die. That's 1 in 3 people. And 1.6 million people die from secondhand smoke, so just being around smokers. Like $70. What the fuck? That's good, actually. Yeah, it's not even close to balancing waffle. That's one of the biggest arguments that people give. The second argument is like, oh, you create a black market, but I'm totally okay with that because black markets already exist. And in fact, a lot of the tobacco products that people get are for the black market anyway, so they're just unaware. It's just like lots of bootleg liquor, lots of bootleg tobacco products, etc. Oop, oop, oop. Yeah, I'm dead. Can I survive? Ooh, no, I can't survive this. Oh, they are spamming. Damn it. Buying cigs from China, yeah, they cooked. Baby, this is a dead debate. The stream's only just started. If you actually want people to debate, you got to tap that like. You got to share it out so people can actually see it. Like, also, like, it is my fault coming on this time of the evening, but yeah, it is what it is. We can circle back to this topic another time. Appreciate you, Lou. But I thought I'd switch it up. Oh wow, I didn't know I could do that. That was me by accident. I thought I was just tapping like. Oh well. Yeah, I'm not too bad, bruv. How are you? Well, Hugh Vang, come up here, request up here, let's talk about it. I think both should be banned. I think psychoactive substances are just as bad, if not worse. So they got the double effect. Not only are they going to destroy your respiratory system, they're also going to destroy your mind. So you got a double whammy with the green stuff and the white stuff and whatever other stuff is out there, you know. So let's talk about it, or not. We'll give it a bit of time, see if the algorithm accepts this conversation or not, which is unlikely. Probably get lobbied against by the big tobacco companies. But if it doesn't, then we'll just talk about the fact that we don't believe in God. Double whammy, meaning like so if you were just consuming tobacco, like basically anything that you smoke is going to damage your respiratory system long term, right? Doesn't matter if it's grass or like tobacco, right? Because tobacco is also a plant, which people don't realize. But the thing is, with green, like gardening, that also damages your mind psychologically because it's psychoactive. The chemical imbalance long term is is shown to like be I ain't got the words at hand, right? But it's shown to damage your mind basically long term. So it's a double whammy. Like whereas people who just smoke tobacco, they're just destroying their respiratory system, right? Whereas people who smoke green and tobacco or just green damage their mind and their lungs. So it's you're kind of cooked. I don't think that's living a little though. I think I think that's a consent that's been manufactured in a very Noam Chomsky type of way. So the fact that you think you have to take DRUGS to live a little is something that's been sold to you as propaganda. You really don't. The same thing could be said about alcohol. If you never knew alcohol or drugs existed, you wouldn't need them to enjoy life. So there's that. And again, like, these are things that have been like you've been manipulated into thinking since a child, right? By your parents, by TV, just by the world at large. If you was never introduced to tobacco products or alcohol, this wouldn't even be a consideration to you. What's up, Revered? How you doing? Yeah, I don't drive with that either, Revered. Alright, I think so there's a guy called Robert Sapolsky, right? I think he's a geneticist and a psychologist. But anyways, he's a science guy, right? I'm a bit cooked after work. But anyways, he's got a lecture about philosophy of religion, and he talks about our ancestors having certain genes selected for, which makes them these shaman and like prophets and that. And they would have been the same people who would have been inclined. Basically, they would have like had what we today call schizophrenia, or like I forget the other one's called psychosis. But they were the same people that would have been inclined to try magic mushrooms and all these other types of things, and then link that experience to, air quotation, spiritual world. So that's kind of accounted for. But yeah, I don't think. Like, I had a long conversation with a guy about DMT on a stream like two or three nights ago, which was interesting. But I don't take any of that to be a reality. I think we're biochemical beings, and if you introduce chemicals to the body, you're going to hallucinate and experience things. It's a given. So I don't think that indicates anything spiritual happening there. But feel free to request up. I can't talk to the chat completely and play games. I used to, but I'm getting old. My capacity to do both is waning. Alright, what's up, J-Bo? Give me a sec, yeah. Yeah, I'm getting old. You left. It's just about to accept you, mate. Not only am I getting old, it's that I don't really have the time to like stream when I'm fresh. Like, just gotten up, so edged. You dirty bastard. You dirty bastard. I don't know what old is. I'm hoping to find out. That's what I can tell you, Lou. I'm hoping to find out. I want to know what that oldness be like. I want to know what that silver fox be like. I'm joking. I'm serious, but I'm joking. Any form, Travis, anything that you have to inhale, like I'm talking about the D-rugs and the legal products. This includes vaping as well, right? I think vaping also. Maybe should I edit it so it's a bit more clear? It's going to be a lot of words on the screen though. I've had enough of fighting those guys. Just run away. So I think smoking and vaping should be illegal. Any type of smoking. But request up. Let's talk about it. I'm gonna be reading the chat, but at the same time, it's easier to speak to people and play the game. Especially when I'm sitting so damn close. What's wrong with me? So that person could be like edged. Hello?
Yo, hello?
Hello, how you doing, my friend?
Oh, I'm chilling. So, okay, so...
Wait, let me get your name, bro.
It's John.
Nice to meet you,
You
John.
can call me JJ.
I'm gonna call you John.
Alright, that's fine.
Alright, safe.
But anyways, so, okay, so you think smoking should be illegal. Why care about other people's, like, lives in general, you know?
Why do I care about other people's lives? I guess...
I'm not saying in like a humane moral perspective, you know what I mean? I'm saying like pure legality.
It is. Like our legal system, when you're talking about prescribed legal system, is kind of built around moral systems, so you can't really separate the two in that way.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, okay, like for this argument, it's saying like it's kind of impeding on your free will. Like,
I disagree.
What you think?
I disagree. Well, one, I'm not really sold on the idea of free will initially anyway, so I'm more of like a compatibilist, like basically just like a determinist who's optimistic sometimes, right? But
I don't know what that phrase means.
which one?
A compatibilist.
So it's kind of like saying we're locked in a deterministic cycle. Basically, we don't
Okay.
have entire free will, which would be like the ability to act unconstrained by fate or necessity, but we do have choices within the deterministic system. Basically, it's like, for instance, this game, it's an open world game. I can run about, I can do all kinds of things. I can like edit my guy any way I see fit, but all the options are
Mhm.
already predetermined. You know, so the game
Okay.
itself.
Okay. Okay, I understand that. Okay, then I'd agree, but like still it's kind of like
Yeah, so
it's
to the point of personal freedoms,
Mhm.
you got to think about the amount of preventable deaths that are actually happening. So if we're living in a society where one person could go out and unalive a bunch of people, would that be the right thing?
No.
Right. So if one person has the ability to unalive bare people just by the consumption of a drug or a tobacco, should that be allowed?
Mhm. But it's within the own person's decision. It's not like I'm going murdering people
I would disagree. So by the World Health Organization stats, right, 7 million people a year die from smoking, right? That means one in
Mhm.
three people who don't quit die, and then 1.6 million people die just by secondhand smoke.
Now,
So
should people that don't go to the gym and things of that nature to like
not
benefit their health,
not the
like
same
should
type of
that be
thing,
illegal?
not same type. So
I understand
if I
because
was
it's more
to
of like an action versus an inaction.
right, so if I
But
was to
like,
like release nerve agent everywhere I go, just because I have the capacity to inhale the nerve agent and enjoy it, should the people around me have to inhale the nerve agent?
okay, this is, but this is kind of like shifting the goalposts a little, no? So like now it's like how it affects other people.
That's a part of it. That's probably one of the most important parts of it. Because
Mhm.
right, you got to think. For one, I don't think you actually do have a choice to smoke. I think you've been coerced, like like a Noam
Me
Chomsky type
personally,
of.
I'm not a smoker.
Yeah, I think your consent has been manufactured by the tobacco companies. If no one produced tobacco products and put them in front of you, you wouldn't have the choice to use them in the first place, right? But the view of, all right, so like if I showed you just a bottle of poison, right, and you've never seen anyone take the poison before, but I can tell you for a fact, if you drink this poison, right, there's a 50-50 chance you will die, right? So you've been told that. Would you still decide to drink the poison?
No.
No, right. But if you're walking around in society and you've got like, your uncles, your dad, your mum, everyone you meet, like every now and again they're drinking the poison, right? It seems like the chances of surviving the poison is quite high, isn't it?
Like,
So,
like
so,
I
so now
okay,
your choice to drink the poison is kind of been coerced already by the fact that there's so many people walking around drinking the poison.
but it's that's just like a character decision, is it not? Where it's just
Not
like,
really.
like I see your argument. I just don't know how to retort. It's like oh
So what is
ah.
your position? Give me one good reason why people should smoke.
Now this is the tricky part about this argument, right? Is there's no particular good reason, just like no reason people should smoke or drink or not work out or
That's that.
any
Working out, not working out, and working out is not even in the same arena.
things to I, I'm trying to I can't really think of a better example. Oh, okay, eating poor food, eating like overly sugary foods or eating fast
Legit.
food all the time. I think that is like semi synonymous with smoking.
Yeah, I think that's analogous too, right? Junk food, bad food is the same. I think the production of junk food is just as immoral as the production of tobacco or tobacco-based products. So that I do think that's analogous too.
So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
So
Kind of
what's a
got me
good
beat.
so what's a good reason to smoke? Why should smoking be legal?
There's the there's I think there's a difference between like a valid reason to do something and then whether it should be like legal or not.
What do you
Because I
mean?
feel like someone wanting to do something where oh, but that's such a I'm trying to catch myself.
What do you
Oh,
mean?
I don't know. I don't know. You kind of got me beat here.
Well, I'm trying to hear a good idea or a good
Ah,
reason why anyone should want to smoke or keep smoking legal.
Hold on, give me a second to collect my thoughts here. I gotta sub in chat here. I gotta see what other people
What
are
do you mean?
saying.
Nah, you can't source your opinions like that. That's not fair. Source your
Oh,
opinions.
come
What is
on, come
this?
on, come on. This is an argument you've thought of. I just saw this
Not
on a
really.
link page in that topic.
Not really. I thought I'd just jump into it, and as it goes, I build my case, and then as time goes on, I have not, like a nice little list of things I could just fall back on. So, so yes, I do think it should be illegal, but it's not like I've thought about it very deeply.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, but
Hey, thanks for the heart goat,
yeah,
man. What's
yeah.
up, goat?
So, just like I don't know how to argue it when you say that like, or if you personally believe that like free will doesn't like fully exist, and that I don't know. It's like if me smoking in my house in my room alone, I don't understand why that should be illegal.
Because it's going to cost the country and your society at large. It's also going to cost you your health. So by virtue
How's
of
it going to
your,
cost my country
because of the
or
cost
or just the
to,
world in general?
right, so in the UK, right, I can't really speak about where you're from, which is America probably,
Yeah.
right? We make about £7 million of taxing, sorry, £7 billion, I think, right, of taxing cigarettes
Hmm.
a year. But it
Hmm.
costs us about £44 billion to look after the people who get sick or the people who cause other people to be sick from smoking. So like
But how do we know
the
that
cost
that's
versus,
like
eh?
how? I'm just kind of wondering about the source. Like, how do we know that 44 billion
You're,
is
yeah,
like
so
from
good,
smoking?
good shout, right? So there's this organization called ASH, right? It's called
Hmm.
Action on Smoking and Health, and then there's also the World Health Organization, which
Yeah.
I mean I think everyone knows who that is. But we
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
have some other sites in the UK like the National Statistics, stuff like that. So depending on
Hmm.
where you are, that might vary. But it's actually a study that is released this year, 29th of May 2026, right? So around 27.8 billion in lost productivity cost, 14.8 billion in social care cost, 1.8 billion in healthcare cost, 383 million in costs linked to fires caused by smoking, which is kind of crazy, right? So that's like a recent study. That's our economy in the UK. I don't know like across the pond. I can't
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
certain, but I think that would just scale up considering how big America is.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I hmm. I don't. I feel like you could put like restrictions around around smoking rather than like making it fully illegal because it's
We
just
have
like
though. We've tried that. Well, that's
yeah.
why it costs so
But
much
then
to buy
then hasn't
cigarettes
the
now.
the UK passed something to where like vaping will be like completely illegal for like people under a certain age range where it's like if you were born after a certain date, no matter what time in your life
You know what?
you can't buy.
I had heard about that, but I haven't looked into it in a while. It's been about over a year since I've heard about that.
Yeah, because I just don't see how that could be like like I understand the thought and it's but I don't see how it could you can't say like, "Oh, well this 45-year-old can buy cigarettes, but this 25-year-old can't because he was born after X and Y date."
Well, yeah, that makes perfect sense, right? You have to be 18 to buy alcohol in the UK, so it's the same kind of
Well, yeah,
scenario.
I'm not saying like the age or anything should change. I'm saying like for or that's just a completely separate conversation. But
I think I can't remember all the deets on it, but I think it's been done so it gets phased out generationally, and which makes a lot of sense. Like I was just saying, if you were born into a society where no one is walking around smoking, you're less likely to smoke, right? Same thing could be said about drinking, right?
mhm.
So when I was born, right, which is the 90s, like yeah, the 90s, okay, right? You could go get on a bus to go to town with your parent, right? And the bus would be full of smoke and people smoking. You could go into the town hall, and I remember as a child looking up and seeing the thick, like, layer of smoke everywhere you went, in the shops, in the town hall, on the buses, in public spaces. Now, between that time and like the 2010s, the government managed to figure it out so that doesn't happen anymore. So you can only smoke in designated places. So if that
Mhm.
can happen in the period of my lifetime, then the possibility of children never experiencing anybody smoking in the next 20 to 30 years is actually quite realistic. Right? So they would never even know what it's like to be around smoking, to be influenced to smoke, if they could pull it off.
Now,
Like,
I agree with like general public safety things like that, not smoking in like public areas. But still, I just don't see how it doesn't impede on like your, dare I say, human right
I don't.
to
I
kill yourself,
Yeah,
basically. I mean,
I
like,
don't think that's the case, right? Look, if your intention by smoking cigarettes is to actually kill yourself, then that's like a whole different scenario,
yeah.
right?
I don't think, yeah.
But like if you cut through the jargon and the nonsense, that is essentially what you're doing. But the only difference is you've been marketed to do it in that way, right? And a lot of, like, think about the propaganda of the past and like the, I can't remember what year it was, but with Edward Bernays and how he basically finessed women into smoking and selling a campaign, right? So like I can't remember off the top of my head, but basically he was his uncle was Freud, I think, right? Psychoanalyst. Okay, he used the tactics from psychoanalysis for marketing, right? And they changed marketing, they changed propaganda to public affairs. But one of his biggest, most successful campaigns was to convince women to begin to smoke as a type of liberation movement for like, I can't remember what phase feminism it was, but it was to basically sell them cigarettes as a form of liberation. So we had these women march down the street smoking cigarettes to advertise cigarettes to other women as a form of liberation. Okay, but that was just a psychological marketing campaign. It had nothing to do with liberation. It was literally about making consumers for cigarettes. And the same thing can be said about how it was around the 50s and the 60s, I believe, or maybe even a bit earlier, when they had doctors actually prescribe smoking. Prior to that, like, I don't know, like the 1800s or maybe even earlier, doctors would prescribe cocaine, okay?
Yeah.
So, like,
Now,
you could see societally there was an active effort by certain tobacco and alcohol companies to push this propaganda in order to, like Noam Chomsky, even though he's like on Epstein files now, to actually manufacture your consent into wanting to smoke, into wanting to drink. So the idea that you're hurting yourself, right, and it's by your own choice, isn't actually true. You've been coerced to make that choice through various
but that
psychological
is that
avenues.
not an opinion?
No, that's a fact, right?
But as okay, so now I'm gonna argue as if I was a smoker, right? So
Okay.
I smoke cigarettes and I enjoy them. I personally enjoy it.
I doubt you
Like,
do.
why? Like,
I doubt you do.
like if I'm not, I just can't see the argument to where if I'm not hurting anyone.
You are, though. You're hurting yourself and hurting the people around you, and you're hurting wider society. So it's not like an innocent I'm eating a Twinkie when I shouldn't be kind of thing, right? Even that technically is kind of analogous, but not as bad. But so you are hurting yourself and you are hurting other people by smoking. There's no two ways about it.
I just think that it is.
And like and like your individual liberty, right, be put above your fellow man and your country as a whole or the world. If so, then like we should just allow anyone to just like build nuclear bombs and stuff, because it's their personal freedom. So like,
I'm
yeah,
trying to think of the
you're free
best
to
thing
go
to
get the
say back to
schematics,
this.
but what about the repercussions?
Ugh.
I think you're viewing it as someone's taking away your rights rather than realizing this is something like, if a product was simply just taken off the market, if you could think back to your childhood and think about like a sweet or like a food or something that used to exist on the market that no longer exists on the market. When that thing left the market, it wasn't them taking away a right of yours. They literally just removed a product from the market. That's all that is.
Sure,
All
but
that's
saying
really in
something
question
should
here.
be saying something should be illegal is taking away the liberty. So I
No,
think,
well,
I mean, sure,
to an
argue.
extent, right? But if the litigation is happening where the tobacco companies cannot produce the tobacco, right? Then it just bypasses the whole, I'm telling John he can't smoke. No, I'm taking the product off the market. So if John is found smoking, then John has to face the repercussions of how and when he produced the smoking utensils or whatever. Right?
But now that's such a that's such a slippery slope though, because tobacco is naturally occurring, and I understand you could say like poppy is naturally occurring, and that's like heroin and all that, but it's like it's, when some
Yeah, but you got to think about how many
by
processes
yourself.
how many processes tobacco has to go through in order for you to have a cigarette is way beyond natural, bro.
Yeah.
Way beyond. I can't remember how many hundreds of chemicals are in any given cigarettes, but you'd be surprised.
Oh no, I'm sure, but I mean, there's also, I mean, people like, this is anecdotal, but people make their own cigars, and that's a fairly simple process of where it's just like a drying tobacco leaf, and it's just not very chemical at all. You can do it.
Yeah, but the very consumption of it, the very burning of it, is still going to damage your body. There's no two ways about it. Like, human bodies aren't designed to inhale smoke. Like, we can survive for a short period of time, but like in most fires, what kills humans isn't the fire; it's the smoke.
The smoke inhalation, yeah.
Yeah. So if you're doing it like in small doses, it's still long-term damage, isn't it? Whether it's like less chemicals or more chemicals, it's still damage. Anyone in your vicinity is sharing in that damage too.
I just feel like it's such a wide encompassing.
Then there's property damage to it as well.
Like I agree. Well, the point that you brought up that like most kind of shocked me, especially in America, because I could assume it'd only be several hundreds times worse, is like property damage. People disregarding a cigarette butt, and then 1,000-acre fire, on the West Coast or something of that nature.
Yeah, so fire is one thing, but just like long-term damage, like if you go to like a smoker's house or look at the long-term damage, like on the walls and the ceilings.
Oh yeah, you can just smell it. Yeah.
So it's long-term damage in various different ways.
It's still their home, no?
And there's a fire as well. Well, in most instances, all right. So check this out for a stat, right? Let me just show you something. Right? So around 80% of the world's 1.3 billion tobacco users live in low and middle income countries, right? So that speaks to their conditions as individuals. So most smokers probably don't own a property.
Yeah, but you could chalk that up to, marginalized communities always use and abuse more. And
So wouldn't you be releasing them from that burden then by freeing up some of their finances and plus their health to be more productive elements in society? It's like, would you be helping them then?
I mean,
because like if you think about,
but they're gonna do it regardless.
Not necessarily. Right, a poor person's access to the market is limited by what's shipped to their corner stores. Yeah, they have access to parallel black markets, but that's gonna exist either way. And I don't think most people do actually have access to parallel black markets like that.
Yeah.
So like, if we don't bring it to the shop and we don't sell it to them, they really can't get their hands on it. Now, individuals might. Like how I forget what it's called again. What was that thing that happened when they banned alcohol in America that first time?
Oh, prohibition.
Prohibition. So it might be a scenario like that, but the problem is the reason why prohibition played out like that is because conflict of interest and poor policing.
Now, would it not play out similarly to prohibition? I mean,
no, our policing is far more sophisticated now.
Smoking is almost.
Our policing is far more sophisticated than prohibition era. But you got to remember, prohibition era was a conflict of interest, and a Christian experiment. So like one of the driving forces behind prohibition was a Christian experiment. So if it was intended to be like an actual thing, the government could have implemented it. Plus, so many police officers were involved in smuggling and drinking themselves. So it was like a conflict of interest. That's why it didn't really work. But today, we could definitely police it much easier. Like HMRC can literally look inside of your bank account right now if they want to. So like it's harder than ever to get away with like black market activity as a normal person.
Oh,
so is that?
Oh my goodness. I think I got. I don't know what to say.
All right. So are you
Oh
gonna
my.
are you gonna
Yeah,
spread the good
I'll
word?
hop out of here. And cheers, man, for the conversation. Seriously, that was keeping it cordial.
I appreciate you. Spread the good word. We should
Of
make
course.
smoking illegal and vaping. Vaping is like literally damaging the younger generation on a very serious
No,
level.
I'd agree. Seeing like, especially in America, I have no idea about the UK, but I mean,
Oh,
12-year-olds who are vaping,
vaping is
8-year-olds who
crazy,
are
bro.
vaping.
Yeah,
It's insane.
it's like that in the UK. But this is what I'm saying to you: the same type of marketing is happening to the kids. They're marketing the vapes as if they're like sweets. It's like when we were
Yeah,
kids,
yeah,
like you
yeah.
had
And then all
like
the flavors
candy
are like,
cigarettes and stuff like that, right? That's
yeah,
that's a part of the same trajectory to get you smoking as an adult, okay? But now they can say, look, there's this electric thing, looks like a toy, right? It tastes like sweets, but it's fucking you up, so they can sell it to kids, right? That's why like a primary school, junior school kids are walking around smoking vapes, bro.
mm.
And inhaling balloons and shit. It's effed, bro. It's proper effed.
It is. It is. All right. Well, I'm probably gonna watch. I want to see someone else get on because I just did. Jesus Christ. Oh.
Nah, it's like, no problem. I wasn't prepared for this either, but as time
All
goes,
right.
we'll see where it goes. All right, nice talking to you, John.
Nice talking to you.
Take it easy.
You too.
Anyone else want to come up? Uh, oop, I messed up the writing. Hello,
What's going on?
how you doing, bro? What's your name?
My name is Drewbo.
Nice to meet you, Drew. Ooh,
Drewbo.
what do you think, Drewbo? What
There
do you
you
think?
go. I don't think it should be legal.
You don't think it should be illegal?
Correct.
Why?
I'm not really. I guess I haven't heard an argument for why it should be illegal.
What would you like to hear?
Or convincing one. Sorry.
Oh, a convincing one. All right. So, what do you think about the immorality of the production of tobacco and the sale of it?
Like in the procurement of it.
Both the production of it, it's like basically how we go about, basically just effing the earth up to produce these large quantities of tobacco. Then the manufacturing
Are, are,
processes.
are we just purely talking about nicotine?
Well, yeah, I'm also talking about any type of, like inhalation type of drug, but tobacco is mainstream in it.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. The way we procure things, just like in general in the first world, tends to exploit the global south. But I think there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. So I could just
Yeah,
flip around and be like, well, where'd you buy that T-shirt? Who made it?
yeah, that's true, right? But in terms of the t-shirt being something that's needed versus something like the tobacco, which is something that's literally killing you,
Well, you don't
there's
need
kind
that
of value
T-shirt. You could
difference.
you could you could ethically source your
any
T-shirt, but
any
you don't.
textiles is more valuable than tobacco. Now we do have an overconsumption of textiles, which is like leading to landfills and stuff like that. It's true, but
Mhm.
tobacco is like a almost a 1 to 1. So you got like a 1 in 3 people are dying from using it. It's not the same thing as a t-shirt or like water or coffee, or
Yeah, it
chocolate.
depends. We can look at like microplastics and stuff, depending on like the fabrics or wherever they come from. But we can
Yeah,
also look at the direct impact on the people who produce the textiles in
I
like
agree.
Bangladesh, India, or whatever.
I'm
I
in
mean, I
agreement
think,
with you.
yeah. I mean, are you vegan by chance?
No.
I'm not either, but I do agree with like the logic of it,
Yeah,
right?
same.
I mean,
I'm a
it's causing
hypocrite, no
undue
doubt.
harm.
No doubt.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
No doubt. But in terms of smoking, right? If all right, so if the production of this one product, right, that's on the market is killing 7 million people a year, and then 1.6 million people just by existing next to those people, wouldn't you say it's immoral to keep that on the market?
No, I'd say those people had a choice.
I don't think they did. And
Why
you,
so?
so if you think about what nicotine is as a drug, it's psychoactive in terms of its addictive power. So the minute you come into contact with it, you're like quite significantly likely to use it again, and then you're in that vicious cycle. And then you got to consider most kids are indoctrinated into the smoking because of their surroundings. So like this is a
Sure.
coerced choice. It's not like an automaton just like out of nowhere. Like I can just pull this from the ether and use it. Like this is something that's been propagandized to you in movies and
Sure.
TV, friends, family,
Yeah,
etc.
I don't. I
So
don't
is that really a
necessarily.
choice?
I don't necessarily fully disagree with that, but I would also point to the fact that like prohibition of the use of any substances doesn't tend to work out well. for the consumers.
Why do you
I
think
mean, we can
that?
look at like marijuana, for example.
Hmm.
We can see that like
You're about to
since
make
it's
a
become
mistake.
legal, you think that's a mistake?
No, you're about to make a mistake.
Oh,
Because
like the harm reduction strategy?
yeah, because you're about to point to the over policing of it and what happened. Am I correct?
No,
All
I
right,
was gonna
cool.
say I think it's good that we are able to regulate it.
Yeah, but what was the other point you were trying to make?
I was just gonna say the production and the regulation of said products leads to ultimately a safer product for the people who are going to use it regardless.
I
Whereas leaving it
disagree.
to black markets would lead to like lacings,
No,
unsupervised
it's
use, and so
completely the
on.
opposite. It's completely the opposite because now you've brought in like the profit imperative. That's how you put it, right? So now you've commercialized the use of a blacklist type of substance. You've created a market now where everybody's trying to like capture the consumer. So you've made it worse technically. You've
And
made
I think there's
you've
certain
made like
regulations you can have on the
ma-
advertisement of it
yeah,
or the
like,
production of it, but at the
but if
same
you
time, I
think about
think
how it's
leaving it to
sold,
like people on the street isn't going to lead to better outcomes. I think it ultimately leads to obviously worse outcomes. We can see this with every like narcotic that's ever been used in history. You know, I mean, look at like
I don't think
Switzerland, for
that's true.
example.
I don't think that's
Yeah, look
true.
at Switzerland and Portugal. They had extremely high uses of opioids, and now they actually have a decline of it since legalizing it.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that, right? But in terms of opioids versus cigarettes, I think it's a different kind of scenario. But not to say
I mean,
that
they're
there couldn't
different.
be benefits. I do think it should be illegal, not legalized, like any type of like recreational drug.
Well, those
Only
things
difference
ultimately,
is, I
like
think, I
the,
think,
the regulation of said things leads to actually, believe it or not,
ooh,
less use like less spreading of diseases or addiction. People who actually want to get help can have free access to receiving help, and so on.
I think maybe in some circumstances, but I think you're moving the goalpost in terms of what we're actually talking about, which is smoking and
Well,
vaping.
well, I'm talking about like the regulation of said products. I mean, I think
Yeah,
leaving it to like dealers, there's always going to be a market for people doing that. And I
yeah,
think
that's always going to exist.
ultimately regulating it's going to lead to better outcomes.
I disagree. I don't think you can
Be-
actually regulate in that way when talking about recreational users. You're actually driving people to make more powerful products, to capture more users, to sell more. It's like you're like
I think
you're
that's the
sanctioning.
trade-off.
You're basically sanctioning their enslavement to the substance, rather than
I,
ceasing it.
I think I think there's a cost benefit analysis that you have to make whenever it comes to these kinds of products. I mean, ultimately, it's like, would you rather them, I guess, get it from a dealer, for example, versus getting it from a regulated market?
Well, it's like what you pointed to earlier on about the suffering, no like ethical consumption under capitalism, right? You'd be making it worse. Like I'm not saying this is good, right? But like a communal or type of localized economy in terms of you, your friends, and your local whatever man who sells you stuff is more reasonable than that being scaled up to a global level and manufactured and marketed, by billionaires, etc. Which is exactly what has happened.
I mean, I think if we look at like the marijuana industry, I think we see the opposite effect. I think we actually take a lot of money away from bad people, like
I
for
would
instance, like
disagree.
cartels,
I would
on
disagree.
the basis of what?
You're legitimizing them. You're not taking money away from them. You're giving them an
How are
avenue
you
to wash their
legitimizing them if
money.
they're not able to legally operate within the
They
confines of the
but they
law?
are now, right? Because if you make it so you can get a license to start selling this stuff, it's just like getting one of your good cousins that's got a clean record to buy the gun or buy the car, and now you operate through that person. That's all you've done.
That's not
You've
true.
given
I
them a
mean, not
shop
anybody
front
could just get a
opportunity.
license to do something like that. I mean, like look at like a
Yeah,
pharmacist.
but you're talking about a cartel. You think cartels don't have clean links anyway? They wouldn't be a cartel if it wasn't operating
I
in
would
that
say they
way.
would have a very hard time making those links between
I
corporations and
disagree,
cartels.
brother. Like El Chapo could literally just escape prison anytime he wants to as a cartel, bro. Like a cartel is something that it's basically like a like a micro nation, which a country like a president has to send in like their top ops to try and break down, and it keeps coming back. So it's like comparing a cartel to the local drug dealer is quite ridiculous. Right? But
Well, ultimately, we
making
can see that like
avenues,
a lot of times. I mean,
for like the
it might be
production of
different
these
now
things
because
would
I think a
legitimize
lot of times
cartels.
now dealers get stuff from like legal states.
Eh,
But ultimately, before there was
Either
legalization,
way,
it was from like illegal and dangerous sources.
look, either way, right? The actual damage that these drugs do is way more significant than the enjoyment procured from using them. Right? just to as a cost to the country. Like I was saying earlier on, tobacco is going to damage your respiratory system, but green is also going to damage your mind and your respiratory system. So long term, it's not even balancing out. It's going to cost your country way more.
Well, I think you made an interesting point earlier. How you brought up like rather than getting it from a corporation, you get it from friends or
I don't think you
like
should.
friends that are
I don't
dealers.
think you
Well,
should. No, don't get me
well,
wrong.
I think that's a good point against your argument because ultimately these people go to like Colorado or
Oops.
states where these things are legalized and regulated to either get these products versus getting it from I guess less
Perhaps
regulated markets.
perhaps that's your experience you're telling me from America. I've not really looked into it. I didn't actually intend to come into this conversation and talk about like illegal substances. Like I'm more talking about tobacco, like
Well,
the
sure, but I'm just
the
talking about
corporate
prohibition in
production
general.
of it. Yeah, I think prohibition can work though. I just think it hasn't been given a chance. Right?
Well, I think it
Historically,
has
I
been
think
given a
there's been a
chance.
conflict of interest when trying to police prohibitions, right? Especially in America.
But wouldn't you consider that an inherent flaw to prohibition?
Say again.
Wouldn't that be considered like an inherent flaw to prohibition?
In what way?
Well, the conflicts tend to be
Yeah,
like
a conflict of
overriding because
interest.
people want the products, and ultimately there's going to be
No,
a
not
black market
necessarily.
that
If you
also.
if you enhance your policing capabilities, right, or like you raise societal consciousness to on the issue, right, you can definitely deliver like a greater outcome of banning of it. Like I just said earlier on, growing up as a child, it was legal to smoke in any public place. Legislation and like people moving against this has made it so that you can only smoke in designated places in the last 20 odd years. Okay, so if that pressure was kept up, what might the future look like? Do you know, it's a
I mean,
matter of
I don't think over
it's a matter
policing is
of
ever going to be the solution to an issue.
not just over policing though, it's more sophisticated policing. If like for instance, right,
I've
you
never known policing to be sophisticated. I'm not going to lie to you, big dog.
it well, certainly is. We're using the internet right now, bro. I don't know who you are. You don't know who I am. You don't know who's in this chat. You don't know who's watching our servers. You don't know what's actually going on in this world, right? In all honesty, right?
Well,
Policing is
if we're
quite
talking about the
sophisticated.
police directly, I
Surveillance
mean,
in
I
general,
disagree.
okay? No, we're
Well, if
talking
you're talking about like
policing.
higher organizations, maybe.
Yeah, but anyway, like I kind of forgot the point I was making now. Bloody hell, I've forgotten the point I was making now. All right, what was you saying before? Like, if you could backtrack a couple of steps before we got too distracted on policing.
I think you were saying that I was winning the debate.
No, you're saying about prohibition being
I
a
think you
conflict of
said,
interest.
Drewbo, I concede.
All right, you're
You're
saying
right, Drewbo. I'm
prohibition
taking the
being
background down now.
a conflict of interest would be inherent, right? I think
No,
that's
you
what you were
said
saying,
you concede, and
bro.
I'm taking the
Bro,
background
just,
down now.
you're just trying it, like. All right, so give me one good reason why smoking shouldn't be illegal.
Because it would ultimately lead to more detriment within the market, or people want to consume tobacco or nicotine. Taking away regulation
How?
has never been a benefit to products.
I think regulation is a step towards the complete banning, though. It's not. You can't just move from like black and white, like ban overnight. I think regulation is a part of the process of banning it outright.
I mean, I would disagree.
I think
I
so.
think regulation just leads to harm reduction, and harm reduction ultimately leads to. I mean, if that's what like it moves towards naturally, I mean, I
No,
guess
I
that's
think I
okay.
think
But I
that's
would
the
say like
that is the plan.
regulation just leads to safer outcomes.
Right. So, in terms of the cost of what we make by taxing these things, right? E.g., the harm reduction, right? Healthcare wise, it still costs us more to have people consuming things that damage their respiratory and basically their brain. So long term, you're not really reducing harm. You're making it more accessible to more customers and more people being harmed because you're normalizing it rather than like changing the public consciousness around it.
I mean, I think the only way that you can not force people to do these things is to just have better education, which I do support. I mean, I'm not going to get up here and endorse that people
Yeah,
do
but
these things, but I would say that criminalizing these things just creates more criminals and it creates less safe health outcomes for a lot of people.
I see what you're saying, right? But in terms of criminalizing it, I think it makes it easier to draw a black and white line in the sand of who's going to decide to continue this like cycle of destruction and who's not. I think a lot of people are more inclined to be law-abiding citizens than not. So when it's made clear to them that, hey, this is
I
the choice,
disagree.
this is the choice and the risks you're going to be taking, I think they weigh up their
I disagree
choices
with
a
that
bit better.
framework. I
Why do
feel
you
like
think
a
that?
lot of people tend to be more like nuanced when it comes to following the law. I mean, obviously,
Mm,
depending on the severity of the law. I mean, like today, like I live in the city, I jaywalk like a motherfucker, you know.
well, yeah,
Um,
I don't know how it is in America, but that's a dumb law to me, to be honest.
oh man, they'll pew pew you over here for jaywalking. It's
That's
crazy.
that is dumb. That sounds like it has more to do with money, raising like tax money than it actually has to do with keeping you safe or harm reduction.
That's an interesting point.
That like, but
And
what
would you say that's like an inherent conflict within the regulation of pedestrians?
raising money for the state?
Yeah, you'd say that's a conflict of interest between safety and uh, gaining money for a system that has a
Well, it
conflict of
depends.
interest.
It depends who's in power, right? What do you intend to do with the money raised? What social projects can we put that money towards? Because again,
Funding the police.
ironically, I think banning it is the greatest harm reduction strategy long term. Because, like I said, like the
I
next
mean,
generations
can you give me like
won't be aware
an
of it.
example of like a complete ban on like a substance has ever led to positive outcomes?
I'm not actually aware of any, to be honest. Right? Not to say that there isn't any. I'm just not
Well,
aware.
that's an interesting point to think about. Would you consider that?
Say again.
Well, it's
So
I think it
are
kind
you
of
you're
you know what I'm
no
saying? I think you know what I'm
you're
saying.
insinuating, right, that it's impossible to find out what it might be like if we attempt to ban something. That's what you're
I'm
saying.
not saying it's impossible to know what would happen because we've done it multiple times. I think we know what happens.
What have we done?
I would say we do. I think we have plenty of. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying it's probably like a 99.9% chance of it having negative outcomes versus positive.
I doubt that. I think that's quite a pessimistic view. I think long term it will play out. If we were to take the hit up front, long term it plays out for the betterment of humans. Like
I mean,
there isn't
we've done
really
that forever though. We
no
still do it
no. But
today.
let's just be honest, bro. There isn't really a good reason to inhale a product that destroys your body. Right, literally leaves your kids without parents, leaves your society without a member, costs your fellow man tax money. Like there isn't actually a good reason to do that besides the air quotation freedoms. But
I mean,
like I said,
let me take this to the most extreme real quick and just follow me along here, right? So like, you know what like horse is, right? I don't
hey,
want to say like the actual, like the H, you know, the injection.
oh okay, an
So like,
opioid.
yeah. In
Okay,
Russia, are you familiar with something called crocodile?
nah.
So this
I think this is clear
so basically
actually.
in the slums of Russia, there's been heavily like a huge opioid epidemic that causes a lot of unalivings, ODing, and so on, and ultimately they actually clamped down really hard on the markets of receiving opioids, whether it be through a physician or whatever dealers. So what ended up happening is since there was no access to these narcotics, people actually made a similar one called Crocodile, which actually
Crazy.
ultimately had so many worse health outcomes compared to even just if they were just to take the pills or the injections. Crocodile actually, I think the survival rate of a user is roughly about 1 year, and it actually causes leprosy and the rotting of limbs.
I do
Right?
know that does sound slightly familiar. Was there like a Vice video or something like that about that?
Probably.
That does sound slightly familiar.
And it's like we can look at Switzerland, for example, who actually had a similar issue of opioid consumption. They actually had a very high rate of uh, intravenous diseases and viruses. They had a high rate of ODs and stuff like that. And they actually went through and legalized it on a medical basis,
The
so they could
problem
actually
the
give
problem I'm
it to the
having
people.
here is you're comparing like you're saying, oh, if we ban this, people would just do worse things, right? I don't think that's a
Uh-huh.
good enough reason to not attack a problem if it's a problem. Like I don't think just like normalizing a problem so like you can forget about it is a good strategy.
No, that's not my That's not my strategy. I mean, I would think like the only thing you can do is educate people and give people the best tools to make the best decisions.
No, you could
I
take
don't think
something
you
off
can
the market.
legislate better decisions.
You can literally just take it off the market. Like who is taking the biggest blow by taking tobacco products off the market? It's not the consumers.
I mean, health wise, it is the consumers.
The consumers aren't taking the blow health wise.
Really are. I mean, because where are they going to
They're
get it
getting
from?
the
It's not like
benefits. They're getting the benefits health wise.
Well, they're still addicted to it. They don't stop
Bro,
being addicted.
if 7 million people are dying every year, 1 in 3 smokers are dying from smoking, right? And you take that product off the market, you're cutting that number down significantly. And 1.6 million people dying just by being around those people. You're making a big dent in it. That's not a light thing, bruv. That's a year.
Yeah, but that's not going to make the demand go away. That's the
Doesn't matter.
problem.
Parallel markets exist anyway. But like I said, if it's illegal, then it's easier to police it now, because there's no grey area. It's like you're choosing to do this based on your addiction, right?
Well, and the problem is,
And if
I don't know
if
how it
you
is in the UK,
normalize
but
no,
who do
but
the
if
police typically
brother,
target when
if
it
you
comes to cracking down on products like that?
if you normalize addiction, and you open up a can of worms that you won't be able to close, because it will just continue to climb and climb to higher and higher substances, or worse and worse societal outcomes. And I'm not saying you should go around like kicking people's door off, like who's in here using like sniffing glue, right? I'm not saying you should become a type of a drug Nazi. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying societally you have to ease it down and raise the consciousness to where it's not something that people would desire. Most of that desire is manufactured by influence and marketing. It's not a natural inclination to pick something up that's going to poison you. That's not natural, bro. That's something you have to be told or coerced to do.
Sure, and I think we're capable of doing like the regulations on limiting how we do the. Sorry, my fucking cats are annoying. Are doing shit right now. I think we're able to do things like to like not be able to. Sorry, 1 second.
I don't know why we just run around in this
I
area.
think I agree with you that we're able to. We should be able to educate and regulate, but ultimately, I think outright banning it, right, would not be a good solution.
Yeah, I
But
think I think you have to
I do
ease
agree
it.
with
I
the
think you have
using
to
the
ease
tools.
towards that, right? And education is a part of it. But if you create this acceptance, you encourage bad actors, or literally people whose whole entire idea is to become opportunists and exploit that addiction in society. Like we literally see it with the billionaires, with the Joe Rogan type of scenarios. Like, yeah, like you're rich, you're successful, now you go up and you use drugs in front of like susceptible younger people and other people who aren't where you are, and they think now, okay, I can be productive, I can function because Snoop Dogg smokes weed, Joe Rogan smokes weed, Jay-Z smokes weed, right? Bob down the fucking block that owns a business smokes weed, right? But you're not Bob, you're not Jay-Z, you're not Joe Rogan, you're a normal person who has real fucking responsibilities and consequences to your actions. And I think if we create a society where it's okay for it to be pushed onto people like that, you're only creating more users and more addiction down the line. You're not actually doing the harm reduction that you intend, or you're opening more innocent children up to be exploited in the long run. That's what you're doing, because the influence is now publicly
But wouldn't you
acceptable.
say that the? But wouldn't you kind of put like the responsibility on the parent
No,
in that
a
instance?
parent and a child are essentially the same thing. You're just a human with a human mind, bro. Yes,
I would say that if
the
your 12-year-old's
influence
watching Joe Rogan,
the
you're
influence
already
cycle
like
is
off to a
there,
rough start.
brother. Look, like to quote, like to paraphrase Epictetus, right? Are you entitled to a good father? No, just a father. Okay. But if we're actually going to look at our society like as a collective, okay, then we are each other's parents, we are each other's brothers, we are each other's sisters. Right? We're the big brother to the next kid, vice versa, okay? So yeah, you could say it's the parents' fault, but you got to realize a lot of people walking around aren't prepared to be parents anyway. They're just as effed up as the next guy. So
I mean, I
so to
think it's
put on the
great to think
parents
in like a
is just
collective sense,
that's
but
an escape route,
unfortunately,
bro.
I think in like
Parents
the
are just
Western
as
world, we're a lot
parents are
more
just
like
as influenced.
individualistic to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying?
No, but parents are just as influenced, bro. You again, right? It's kind of like the Edward Bernays thing, right? You've been
Well, they're their
coerced.
strongest influence typically.
You've been coerced, right? It benefits right, not to be too ridiculous, but it benefits a very small minority in our society globally for tobacco and alcohol products to be sold. Right? It's like it's like, not even to be ridiculous, but like the opiate of the masses, like legit. Like feed them beer and alcohol or whatever hops after work so they don't revolt. Right, keep them sick so we can medicate them. These are the kinds of things that
The
you're
opioid to the math, the opioid to the masses.
that's about religion. That's religion, but yeah. As a reference point, it's the same kind of thing historically. When there's going to be an uprising, a rebellion, and such, you need to sedate the people through drugs, through alcohol, through the things they take in through their senses, bro. So if you don't
Yeah, I
combat
disagree.
that,
I think there's been a lot of revolutions that have been fueled by the consumption.
I don't
Like, look
think
at the
so.
look at the IRA. Do you don't think those guys were like drunk
What?
24/7?
No, bro, that's a stereotype.
Come
They were
on, man.
paramilitary trained people, bro. They're more than likely sober and fucking straight down the line, right? The idea that
But they're
that
still
Irish,
Irish.
that's what I'm saying. That's your propaganda speaking out, right?
Okay, but
You
you don't think
associate
that
no,
they're
bro.
heavily
You associate,
propagandized to
bro.
drink and coerced to drink in their
Brother. Listen, you associating Irish people with alcohol is colonial propaganda. Okay, that was the Brits on England, where I live, trying to demonize them so they could exploit them. All right, not all Irish people are fucking alcoholics, bruv. Right? That's it's like saying all
I
black
don't
people are
say that they
thieves.
are.
Right? It's the same.
I
You're
don't say that they
literally no,
are.
but I'm saying the way that's the first point of reference your mind went to. The IRA were paramilitary trained men and women, bro. Serious motherfuckers. They still are.
Hmm.
They're not alcoholic.
Sure,
They might
but I
drink, but
think
then
in general,
their revolution
but I
wasn't
think in
fueled by their
general,
alcohol, bro. I'm pretty
Europe
sure they
has
were
a fairly
sober-minded.
strong beer.
I'm pretty sure.
But I would here. Let me just speak a little bit. You know,
Right, I'm just
let me speak a
saying.
little bit, right? Yeah, I would say that beer is heavily is a heavy influence in Europe in general, right?
Yeah, because it has a significant history with them fucking up their water sources and stuff. So yeah, I don't disagree with
Yeah,
that.
so I
But
mean, I
that's
think that
another
applies
topic for
equally.
another day. All right.
Yeah, but it's
I'm also
still
against
that's
that.
my point, right? Well, that's what was feeding into my point, right?
But yeah, I'm just saying, right? I understand what you're trying to say in terms of the over policing. But I think what's underneath that over policing is various other systems overlapping from your feudalism, from your slavery, feudalism, capitalism, are those things that impact the policing and the type of policing that you'll see on drugs. But to normalize it in society and saying, hey, getting high is okay, hey, neglecting your physical health is okay, isn't going to give you the harm reduction that you think it will. You might be like making a small minority seem okay, like middle class Johnny, white boy, he's taking a bit of drugs or whatever, like, should we police him? No, right? But then it starts to spill down to the ghetto or it starts to go up and up the class and it's like, oh shit, like, this is no longer middle class Johnny who's just got a bag of weed that we don't want to send to jail because he's going to go to college and be the president's son. It starts to change, doesn't it, in the
Here,
context?
I have a solution for you that I think you might like.
Sure.
Don't privatize it, nationalize it.
Nah, I disagree.
Oh, come on,
I don't
dude.
think it should be available full stop, right? If the thing grows out in the wild, then let it grow out in the wild, right? But the consumption of it is something that's manufactured and you've been coerced to do. Right? I think that across the board. Whether our ancestors were plucking it and chewing it for whatever reasons is different to how it is now.
But I still don't think that really addresses my point of you bringing up that it would only benefit a very small minority of people like billionaires and millionaires.
It does ultimately because you're feeding the market, and then once you open it up,
Well, not if we nationalize it.
it will be monopolized. There's no two ways about it, right? Think about
Well, yeah, let the state monopolize it.
bro,
No
like
profit.
so. For example, right, if you was to start looking at it like a public service, like say the grass is just like the green stuff is like water, right? At one point it belonged to the commons, then a group of people came and put a fence around it, then it belonged to them, then the country fought the group of people and got it back, and then down the line the government sold the fucking property to some private company. That's the cycle that keeps happening, right? But
Well, let's not do that.
the green isn't like the water, isn't like the land, isn't like wheat, right? It isn't like textile. It's not a necessity for life, right? It's unless you're going to use it for medicine, like actually extract the various chemicals, which most people don't. They use it recreationally, right? It's not a necessity like that. Tobacco products aren't a necessity. Alcohol products aren't a necessity unless it's for cleaning or medication. These are extras that people take for recreational uses, usually for escapism because of the pressures of the various other systems. That's my opinion, though.
Are you a communist?
No.
Oh man.
I'm just a guy, okay?
Ooh.
But like, look, I understand the harm reduction argument, but I think attacking it to get it out or like to make it not acceptable to use is part of a greater harm reduction plan than like a short term let everyone feel okay being their self kind of thing. I think you don't actually know who you are. You've been told who you are. So I think.
I think the only thing you can do to influence people is just give them the right education and the tool set to be able to make these kind of decisions for themselves. But ultimately,
I would agree.
outright banning is never gonna work. And I don't think I've really been given
I think we should try it.
sufficient explanation for why it would work.
No, all right. So I understand the past cases, like you're saying, and I even understand some of those ones like you said, like
They're,
Switzerland and
they're not
stuff
even
like that.
past cases; they're current cases.
Like I mean, like a case study kind of thing. Like this country did this, now look at the outcomes. I think for you to think about it as in like a one issue matter and not look about the other various systems that are working like cohesively in those instances is a bit disingenuous. I really do, right? Because if you was to
Why?
break it down by class, right? I'm in England, right? So I grew up in council estates. Living in a council estate in England is much different than living in the middle class suburbs or living in the upper class city. Okay, how your community functions, right? The influence of drugs and alcohol and violent crimes, all of these things, they intersect because of the system at large. Okay, if you say, like for instance, if you say now, all right, it's okay to use drugs, you're not damaging the middle class. You're not damaging the upper class. You're damaging the lower class on that council estate and making it even harder for them to get out of their conditions, because you've like literally sanctioned a type of suffering. Right? And again,
I mean,
that type
there
of
is an
suffering
aspect that I can
doesn't
agree with
benefit
you
them.
on, like in America, right? We can see that grocery stores within like lower class neighborhoods economically tend to be not as plentiful as liquor stores, right? And I can see how there could be regulation on things like that, right? But ultimately, you can't stop people from doing these things without just having education. There's no
Yeah,
legislation you can put in place that's going to make people stop doing something.
I'll put it to you like this, right? Somewhere right now, right, a single mum of 5 kids is deciding whether to buy a school uniform or a product for their kids' lunch tomorrow, or a bag of weed, or whatever else, or a pack of cigarettes. Somewhere right now, okay? You could help that person reduce that decision. That is what I'm saying to you. That's the real world consequences of what you're saying. Not just,
Well,
I want to go to a
in
dispensary. That's a
in
real
almost
fucking
every
thing.
modern context, the weed is still illegal.
Right?
So
Say again, sorry?
and I would say in almost every modern context, the weed is still illegal.
And it should be illegal. Don't get me wrong, right? I think it
But that
should
but
remain
that issue
legal.
still exists. That's just education.
No, but what I'm trying to say to you is, if you attack it on a social conscious level and on the market level, you remove that choice. Okay? That choice then is a black and white type of thing. Okay? It's like,
But you don't remove the choice. The choice is still there.
not
Like
necessarily.
I live in Texas. Weed is completely illegal here. That is still a
Yeah.
common problem.
Yes, but
Or I'm sure that's still a problem that happens,
it's
right?
not policed to the level it could be. Now again, I'm not necessarily saying, like
Oh
we need to
man,
we need to go
it
out and
is.
like, well, I'm speaking like in my country, right? Like I don't know what it's like in
Okay, but you're
Texas.
saying
Right?
it's not done like this, and I'm saying like this is still an issue, and they are literally still kicking indoors, right?
Hey? Well, yeah, like if you're like a fucking local drug pharmacist, you've got like 100 plants in your house. Of course, they're gonna kick in the door. You've got like keys and shit. Of course they are. Okay,
All right.
but what I'm trying to,
I need to tell you just a short, really funny story about this. So I have a friend, right, who was actually arrested in his friend's car.
yeah,
They were rolling up, right? They had one little joint. So they saw a cop pull up, they ate it, right? And the cop starts searching their car.
all right,
And the cop can smell it. So what he does is, here in Texas, he takes out tweezers and a magnifying glass and picks out of their carpet enough to be, okay, this is a quarter of a gram or
that
half a gram. You're going to prison.
he's dedicated, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing. Like, it
That's
is
effed
partially
up.
policed here.
That's effed
It's
up.
partially
But
policed, and
oh,
it's still an issue.
one might hope they've learned a lesson, and
Yeah, not
and
to
stop
fucking smoke
smoking.
weed around the
Nah,
cops.
nah, just stop smoking completely.
Why?
Like
They're chilling.
this is what I'm trying to say to you, right? There's all right, so I can understand it from a recreational point of view. There's a time and a place, but the reality is, it's actually a hindrance to like a human life, right? Substance wise, the psychological effects of it, the societal like backdrafts, if you will, from the issues that are going to happen with family and school and like
I mean, I don't
work,
know. I don't
work
usually
and
care about
police.
dads coming home and smoking weed and beating their wife or something. I've never really heard of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they may neglect their children or neglect their chores that they're supposed to do, or not be attentive, or not be assertive, right? Not be able to make good, clear decisions with a clear mind, right? It may not be a direct violent outcome, but it's a long-term decline of various other faculties.
I think it can be, but I'd say like
It
less on
is.
average.
All right, so if you just blaze one zoot one time, you're good, right? Like once or twice a year with like friends at a party, fine, right? But even that could have adverse effects on the wrong person at the wrong time. Like one interaction.
I'm on your side. We should throw those people in prison.
Now, seriously though, one interaction could spark psychosis in somebody, just one, or the very fact of being around someone that's inhaling it in a confined place could spark that in someone else, right? So it just takes one, just one, right? One lace joint, that's it. Your whole fucking life's effed up.
Because it's not regulated. Correct?
Not necessarily. It could just be the guy that likes to put shit in his weed, right? That's how, like, you forget, like, how
I can make that argument for anything, dude.
The 90s, no, bro. The 90s and 80s, the consumer.
Into my Sprite, bro, I'm cooked.
No, but it's the consumer who does it, is what I'm trying to say to you. Yes, dealers do it too, but the consumer does it. In the 90s and the 80s, nearly everyone was smoking crack spliffs. That's not because the dealer laced them. It's because they wanted to do it. Okay, this is what I'm saying to you.
Epidemic comes down to the FBI and the CIA.
Yeah. I'm aware of that, right? The CIA, I'm aware of that. Yeah, but I'm saying to you, weed is the same thing. That's what you're not seeing, bruv. A slow kill is still a kill. Brother, it's the same thing. Like, brother, if this substance, right, slows you down cognitively, slows you down economically, then it's just as bad as crack. It's just not happening as fast. The only reason people started addressing crack is because it started affecting the white middle class people. When it was just poor black people, they didn't give a damn. But the minute people Hunter Biden is running around with a bag of coke, it's a fucking problem, innit? Right? This is the same thing I'm saying to you.
I would just say they ultimately criminalized it so they could prosecute young black men.
Yeah, I think that too. But you know what, right? All that speaks to
the issue with criminalizing things.
Yeah, that's called white racism. That's part of the system that you have to address. But not banning the substance isn't going to reduce racism. Racism will find another egress. Okay, so that's what I was saying to you earlier on. I was warning you, like, don't make that mistake. Okay, saying, oh, let's not ban it.
You a little bit here.
No, I'm saying let's not ban it, right? Because police are going to over police black and brown people and give them disproportionate sentences isn't a good look. Because all you're saying is actually we can't stop them from being racist, right? So let's make this legal so they can do racist things in other ways. Okay, that's what you're saying.
I don't think it's good to criminalize people for personal consumption, right?
Bro, a crime is a crime, fam.
I think over policing is bad regardless, right? Obviously, it's going to affect one community over another, but I think the issue isn't criminalization; it's regulation and education, right?
Yeah, that's a part of it. I agree, but I think that's
the whole thing.
The education, right, and the regulation is a part of winding down its influence in society. So, like 3 generations from now, kids won't have to grow up knowing that there's such a thing called weed and people use it, or there's such a thing called cigarettes and vapes. That's a part of winding it down.
That's a part of the human experience. I think you're kind of robbing people from having decisions that can lead to beneficial experience.
I disagree. Can you give an example where it would be more beneficial?
I'm sorry?
Can you give an example where it'd be more beneficial to use substances?
You ever watch the movie?
Brother, get out of here.
Come on, I'm cooking you.
Nah. You're baked. That's what you are. You're baked. Okay. You think you're cooking, right? That's the delusion of the drugs, right?
I'm not.
You're baked.
I'm federally not allowed to.
Good. That's good, all right? At least you're somewhat safe.
I have a high pressure job that won't allow me to, right? And I understand that. That's a good regulation. People who do my job should not be able to consume marijuana. I agree with that.
That's good. That's good. But to be frank with you, Drew, right? You made the conversation, Drewbo, right? You made the conversation more about illegal substances. Let's just say other substances which are currently considered illegal. My point about this whole thing was to address tobacco, right? And tobacco consumption and vaping, because it is a legalized system and it is literally a legal kill that profits basically corporate entities. So,
Well, sure. I
right?
just say
So
we nationalize it then.
there's kind of a separation.
Eliminate the private industry. Make
Nah,
it national.
no,
Yeah.
I think you're doing the same thing, right? You're saying, oh, it's going to be okay, right, to still use this thing and still damage yourself and still, like, kill 7 million people a year, kill 1.6 million people just by being next to 7 million people. You're saying it's okay, and I'm saying that's not okay. Right? That's the
I mean,
difference.
again, I'm not saying it's okay, but I think people should be educated. Like, you probably shouldn't smoke around your kids, right?
Yeah, I would agree, but
Yeah,
like
there you go.
we just touched on, right? You're acting as if parents are divorced from society as a whole and the influence of other people, right? It's the
Well,
same
they should be a
thing,
part of that society that's like genuinely educated on the problem.
fam. Right? I understand, right? And we're in agreement in terms of educating people about the issues, right? Whether you're trying to educate people about the benefits or like the detriments, we're in agreement there, right? But I'm saying to you, you want to take it from being a collective issue down to, oh, it's parents, right? Parents are part of the collective as a whole, right? So their kids will grow up and be part of the collective. Not only are the parents susceptible to influence, so are their children, so are their family members, so are their community.
Oh, I only brought up parents
Okay.
because you said a kid was watching Joe Rogan. I said that kid's cooked that they're watching Joe Rogan.
Well, I didn't actually say a kid was watching Joe Rogan. I was trying to point out to you how once you normalize it in society, certain elements of society will actually glamorize it in order to benefit and basically capitalize off of addiction in society. It's like as much as I love Mike Tyson, as much as I love Mike Tyson as one of the greatest heavyweight boxers of all time, right? He still, within his own business model and the people around him, set up a venture in where he can commercialize and capitalize off the consumption of cannabis. Okay? Mm-hmm. So the people who are influenced from a sports arena point of view are not like, oh yeah, like, we're actually pro-health, we actually train, but now because Mike says it's cool, we're going to use this shit. Then the people in the entertainment industry are like, yeah, like, we make art all day. Now Jay-Z's a billionaire, now he's selling weed, so it's okay for us to consume weed. It's now cool. That's what I'm trying to say to you, and that trickles down to the family unit. There's no two ways about it.
Out the window. I agree with you. Let's throw capitalism out the window and make it a nationalized industry.
I mean, say that again, sir?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm a communist, right? I don't like the capitalization of any products.
I think you should ban it. I don't think nationalizing it will help. Why can't you ban it?
Banning it doesn't work.
No, I disagree. I think we haven't given. I think we haven't given because we haven't given a concerted effort yet. This is what I'm saying to you.
We had an amendment in America. Do you know how hard it is to make America?
I'm speaking from England, right?
Okay, but
I'm aware of some of your history. I'm aware of some of your history, but I'm also aware of the corruption and the monopolization. Bruv, we're the head of the beast. What are you talking about? No us, no you.
Not anymore.
No, it is that like that, right? Do you think a small little country like England could colonize half the world if they didn't master the art of bloody mental warfare or psychological warfare? Right. We're the head of it, and you just don't get it yet.
I wouldn't say. I'd say y'all have like more like viral warfare. Okay. I think y'all have like better like biological warfare than like mental.
You just don't get it yet. You just don't get it yet. Where do you think the ideas of laws and things come from?
Or something. I don't know.
I'm a black man telling you this as a Brit. This is what I'm saying to you. You're not deep in what I'm actually saying.
I think America is like more of a cultural exporter than the UK.
Right, yeah, and the culture. Right, so my opinion is America's biggest export is culture and entertainment. Okay, so if a massive landmass like America, right, who's known for like basically, we make things look cool through media, starts to make something detrimental to society, you know, like guns, drugs, gangsters, like all kinds of crazy shit. We start to export this across the world. We're putting a stamp on this to say, hey, it's cool, right? But it's not cool, right? 7 million people a year, 1.6 million people just by being around you smoking, right? 44 billion a year, right? Cost on our healthcare and social services versus 7 billion made in tax, right? You being able to say it's cool to smoke weed has real world consequences.
Well, I would say the ultimate issue with like the cultural exports is capitalism once again. The profitization of doing so.
Hey fam, you want dispensaries? I'm saying ban them.
You can try.
I think we should. I think we should give it a try.
We've already tried, dog.
No, I don't think so.
They don't work.
I don't think so, bro.
You said look at the UK. I'm saying look at the 400 million people that live in the US that
Yeah.
actually has prohibition has led to worse outcomes.
Yes, but I think prohibition was done as a Christian experiment. It wasn't done as an actual policy that was meant to stay, and it was under policed. Okay, you can't.
I think there's a little bit of
I
both.
understand that we're supposed to reference history from the things that have happened to understand where we're going, but our modes of communication, e.g., our psyops, right, and our policing tactics are way more advanced than it was in like the 1920s or whatever that was. Okay, times have changed. Now, I'm not saying that it should be policed on like a very like hardcore surveillance state. I'm saying if you change the public consciousness around the topic, you will see real world changes over time, right? Which is the greater harm reduction strategy, rather than normalizing the like dysfunction. Okay, so make no doubt, like
I
have
think
no
this
doubt, it
bill,
is a dysfunction, and that's kind of the bit you've been avoiding addressing the whole time. The psychological damage and the actual social destruction of drugs. You've avoided that.
no, I've directly addressed it.
I don't think you have.
I cited Switzerland.
I don't think you have. What? Think about Switzerland's economy and the various other ways that Switzerland functions in comparison to Germany or Brazil or Jamaica or Ghana or like Canada. Okay, Switzerland, like those parts of Europe, are very different in various ways. The education system is different there. Like the policing in totality is different there. Right, Sweden, Switzerland, like those kinds of places aren't really good like case studies like that. They're completely different worlds. I'm not saying that they aren't. You know, not saying they
Air
aren't.
frying a chicken wrap. I don't know. I think you're coping really hard.
All right, fair's Drew. Right,
You're coping.
if you want drugs to be legal,
All right, chat.
good luck to you,
One
bro.
if you think Drubo won.
Nah,
Two
nah,
if
nah,
you
nah,
think
nah, nah,
Drubo didn't lose.
nah.
Come on,
It's okay,
you
bro.
conceded.
It's okay, bro. I think the production and the consumption of tobacco products is immoral. I think the
Got a
greater
couple of
harm
ones in chat
the
already.
greater harm reduction strategy is to ban it.
I think you know
long
what won
term.
when he stopped playing Elden Ring.
Bruv.
To talk to me.
Listen, it was nice having you come up. All right. I
Love
think
you,
you're
bro.
coping because you like drugs too much. I think
I
maybe
don't do any drugs.
one day you might change your mind.
On doing drugs, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get a different job where I can.
No, I don't think you should, bro. Just like keep your mind, right? Stay as you were born, bro. You don't need the drugs.
Oh, you want me to stay a baby?
Yeah, stay as you were. Like, just, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
I
you
was
should
born
be
a baby,
obsessed.
but-
You should be obsessed with purity culture, but like, in terms of what you came into this world with, why not
I came into
maintain
this
it?
world with
Why not look
weed
after
and
it?
alcohol and tobacco existing.
Whatever, man.
And build a smoking public.
It was nice speaking to you, Juvo. Right? It was nice speaking to you, Juvo. We'll speak
W
again on a
concession.
different. No, it's not purity culture. It's literally health
concession.
consciousness. It's literally just health consciousness,
Got
bro.
it.
Anyways,
Yeah,
appreciate you, bro.
do kratom instead.
Hey,
You gotta do kratom instead.
do what?
No, it's like the little gas station pills.
Oh, okay. All
Not
right.
funny.
Anyways, bro. Nice speaking to you, Rad. Take it easy.
W.
See. All right, that was Jubo. Jubo has some interesting points. All right, big up to Jubo. I think he said creatine. Vinny P.
Yep.
What's up, bro? How you doing?
Good, how you doing, babe?
Not too bad. What's your take?
I don't think it should be legal. I'm wondering why you think it should be illegal.
Why should I think what should be illegal, sorry?
Smoking and vaping.
Yeah, I think the damage is way more significant than the benefits. Bro, lift that up. This has massive, like, bro, you've never seen someone with like COPD, emphysema, or cancer, have you? Like, you've never experienced that. This is why you think it's a minor thing, bro, but it's not. Right? This is like billions of people actually, right, over like the course of a couple of years, are suffering from all these things. Kids are literally being born with like asthma and stuff like that due to these environments that they're growing up in. It's not a minor thing. This is a health thing. Bro left. No, let's enjoy some game until someone else wants to come up. But it's not a minor thing, bro. It's like there's copious amounts of evidence that smoking is way more worse for you than it is good for you. It's just obvious. It's just like It's just people just can't get over their addiction. That's what the problem is. What's up, Drew?
I agree to like an extent. Sorry, it's really echoey in here, but
That's alright.
like I agree because
I do
my mum
fresh.
used to smoke. My mum used to smoke, and I got her to stop.
Good on you, bro. Well done.
But I think like in certain cases, like with Parkinson's or like PTSD, you can allow that person to like have a joint.
Maybe.
I think that's all right, but you can get it like medically prescribed.
Look, I don't agree with that as a thing. I don't think it should be normalised in that way. But I can understand. What I'd be more interested in is them actually extracting the medicinal like parts of these drugs and using them in like a more controlled way than actually smoking them.
Yeah, like
Right,
like an
smoking them is kind of like rudimentary. It's kind of bad.
yeah.
You know?
I'm guilty of that.
Like, you know, like if you could extract the good parts of the thing and just turn it into a drink or like a juice or an oil or something,
Yeah,
then
I mean
fine.
you can do that. There are like syrups and edibles and things like that.
But primary, like a lot of people made this about like weed and like other substances, but I'm primarily really talking about tobacco products, right? The stuff you can walk in a shop and buy legally.
Okay, yeah,
That's
I
that's
agree.
primarily what I'm actually talking about. Like I know, like like listening to Drew Berry, if that's his name, like might have had you thinking that we weren't talking about tobacco products, but I'm talking about tobacco products, not
I mean,
cannabis.
you might be glad to know I live in the UK, and in the UK, if you're born after 2009, you just straight up can't buy cigarettes or
Good.
vapes.
Good. I'd heard like so we had this conversation about maybe 2 years ago or so, and I heard there was something in the works like that. That's good.
Mm.
That's good. That's a good step in the right direction, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I agree pretty much, but I'm gonna bounce. You have a good day, man.
Oh, you too, bro. See you later. All right, so like I'm learning a lot by speaking to people about this. It's my own fault for coming unprepared, but now that I'm speaking to people, I can see the various different angles. So I think we can develop over time in this conversation. Hello, Poggers. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Hey, W, Drew, bro. All right, Fairs. 1 second. Sorry, Poggers. Drew, bro, though. Like, seriously. The green stuff is not good, bro. It's not good. Anyways, Poggers. sorry about that. What do you want to talk about, Poggers?
So I'm someone who have used vapes successfully to quit cigarette smoking.
Really?
Yeah. So I used to smoke like it kind of start. So I'm younger. I'm only 25. But when I was in high school, vapes got really popular, right? Like Juul cigarettes. That's like Juul, the e-cigarette brand. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. That was like
I've probably seen
really,
one.
really, really popular when I was in high school. And so I kind of have a weird journey where I started with that because I was really young and naive and ended up addicted to nicotine, and then started smoking real cigarettes as I got older, and then have
Oh,
since used
oh shit.
e-cigarettes to get back off of real tobacco. And obviously my story is
That's a vicious cycle, bro.
like no, like I don't wouldn't recommend anyone to start smoking or using tobacco nicotine products at all. Like I don't condone that. Like do not start if
Same.
you aren't addicted. But I think it gets tricky because so I'm also like currently I'm like I've been sober for over a year from like all of like mind altering stuff, drinking, any of that
Good for
stuff,
you,
right?
man. Good
And
for you.
thing about people who are in sobriety is that a lot of times nicotine, especially like cigarettes, but mostly as I've in my experience, e-cigarettes are like really, really popular as kind of a replacement like for harm reduction
I think that's
in
bad
terms
though.
of like using other drugs. Not, but like I think it's better to do something that like if it gives you like an itch to scratch, like nicotine, it's
Yeah.
better than doing like an illegal drug or drinking, for
I,
example, and being
I
like
can't I,
really
I can't
drunk.
really understand that mindset though. It's like I don't get it. It's like a negative type of comparison. It's like, well, yeah, I'm bad, but at least I ain't that guy kind of bad. Like, I don't really get that. It's like you're
No,
still
no,
doing
I'm
two
not.
bad things.
Of course, but it's like a harm reduction thing, right? So
I don't.
the idea is, in
If
generally
if you
speaking,
can get off the vape, so if you can, but if you can't, then what? Have you just been like you just been like passed on
well,
to
I'm saying
another
a lot
drug
of
dealer?
people, a
Really,
lot of people
that's kind of what's
use the
happened.
vapes as a crutch. A lot of people use the vapes as a crutch to not get back on other way worse things, is what I'm saying,
But
right?
lot,
Like where the damage is not just to themselves, but to like others around them. You know what
yeah,
I mean? And like,
we don't know the
secondhand
long
smoke, all
term.
that, but
But this is the thing though with vaping. This is why it's kind of a con, right? Because we don't know the long term effects of vaping yet. It's like fairly recent in our like culture.
no, agreed. Yep,
Right? And the various
100%.
different chemicals that are going to be found in these batches people are cooking up are probably going to have some serious consequences. Like,
Absolutely true, for
so
sure.
I don't see like the prevention isn't there, right? It's you're literally passing up one substance, one poison for another kind of thing. Right? Whereas you could step back. Now I understand it as a tool. Yeah, popcorn lung is something I've heard about as well. Now I understand it as a tool for getting off tobacco products, but I think it's just another type of addiction, which is really them just passing you on to like, for instance, right? If the tobacco industry is seeing that okay, we've had like nearly 100 years of pressure from people saying that we're killing people, and they know they are. There's no two ways about it. They know that's why they had to put warnings on the packs. They're killing people every time they sell a pack. They know they are. It makes sense for them to be able to pivot and transition to another type of industry that is parallel to what they currently do. And the vaping industry is just like that, right? If you look around England, I know you're not from England, you'll see how many stores have popped up just like in the last 10 years all over the place, right? So it's not
Oh,
only just,
it's the same here. Yeah.
yeah, but think about it. You can't go to somewhere in England, right, that just sells cigarettes. How do you keep a shop open that just sells cigarettes? But now in the UK, there's shops that just sell vapes, right? So think about the level of like customer, like how
Well,
much
in
they
the
have to
U.S., we have
sell.
worse. We have our own problems. I don't know what you guys have, but here, the U.S. has our own set of problems. Like the smoke shops here sell products like 7-O and like opioid substitutes.
I
I don't
have
know if
no
you've
idea
ever
what that
heard of
is.
these. Dude,
No.
no, this is you should look it up. They're literally like it's like heroin almost. Like
Jeez.
it's like a it's like 7-O is like a it's an opiate
It's kind of
substitute.
an
So
inconspicuous
a lot
name.
of people take it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like I don't know it's some short for some long chemical name.
Okay.
But anyways, just to address your point, look, I hear what you're saying, and even if you assume that the vapes have like these really really bad long term consequences, I hear you. But I just don't like I can't really ever argue in favor of like probation and restrictive like solutions to this problem. Like, if anything, I do like what the UK did, and I think the person who was on mentioned this that they banned smoking for people who are like underage. So if you're like 12 now or something in the UK, you'll never be able to buy
Yeah,
cigarettes
yeah,
and tobacco like your whole life legally.
legally, yeah,
But
but they still get them.
legally, I think that's still yeah, but like okay, they can
Because
still get
yeah,
cocaine,
but
they
this
can
is the
still get
thing,
all sorts of
we're not
illegal drugs.
addressing
What
the
do you mean? Like
influence. Because we're not addressing the
yeah,
influence. That is the problem. The market
okay,
is one side of it, but the public consciousness is the main problem. It's like,
okay, but
if you
since
want to win a
tobacco has been
war,
grown in
you
the
have
new
to win the hearts and minds. You can attack the
like I
market,
feel like you
sure.
lost this war. I feel like your position has kind of lost this war 600 years ago. Like when tobacco came from the New World, has there ever been a period where it hasn't been like a vastly marketed
Right, so
material
right,
ever?
but now
Like has it
think
ever
about the
like
conditions. Think about the conditions in which tobacco was brought to the New World and who it was bought by. Okay, it's the same system of coercion. So like the families of those people are the same people who are running like a tight knit
wasn't it
oligarchy
like
now. Okay, that old
okay,
money
didn't it take a
is
long
still
time for
problematic in
tobacco to get
society
affordable?
now. No, you're not hearing what I'm saying, right? So in terms of trades, like European expansion, right, happened under a system of colonialism, right? But to
Yeah.
get to the system of colonialism, you had slavery amongst the Europeans, right? The slavery was everywhere, right? The slavery expanded into feudalism. Various different soldiers, various different families rise into prominence, right? And then that feudalism expands into capitalism. But between the period of feudalism and capitalism is your colonial expansion. So it's groups of people going over to other lands to exploit those people, bring the goods back, basically free of labor, from free labor, and then exploit the people
Yeah.
back here. Okay? So the average man ending up like the average man isn't like a bloody Lord of the Rings when like Bilbo and Gandalf are smoking a pipe and the Shires. It wasn't like that. Okay, initially tobacco, coffee, sugar, all of those things weren't accessible to the peasants that lived in the commune under the
Right.
feudal
No, yeah,
lords.
that's
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. Yep. Yeah,
so
yeah.
but in order for the system to expand to them, it has to expand to them under exploitation, because the tobacco is killing them. The alcohol is killing them. Okay, the
Sorry,
various
I gotta
sugars
I
it's
gotta
killing
address
them.
this guy in the.
Right?
I gotta respond to this guy in the chat because this is so dumb. Yeah, people smoked before colonialism and slavery
Of course.
new Native Americans did for thousands of years.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what
but
we
like
heard. I don't know for
like
sure.
we're talking about marketing like tobacco as a product, which happened after
Yeah, but it's,
colonialism.
yes,
in the New
it's
World.
the marketing, but it's also the hyper production, right? That comes from it.
Yeah.
Right? You don't like if you just go out to a farm somewhere, which it doesn't exist anymore because of the said systems I just said, people fencing off the commons and exploiting the actual people on the land, right? No one goes out and grows in natural systems. No one goes out and grows surpluses. Surpluses are done to sell, right? To make profits. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
So in the past, no one was going to say, all right, I'm going to grow tobacco fields on fields on fields to have surplus tobacco to sell to foreigners. That's part of a system of exploitation fundamentally. Okay.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but people have been trading the good, right? And making money off of it and like exploiting people as you framed it. Like I'm not
Yeah.
gonna disagree with your framing,
But it's an
but
immoral
they've been
good.
doing it consistently for hundreds of years. So like how do you exactly
Yeah.
plan
But
on
but
efficiently
it's
stopping
it's
that
fundamentally
happening?
because it's fundamentally immoral in
Like
this
if
in the same way, right? That was the kind of point I was trying to say to you. So if you're saying like we lost the argument 600 years ago, no, right? It's the same fight, right? To fight against immoral exploitation. Okay.
yeah, but like how are you
The
gonna like
product.
okay. In real life, there's people who have
Yeah.
like who are addicted to it. There's people
Right.
who like are dealing with who are exploited by the industry still, right? Like even though there's not
No
slavery
doubt.
involved in the
There is.
cultivation of tobacco, it's still maybe
There
sure.
is.
I'll even
Okay.
that. Like there's tons of exploitation. It's still involved today in the industry. I'm sure it's not as bad as it was in the 1600s, right? That was
No. Yeah.
way worse.
Probably
But
not.
like, but even if you grant that as it is, you have to deal with like how it you have to deal with like reality, right? Like
Yeah.
where today the best approach is like, okay, how do we make it better for like as many people as possible?
That's what
little
I'm
by
trying to
little?
say. That's what I'm
You know
trying
what I'm
to
saying?
say.
So how do you want to
Right. So
do that?
so you
That's my
help.
question.
So first, you help the people that are addicted already, right? You have to change the consciousness around the topic. Okay. You don't come in and say like it's okay to keep getting sicker. Right, you need to first be able to build an analysis of the sickness and address it to offer up some kind of, like a care plan, so to speak, right? But if you fail to give a correct analysis of the ailment, right, you can't address it systemically, okay? So first you help the people that are addicted, but you help the people that are addicted by raising the consciousness around the topic, right? And then offering up alternatives or solutions to their addiction. But by raising that consciousness around the topic, you also get to influence the kids that influence the parents from the bottom up, right? Because the next generation or the various generations down the line won't have the experience of being born into the world where cigarettes are normalized that way, because the consciousness is already raised around it, or vapes, right? But if you fail to do that point, if you fail to address it in that kind of public way, you keep it on the market and you keep saying it's okay to be sick and keep saying it's okay to make yourself sicker and sicker and sicker. And that influence rubs off on the people underneath them, kind of thing, right? So what I'm trying to say is this, yeah? The plan is to ban it for greater harm reduction, but slowly, via regulations, kind of like what Drew was saying. But at the same time, you can't just be like, look, at no point is it going to be moral to produce tobacco and sell tobacco, knowing what it does. You just
Yeah, I
can't
agree.
you can't say you want to live in a society where our laws are built around morals or normative values and still have tobacco, right? Or still have things that are damaging you like that. There's no way. You
I'll leave
can't
with
have both.
I gotta go, so I'll leave with this. If your position is just like you want to keep those like a anti-tobacco industry PR campaign going, and you want like to not have new to have like a not have a new generation of smokers, because in the
But
U.S. at
yeah,
least, I don't know about the U.K., but in the U.S. like when I was growing up, people did not smoke. Like there was a very brief but a period of time, like
they
maybe
they
15 years,
did.
where people just did not smoke like as much. Like the rates of new like smokers like with millennials is far less in the United States than with people my age, like a little younger, because of the vapes. So I agree with you that there's like a problem there, and that like the PR, it was working, it was working for a time. So maybe there's something to it. But yeah, I think you have a lot of interesting stuff to say. That's why I wanted to talk. Thanks for
I
letting me
appreciate
come
you. I
on.
appreciate you,
That's all.
Boggers. I know
All right.
I
Have
haven't
a good
really.
day.
I appreciate you, Boggers. Thanks for coming up. Right? I haven't really thought out what I really want to say. So as you can see, I'm kind of rambling and ranting. Right, but I think the main thing I'm trying to drive home here is right. The production and consumption of tobacco products as a whole, including vapes, is immoral, right? Because of the harm it does on the people who consume it, and the larger harm at by producing these products, chemical wise, like industry wise. Okay, but the next side issue to that is the cost that we make on it societally versus the cost that it incurs us, right? So like in the UK, we make about £7 billion by taxing tobacco products a year. But overall, it cost us 44 billion in healthcare and society, right? So let me not just keep rambling it, right? I'll read you it off the actual website, okay? So World Health Organization. This was published 25th of June 2025. There's another one that was published in 29th of May 2026, right? So it's like, last month, okay? So yeah, like key findings, right? Tobacco kills up to half of its users who don't quit. That's 1 in 3 people. Tobacco kills more than 7 million people each year, including an estimated 1.6 million non-smokers who are exposed to secondhand smoke. Around 80% of the world's 1.3 billion tobacco users live in low and middle income countries, right? To address the tobacco epidemic, yes, you don't really care about that part, right? Now here's the study. Here's the figures from the May study. Okay, it's done by ASH. It's Action on Smoking and Health. Okay, so published by Action Smoking and Health. Figures. People don't want to hear this part, like stats and figures, but who cares, right? So it's saying. Let me just start the right point here. Right, so around 27.8 billion. It costs us in lost productivity costs, 14.8 billion in social care costs, 1.8 billion in healthcare costs, 383 million in costs linked to fires caused by smoking. Right? There's plenty of data out there. This is just like finance wise, okay? So there's the immoral production, and then there's the cost to society. But the reality is, there's real world health consequences as well. Like not just like minor health consequences. We're talking about cancer. We're talking about OCPDs. We're talking about emphysema. We're talking about asthma. You know, real fucking problems. Okay, they're not like easy things to live with. Can you imagine living life not being able to breathe? Okay, or relying on a tank or a respirator. Like that's not a minor thing, bro. Like the damage to your respiratory system is incredibly difficult to live with. But the thing is, I don't think it is just the risks that people are willing to take. I think they're like, in a very unfortunately, Noam Chomsky type of way, their consent to this has been manufactured. They don't actually know what they're agreeing to when they start smoking. Like most people who smoke, if you ask them to think back, who was it who gave you a cigarette the first time? What was this like, the context of that? Why did you become addicted after that? Right? It's going to be very difficult for them to pin that down. Like, it's a larger scheme. Anyways, right? Anyone else want to come up so I can just stop rambling? I think after today, what I'll do is I'll go away and I'll think a bit better about this actually, in terms of argument's sake. But I thought I'd switch it up. You gotta think you're a national security threat. Since when, Goat Man? Oh yeah, atheists, right? You're on the blacklist. No, I don't think that's a. I don't think banning tobacco products is actually an affront to freedom, bro. I don't think it is in any way. It's literally just removing a product off the market. If you still want to seek tobacco products, then it's like you got to go produce them for yourself. But like, think about the amount of like defunct, if that's how you say it, companies that used to produce stuff that are no longer on the market. It's just literally removing an option from the market. That's all it really is. That's all it really is. And again, right, should your individual personal freedom be held higher than the collective? I have the same opinion on alcohol, right, but I haven't really decided how I'm going to approach it yet. I do also, but you think your individual free will should be higher than the collective's health or like the society at large? That's That's a crazy thing to say, right? Now, like, that's an honest thing to say. Don't get me wrong, right? If I was just like an egoist through and through, who's on some Ayn Rand Nietzschean type shit, then yeah, sure. But the reality is, as a person in society, I'm dependent on my fellow man in so many different ways that it can never just be about me. Even if I wanted it to be, it'd be ridiculous. So, but shit, bro. If I was like, put it this way, right? What if a company today decided to just cook up some random poison, right, and just put it into the market, and it has all the exact same effects as cigarettes? Would we actually allow that? Right. Would we actually allow that? Right. Say like we're just gonna make a new product today, right, and figure out that it kills 7 million people a year. Would we allow it to come into the market? If the answer to that is no, then what is the difference in stopping one that's already acting like that? No, but that's the thing though, right? If it was a brand new product, right, you'd be like, no way, like, I'll just get this off the shelves. But because there's the history of it, right, and like, you know, like the public coercion over time, it seems normal to you. But it's not really normal, right? It's not really normal to turn your lungs into like a furnace at all. It's not normal to turn your throat into a chimney. That is not normal. It's actually super dysfunctional. Okay, you're like, and that your anatomy isn't designed for that. It's like literally suicide. Excuse my language. I apologize if that triggered people. But it's yeah. I've not figured out how I want to articulate this properly yet. But give it some time. Maybe I'll convince one or two of you to quit, or I'll just berate you with emotional rants. But yes, feel free to request up if you want to discuss this. Right, give me a perspective I haven't heard. Give me one good reason why tobacco products should not be illegal or should be legal. Got alcohol tax. Let's have a look. Now I know about sugar tax in the UK. That was a good start. But you see how and that's the other thing as well about how the market functions, right? The minute you bring in regulations and companies realize they're gonna lose money, they start to fix up, bro. They start to change the formula, right, in order to stay in the game. So think about like before they bring in a sugar tax, how many products were just like literally effed up, right? Instead of them bringing the whole brand down off, they just restructured the formula to keep their stuff on the shelves, right? So they can help you if they want to. They just don't want to fucking do it. And different methods based on beverage type. I can't. I'm looking at it now, Lube. I can't say I really understand what's being said here. What was it before? Yeah, I don't really understand what they're saying here. They're telling me about the tax percentages, but I don't really understand. Well, if you feel that way, Lost Pet, why waste your time, right? Why waste your time? Yeah, I don't think that to be a problem, right? Making something illegal and then the crime rate matching that illegality. I think that's just a temporary spike. It's kind of obvious. But I'm like, when I say, I really do believe, right, the way our society functions, especially in Britain, more people are inclined to be law-abiding citizens than not. Right? Yeah, you might bend a rule every now and then, right? You might even break a law every now and again. But the vast majority of people are more willing to stay within the boundaries of the law for the various other things happening in their life. Okay, so to risk and mess up everything else in your life over one small addiction that you could actually overcome, to most people seems ridiculous. But it needs to be presented to them in that fact. Hey, you're literally just addicted to this thing, right? And this addiction is causing you to malfunction mentally, meaning you're not thinking clearly. Okay, so if it's presented to people like that, like, look, you're making a choice to ruin your life. Bro, drop down. I think most people be like, well, like, it was fun while it lasted, right? Let's move on to something else, probably. And again, obviously, addiction is difficult, right? It's like half is the substance, the other half is your brain. But we have tactics to address that. What's up, Natalie? We have various different ways to address that. No, I'm not comparing them, right? I think across the board they should all be banned, right? It's just a matter of how you go about it. But I really, and like, not to be disrespectful, but I do think majority of the general population are quite sheepish in terms of their opinion making. It's like, if you look at how our politics are in a country right now, the opinions around certain issues are being shaped for people rather than people actually thinking for themselves. So a matter like this is something that could be shaped for the public. It's just whether or not people would get behind it, you know. And you got to remember, it will be the people fighting corporations ultimately, because, you know, corporations are pretty damn powerful. Like, you start getting too effective with telling people that, you know, you should stop smoking. 2 2s now. Yeah, he was suicidal. Like, yeah, he didn't check his brakes. So that kind of shit. So you're gonna be affecting somebody's bottom line, but you could save like 7 million lives a year, potentially. I think that's worth at least giving it a shot, bro. It's like, start making you could do shit like, and then this is quite ridiculous, right? But I'm just having just to think out loud since there's no one to speak to. Right? You could set up a system like, once it's fully made illegal, right, and people do decide to continue to consume tobacco products and do get caught and do get arrested, you can make them do shit like go do community service on like you know, like a respiratory ward or something like that, or just be around people who are dying from the consumption of these things. Force it into their face, force it in their faces. Okay, I know it's kind of effed up, but like, until you see it, you won't get it. Okay, that's the problem. All right, until you see it, you won't get it. And if it's not in your face, then it's just gonna be out of your mind. And you're just gonna think, oh, it's just another cigarette. 2 2s now. You can't even run up the stairs. You can't pick up your kids. You can't do nothing. And that plays into other things. But as for you lot who are on the substances, you can't even think clearly. The drugs are making your decisions for you. And you just don't realise it yet. Man, I saying crazy stuff in the chat, bro. Well, you say they're not that strong. See, this is the problem, right? People are under a delusion. Now, we are biochemical beings, right? That means we are biological beings made up of various different chemicals. If you introduce chemicals into, like, for instance, you're a petri dish, a walking, breathing, living petri dish. If someone comes and drops a disruptive chemical into that petri dish, they're going to change the makeup of what's in that petri dish. That is you, okay? When you take psychoactive substances, it changes your biochemical balance. The stuff that makes you who you are changes, right? In the instance where you feel high, right, that's a change. But long term, it actually changes you genetically. The makeup of your brain, how you think, how you function. And of course, tobacco products, it's going to change your respiratory system. How well you manage oxygen in your blood. All these kinds of things, it's going to change. This isn't bullshit. You're just a dummy, bruv. It's like, what are you talking about? You think you're not biochemical? Like, what? You're just an idiot. What are you talking about? If you take sugar, it changes you. If you take caffeine, it changes you. If you take nicotine, it changes you. If you take THC, it changes you. If you take DHD or whatever, like, keep on and on it goes, right? You are a biochemical being walking around with a collection of different chemicals and organs that produce chemicals, okay? But if you introduce another chemical externally, or I forget how this, they say it's like, so endogenous or something like that, to your system, you change what's already there, okay? The chemical balance that makes you who you are changes. Right? This is why different chemicals have different effects. This isn't like, I know it's after work and I'm a bit tired and shit, but we're gonna have to talk about this like in the morning or something, man. It's just like, how's this not obvious? Yeah, but the thing is, right, free will comes into question where you start damaging people around you, bro. So if, alright, of course, some of us are walking around in society without any friends, without any family. We're just alone, okay? Which I feel you, right? But the majority of us on this planet are interconnected, okay? So that means we have people who care about us and we care about people. And we're surrounded with other people by work, via college, just going to the shop or whatever. So you're not, as an individual, completely isolated. Your air quotation free will isn't free in terms of you can do whatever you want, right? You're within us, this isn't actually correct to say, but you're within a certain social or societal contract, meaning you agree to abide by certain laws and principles in order to remain in society that you exist in. Okay, so your rights have an interplay with other people's rights. So in order for you to say you have rights, you must acknowledge that someone else has rights. Now, how that plays into you smoking a cigarette, you thinking it's just your free will, it doesn't just affect you. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay? The long-term effects and the short-term effects affects not only you, but the people closest to you, then the system and your community at large. So the drug dealer that sells one bag of weed to one person in a council estate isn't just an interaction or a transaction between those two people. That affects the community at large and the country on, like, you know, en masse. So it's not just, I have free will, I can do X, Y, Z. Right? Yeah, you think you have free will, but you're operating under certain constraints. Now, say you continue the cycle of destruction, right? Then you're in hospital. You're costing the taxpayers, basically, right? Say you continue the cycle of destruction and you unalive yourself, right? Now the people closest to you suffer because of your ignorance, right? And the society at large also suffers from your ignorance, okay? Because, like, you know, palliative care and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, like, it's not just a one-time thing. But it low-key is validus, right? Right, so, right, from both the left and the right, they should agree on this. Okay. If you want the flourishing and happiness of most humans, then health is a high concern, right? There are certain chemicals that we have to prohibit from the market in order for people to not get hurt. This is just another one of those substances that has to be regulated. Like, if you go to work in an industrial estate or something, you'll be exposed to certain things that the general population just don't have available to them because they should only be used in certain circumstances. Okay? But either way, on the left and on the right, you both want as much people as possible. Unless you're like some psychopath that just wants everyone to die, like you're like a depopulation type of dude, which isn't unlikely. Okay? But you want as much people as possible to be alive and healthy. If you're a nationalist, if you're a communist or whatever, all right, your interests go beyond your, like, isolated experience. Your interests should, like, account for a collective experience too. That's all I'm trying to say. It's like, and to be fair, you can come up here and give me an argument for why I should think free will is even a thing anyway, because I don't think it is a thing. I don't think you do have free will. But yeah, like, the mic is open. I think the production and consumption of tobacco products is immoral, right? if a new product was to come onto the market today that kills 7 million people, well, technically 8.6 million people a year, right, would be up in arms about it, okay? But this tobacco, like this product, does this every year, year in, year out. All right, we get to like scrape £7 billion off the top of it yearly in tax, but then we also fork out £44 billion trying to fucking recover from it. It's like the pros just aren't outweighing the cons. That's all. If you're just like a cold hard economist, it just doesn't make sense. If you care about people's health, it doesn't make sense, right? If you care about like the consciousness of society, it doesn't make sense, right? Now, if you're addicted to smoking, then it makes sense to you, right? You want to be able to keep your addiction going, I'm sure, right? Or if you just hate people, you want to see people suffer, like you want to see hell on earth, then yeah, like it makes sense to keep it going. But the pros just don't outweigh the cons. It's just really as simple as that. That's true, Kuro, right? But the other part of it is, I don't think, like, the reality is, no reasonable, rational person would smoke. It's obviously an emotional choice, but it's also a coerced choice. Sorry. Okay? So meaning there's various levels of influence into it. So you don't, like, you wouldn't just pick up a vial of poison and just start sipping it, right? Of course, alcohol is poison, which we'll talk about another time. But just as an analogy, you wouldn't just pick up a vial of poison and just start sipping it, just because, like, yeah, it makes my head feel light, so I enjoyed a little light feeling in my head. Like, you wouldn't do that, okay? So it's the same thing. Yeah, I know, Dingo, but still, here we are. Legit, Kuro. That is legit true, right? The alcohol and tobacco industry is incredibly powerful and influential, and has been for like centuries now. So it's hard. It's an uphill fight against like crazy powerful people. But then the problem is trying to like convince your fellow man to wake up. Like you can literally go from being addicted to all of these substances and pro these substances to being against it, right? And just sober, but it's not impossible. Okay, it's not impossible at all. It's absolutely doable. But like the society, not even society, it's individuals within society who have this super or this ultra defeatist mindset. It's like, oh, you can't do anything anyway. Just give up and die. Like, what do you mean? You're like here temporarily. Like literally, you're not here that long. Right, and this is shortening that time. Yeah, it's not controlling others though, Lithius, right? It's literally just taking a product off the market. If you're gonna go produce the product and consume it, go for it. Right? It'd be the same as me saying like, let's take chewing gum off the shelves. Like, we're not gonna sell chewing gum anymore. If you still really want chewing gum that badly, then go and get it. Go make it yourself. The reality is, right, the production of tobacco and the selling of it is immoral, bro. And not immoral from a religious point of view, just like a utilitarian type of immoral. It harms too many people to be useful to society. It doesn't actually make sense. Right, so should we put, the temporary happiness of an isolated few above the population? I don't think we should. And what's worse, that temporary happiness comes with a big cost every year. 44 billion pounds every year for the happiness of a few, and a few who go on to poison the next generation. Okay, your kid sees you smoking in the house. They're, I don't know the statistics, but they're way more likely to start smoking as well. So you're normalizing it. Yeah, Big Pharma has a part to play in it, but they're not right. They're not at the center of this. But it is a big corporation, there's no doubt. So request up. You can hit this button, this little 2-man icon at the bottom, and request up and speak. I don't know how much longer I feel like just rambling and chatting to the chat. Not even playing the game at the minute. Yeah, I disagree with alcohol as well. Have a rod. I just haven't got around to it yet. I also think alcohol is quite detrimental, both on our healthcare system and like individual health. Yeah, so water is an essential, bro. It's essential. It's an essential that we've created a utility of, right? We've turned into a utility. Tobacco isn't an essential. You don't need tobacco in order to survive. You might think you do because you're addicted, but you don't. No, Lithios, right? It's not analogous. It's not even close. No, right? Water is an essential thing to survive. Okay? Lithios, if you do not own the means of production for tobacco, right? Meaning you don't produce it, right? You don't own the machines or the land where it's grown, okay? If that person who owns that decides to stop selling it, right? That has nothing to do with controlling you. Okay? You think someone's controlling you because you've been indoctrinated into using this substance already. You've been coerced. Your consent has been manufactured to kill yourself from this product. But if the product is simply removed, it has very little to do with you, right? Now, it might benefit you in the long terms, but it's not literally around controlling you. Now, me saying making it illegal, that is controlling you, right? But for the benefit of the greater number of people. To me, that is a harm reduction strategy. Nah, I disagree, Gooch, or whatever, however you say your name. But instead of yapping there, come up and talk to me about it. Or maybe you're smoking right now. Maybe you can't catch your breath. Oh my gosh. Alright, so do we put restrictions on firearms, Leothos? Lithios. Do we put restrictions on corrosive substances? Okay. Do we put restrictions on chemicals? Do we put restrictions on the type of things and modifications you can do to machinery? Why do we put these restrictions in place, Lithios? Okay, it's a simple question. Why do we put these restrictions in place? Right. Are you saying all control is bad? Right. You just want like pandemonium? And I'm not saying you're an anarchist, because even anarchists understand what I'm saying. Right. Are you trying to say all restrictions, all control methods are bad? So I don't think that would be the case. Right. There's literally certain normative laws that are stopping someone right now from kicking you in the face. Right. Are all controls bad? Probably not. Okay. What I want to understand is why you don't want to save like 8.6 billion people, million people a year. That's what I want to understand. Yeah, but there are restrictions put on driving, right? There are certain things you can and cannot do to the motor vehicle and while operating the motor vehicle. You're not supposed to operate the motor vehicle under any kind of substance, that's for sure. Why? Because it impairs your cognitive functions. So there you go, right? Your thinking doesn't even make sense. I don't even know what that is, Logan. Good, I'm glad that's how I sound. Yeah, ban cars. Lithios, you're just emotional, fam. But The man says he writes poetry and loves Gundam. Get away from me. Oh my gosh. Get away from me, bro. Go write a poem or something. No, I'm joking, bro. You're cool on my back. Anyone that knows Gundam gets a nod from me. Anyways, it's been like 2 hours, 40 minutes. We spoke to some interesting people, but hey, I don't really come really prepared like this, so. So what are those? What are those, Logan? I don't know what that is. Man, it's like a... like, I get it. Like, I get Harriet Tubman. I get it. Alright, they just don't fucking know. Alright. But ignorance is bliss, as they say. It's really just a matter of time. But they aren't, though, Gabriel. That's the thing. If it was just like some isolated thing, it'd be fine. But like, you're talking about corporations that are making billions of pounds and killing like 8+ million people a year. Why should I care? Because that could be me. That could be you. It could be a kid on the street. It could be one of our parents. It could be our grandparents. Why don't you care is the better question. It's not their choice, though. They're being coerced. Right, no one, like, for instance, no reasonable person, right, would pick up a substance that is going to kill them. Look, come up here and convince me free will even exists, bruv. Come up here. Come on, don't be shy, bro. You got a lot to say from the chat. Come up here and convince me free will even exists, and then you can make the argument that they're just using their free will. Because they're not the one producing the product. They're the consumers of the product. And the product is psychoactive, meaning there's an addictive element to it. So it's not really a choice, it's a coercion. Like you should just like look at the history of propaganda. At a certain point, doctors were telling people it's okay to smoke cigarettes. Why? Right? Because of these corporations were lobbying and paying them off to do so. So it's not just it's just a free will, it's a choice. I don't think so, bro. I'm not even a conservative, bro. I'm just being honest with you. Hello?
Yo,
How you doing, bro?
I'm good. How about you?
Not too bad. What's your name?
My name, just call me like Soldier.
Soldier, yeah?
What about you? Set?
Yeah, set, bro. How you doing anyways?
Bet. Good, man. I was gonna say, bro, what's your deal with smoking and vaping?
I think it's just bad. I think it's a net negative. Like, the pros don't outweigh the cons.
I can see where you're coming from. In the UK, it's probably a little different because y'all's laws have like, they got it set up to where they just they'll still be able to go and get like disposable vapes, and then they go trash the place with them. That's why they started banning them in the first place over there.
Yeah, that's a good point with the batteries and all that as well. It's effed up for the environment.
Yeah, it's fucked because all these kids don't care. Honestly, I could get behind that point. Them disposable vapes, fuck them.
I think in
But
general, though, bro.
in general, I mean, shit. Some people still gotta have it. Some people they be better off without it. They'd be better off without it for sure.
So can you give me a good reason why anyone would be better off with smoking in their life?
Smoking in their life, I mean,
Just in their life in general, whether it's hard
I would
substances
say
or
like
legal substances.
what legal substances in general.
Well, obviously, when I say legal, I'm talking about tobacco and vapes. But any type of
Okay.
substances, why should it be a good idea to go out and use them?
It's not necessarily a good idea. It's more of like something you do in your free time for fun or out with friends. You could do that. Like same with drinking. You know, you go out, you drink with your friends on the weekends after work, after you work all week. You know what I mean?
But why should you
Do
do
you do
that?
that or no?
That sounds like something you've been like acculturated to do. It's not necessarily something you would just do.
Maybe, yeah.
So what's the benefit of it?
You the benefit of drinking? I mean,
Well,
stress relief.
just in general. I don't think that's true actually. When you wake up the next morning, I don't think you're gonna be thinking about stress relief, right? Like when that poison is going through your body and like it's causing all kinds
Oh,
of
alcohol,
dysfunctions.
no.
I don't think it's gonna be stress
Alcohol is
relief.
different. Yeah, that's poison. But like smoking and stuff, yeah, it's more so just for stress relief. Some people are better off with it, I would say.
Alright, so why do you think it even has any kind of stress relief?
Well, to be honest, when you first smoke a cigarette, you're not doing it for, stress relief. But when you get addicted to the shit, you do it then for the stress relief. That's what gives you the stress relief. So yeah, I see what
I
you
don't
mean.
think that's really stress relief though. Then is it right? It's an addiction. It's a cycle of addiction.
True.
It's really what you're doing is you're going from a state of anxiety to a temporary relief back to a state of anxiety between the time when you smoke and you smoke again, or the time when you buy a drug and you could buy another drug. That's
You
really
would
what's
consider
happening.
like you would consider all addictions to be like all in the same category technically, right?
Well, yeah, I think they're a hindrance like human flourishing. We call them
Yeah.
vices for a reason because they're not virtuous. Right? They're bad for you. They're bad for your health. They're bad for your character ultimately, or character development.
That's true. I mean, there's some things that have like I would say medical reasons. I'm
Sorry,
not
I'm just
talking
leaning off the
about.
camera. My bad.
No worries. I was talking like not. I'm not talking about like alcohol or, like a cigarette or a vape. No, I'm not talking those have medical reasons, but like certain some medications and like over the counter could be or prescribed could be useful for some people. They could be considered legal, but they're still addictive. But
For
that's
sure.
the issue.
But like there's a certain context when like medicine is prescribed to a patient, right? And there's a there's a different context of recreational use of said thing. It's like if you have to have an operation or something, like yeah, you're prescribed like painkillers and stuff because it's part of the healing process. But if you're just like apparently trying to unwind or have fun, I don't think it should be used in that way. I think that's more damage to you than help.
Yeah, like definitely any kind of pill or anything like that. Like I'm not. That's not something you should be just like popping for no reason or for what I mean, stress relief. But I don't know. What would you rather people do
Not take
to
anything at
relieve
all.
their stress?
Just get teetotal sober. That's what I would rather see people do. I know it's kind of ridiculous, but we were born that way, so it's not impossible. We was like that all the way up until the point where someone influenced us to not be like that. Really.
That's true. You don't just wake up and like I want to smoke a cigarette today.
Exactly,
Someone's
right.
got- Yeah.
It's like a process of influences, maybe even some peer pressure and stuff like that. So it's like I don't think any isolated situation where someone just be like, you know what, I'm just gonna go burn that thing over there and just put it in my mouth. I don't think anyone's
Yeah.
like. I think yeah, of course there was some discovery in the past. It's like oh this tree makes me feel strange, probably. But then like, what that's become, I think is dangerous. So
Yeah.
it's not. There doesn't seem to be any pros to it.
I mean, it could be a little dangerous for sure. Like all these vapes and stuff are coming out especially when kids are smoking them.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, they're doing way more damage than they think they're doing, and then they won't realize it until one of their lungs have collapsed and they're in the ER with like a several $1,000 medical bill that they can't pay.
That shit's scary, bruv. The health part of it's scary,
Yeah.
but like what you just touched on there in America with healthcare being like a direct cost as well,
It's
that makes
fucked
it
up.
even more insane. It makes it even more insane.
But I think I think that like all these tobacco and alcohol companies could definitely be in the same category as like all these pharma companies, because they'll cause you a problem and then sell you the solution. Not
Yeah,
under the same company, but like some of these tobacco companies are owned by like pharma companies, are owned by this. Or sorry, are owned by the same people who own pharma companies.
I've not looked into it myself, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some truth to that. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, some of it is like it's a big business loop. It's a big like, how can we make the most money out of you? Pretty much, it's like a system.
Yeah,
That's how
legit.
America is.
That's how the world is, bro. Like when you really think about it, like there's like an oligarchy or just like in simpler terms, like a small group of people. I say small, but it's probably like maybe a couple 100,000 people who like across the entire world have just managed to pull all the resources, all the power, all the influence, and are just pulling the strings on the rest of us. And I don't mean that in a conspiratorial type of way. I literally just
No, it's
mean,
real.
yeah, how the markets are run,
Have you
So, so like,
have you heard of the? Sorry,
yeah, go on.
I was gonna say, have you heard of the 13 families?
No.
That's what people say. They say that the 13 families run the world.
I wouldn't be surprised in some way. Like, yeah, I just think, look, I'm not like super loony lefty, right? Not yet, anyways. But I do think, like, collectively, we have the power to change the view on how we approach these things. Oh, sorry's about to jump me. I think it starts with how we have conversations around these topics and how we influence each other. And I think the trend should always be towards the flourishing of human life, like the betterment of health outcomes and stuff like that. There's no reason to. Right, maybe someone has a reason, but I haven't heard a good reason to be against that.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like, in the grand scheme of things, like smoking and vaping is basically in the same category as other drugs. I mean, it's an addiction, right?
Yeah,
So,
it's literally a type of suffering. Like,
would you
and I
would you
would say
consider? Sorry.
sorry, I would say it's a type of suffering, and the production and selling of these products is a type of cruelty, knowing that it's suffering and still selling it anyway.
Yeah, yeah, they know what they're doing for sure. That's why
There's no
some
doubt.
of them like they really. Yeah, that's why some of them own the same companies that have the problem and the solution. There was, damn, what was it? There was another company I've heard of. Um, they sell a specific kind of like GMO. They sell like GMO seeds that are immune to like this type of pesticide, and then they also sell that pesticide, and it's like, yeah, I think it's called like
What?
glyphosate. It's like super widely used glyphosate,
That's crazy.
and yeah, it's supposed to kill weeds, but it'll also kill any plant that's like not, genetically modified to handle that, chemical.
And what company's doing that?
That's the thing. I forgot the name of them. That's why I gotta go do my research.
That's actually mad. So basically, you're saying they sell the genetically modified seed that guards against this, like, what is it, like a pesticide? Well, I don't know what the right
Yeah,
word would be.
they've genetically modified this like a seed to it'll grow, and it has a number of other benefits, not just like being immune to this glyphosate, this pesticide chemical. There's some useful factors, but it's in the grand scheme of things, like their whole idea is sell this, sell the problem and the weed killer, and then sell the solution, the immune seeds.
Yeah, I know I can see that being the case. I'm not even going to front. That sounds quite realistic.
There's a lot of other there's a lot of other companies that do similar practices like that, and not just in America.
Monsanto, I ain't heard that in years.
Monsanto.
Yeah, Geeka, like
Oh,
Monsanto is like
yeah.
a,
I think maybe.
it's like a, I don't know, like a buzzword back in like the 2010s. It's like one of the big blamers. You know, like how today we've got like Palantir. Monsanto was like a Palantir of that time. Like in name wise, like corporation name wise, like or like a BlackRock. Yo, you still there, bro? I think he left. Oh no, he's on a thingy. It's called purge trait. What do you mean? Let's see. Now that is an interesting view. Like some might say, people who are choosing to smoke is a part of natural selection, but I think that's effed up. I think that's quite effed up. But that is also a view on the matter as well. If you're gonna do something willingly stupid that's gonna unalive you and other people, like a more like harsh view would be like it's natural selection, which is kind of effed up.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it natural selection. You had a good
Hawking.
idea of it, like you're
what-
culturally accommodated to do these things.
Wait, sorry, what was that?
I
Oh,
said
oh
you're-
no, yes,
you're
I know what you
putting it
mean.
earlier. Yeah,
I know what you mean. But
I don't know if I said it right.
Hawking was just touching on what you said about the GMO seeds and how they're genetically modified. Well, the GMO. Sorry, I'm a little bit
Yeah.
distracted. But yeah,
No worries.
they are designed
I
to
looked
be
it up,
self-terminating, and they don't like bear seeds as well. So you have to keep buying them back from them. That's like one of the biggest problems with farmers.
The GMOs, you can't get new GMO seeds from a GMO plant. You gotta buy more.
Mm-hmm.
They're not like self-sustainable. That's another thing.
That's
But
a
yeah,
big hustle.
he was right. Monsanto is that company. Is one of these companies that's they sell glyphosate immune seeds and they sell glyphosate. Probably
what I
isn't
thought.
as big of a problem anymore, but there's other. My point was that there's so many other companies that are doing shit like that we don't even know about.
See, but this is what I'm saying. I find it hard to wrap my mind around like why people think this way. Like why people like intentionally are trying to unalive other people in this way. It doesn't make any sense. Like yeah, like profit is one part of it, but if you know like your actions are killing this many people every year, there has to be something deeper at play there. It can't just be for money.
Evil? I don't know. Some people think they're evil.
I mean, I don't think evil exists personally. I think evil is a stance dependent thing. I can see why you might say that. It is, to me, yeah, is akin to evil. But I think there has to be another reason.
Population control.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
But
man,
right.
it sucks, but I gotta get going here.
What was your name again, bro?
Just call me like Soldier or something.
Soldier.
Like the helmet.
Appreciate it, bro.
thing.
I feel like you was on YouTube at a certain point because I recognize your avatar.
Nah. It's a widely used avatar. It's like it's not the OG Xbox 360 profile picture, but it's
that's
like
what it is.
like a redrawn one. It's like it looks higher quality.
Okay, cool.
There's probably many people like that. Anyways,
All right,
I'll see
nice
you,
meeting you,
man.
Soldier, bro. Big up to you.
You too,
Take
bro.
care. Yep.
Hello. Yo, can you hear me fine?
Yeah, man. How you doing? I think you're on T. Ryan, I didn't forget
Sorry.
about free will. I don't think free will even exists like that in the way you're talking about it.
Sorry?
Yeah. No, I was talking to someone in the comments while you was on T, bro.
Okay. Well,
What's your name, bro?
I mean, obviously you're right. Oh, I'm Isaac. What's your name?
Set. Nice to meet you,
Oh,
bro.
Sut. Nice to meet you, man. So basically, the only way I disagree with you is I don't think that the government should be able to heavily regulate to the point of private recreational consumption, to the point of banning the consumption of like nicotine in individuals. I think that would be a violation of a person's autonomy.
What other measures could we use to do it though, to implement the ban?
Oh, I mean, I think that nicotine, or I mean, at least in the U.S., nicotine companies aren't allowed to advertise. I don't think they should be allowed to advertise in any way. The containers that all of this is sold in should not be allowed to have any nice aesthetic to it.
It's like
Flavored
that here.
nicotine should be banned.
It's like that here, but obviously that hasn't stopped anything. Because like,
Yeah, but people are going to do it anyway. Like, it's a person's right whether or not they want to smoke or not.
I don't think it should
And I
be
don't think
though.
a person's. Well, do you think that the government should be able to mandate a person's private consumption, whether or not
It's
it's
a product on
based
the
on
market
the
though.
wait? Let me finish a little bit. Do
Mm.
you think the government should be able to mandate or direct an individual's private consumption based on whether or not that consumption provides utility to the individual or society?
Wait, can you explain the last bit?
So should the government be able to tell an individual whether or not they can do something, that's inherently individualistic. Like obviously the government can tell you you can't kill
Mm.
people because that affects somebody else. But should the government be able to tell you that you can't do this because even though it only impacts yourself because
It
the
doesn't
government
though.
sees it as bad?
It doesn't just impact you. It is literally killing other people.
Oh, well, yeah, secondhand smoke, yeah.
Yeah.
But banning and smoking in public is banned.
All right. So, interestingly enough, right, I think all governments fundamentally should operate for the people and by the people. So there's that one point. There's the type of governance where you live may be different. Where I live obviously isn't that either. But foundationally, governments are supposed to operate by the people for the people. So if the government are supposed to be acting in the best interest of the people, then in this instance, yes, they should actually mandate that. Because
So
again,
the government should
it's
be able to tell a person
yeah, because
what kind
I
of
can't,
consumption they
yeah,
do, whether or not it provides a utility to the individual.
yeah, I can't buy certain amounts of chemicals or just like any certain types of chemicals at all, right? Because there's regulations on it. Right? It's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
really,
but that usually
it's not any
like
different.
those limits on buying chemicals is usually steered towards stopping production of certain like illicit substance because then that means you're selling things.
No, not necessarily.
But
It's just like what you can do with the substance on its own, or what the substance can cause. Right? You'd have to have a certain type of
yeah,
license to possess it. You know.
yeah, but most of those upper limits of it, like for example, in the U.S., you can't buy like a Metasudrin, the and that's basically cough medicine. You can only buy enough, and usually this is how it works. You can only buy enough that would be a reasonable amount for you to use for yourself to suppress a cough. The upper limit of that is like, oh, you buy this much, you're probably going into production and making illicit substance like meth. But
Yeah.
I think we're getting beyond the topic right now.
Right.
So
Yeah.
you
So
think that
just in general, right?
so
I
the
don't. I
basis you
yeah.
stand
I
on
don't
though
think it would be. No, what I'm trying to say is I don't think it would be governmental overreach in terms of removing the product off the market. In
so
terms
do
of
you think it would
policing individuals in their house, that's not really something a government could do anyway.
so what if somebody would you still want it to be illegal for somebody to grow their own nicotine plant and smoke it?
Yeah, potentially.
Then how is that a market? Like
Potentially. No, so
you're not policing a market at that point. You're
that is
policing
a
an
that's a
individual's
secondary
action.
issue, right? It's part of the same branch, right? In terms of
Yeah,
addressing
but
tobacco
the reason I
consumption.
bring this up is that you're not really touching on market control. Your real point is on policing an individual's behavior only in a way of how it affects themselves.
No, I don't think that. My real point is the market control, but the secondary thing of like
Well, you
making it
just said that
illegal.
it should be illegal to grow it yourself and only
Yeah,
smoke it yourself.
yeah, right. Because
Yeah, that's not a
what?
market.
No, no, of course that's a secondary point. Like I'm saying, the overarching topic is the tobacco. How does tobacco is introduced to the public is via the market. It's not an individual. Okay, so
Yeah, yeah,
the
but if you
first
ban it in the
level,
market, then people would just grow it themselves.
right?
I'm saying
That's
that
an
the crux of
assumption.
your
That's an
position,
assumption. That's
the
an
crux of your
assumption.
position. Wait, can I finish my point? The crux of your position isn't whether or not it's being sold on the market. The crux of the overarching thing you're trying to get at is that the individual consumption. Doesn't matter if it's from a market, even though that's what we have now, or if it's
No, so you're misrepresenting the
private
point.
production.
You're misrepresenting the point, right? So, like I said, how tobacco is presented to the public is via the market, right? So, my first point is yes, you should restrict it on the market, literally remove the product from the market. Now, to the second point, you're saying that growing tobacco privately and consuming it, why I'd be dubious about that is because the actual causes of the substance itself. Okay, so if the overall point is harm reduction overall, not introducing it back into society would be the best option.
Yeah, yeah, but at the end of but the whole point that you're getting at is that it needs to be snuffed out in any way that it reaches an individual's consumption, because you're saying that is the net
Right.
negative, really.
So unless you could present some good, and I'm not saying you have to personally, but I just mean unless you could present some good uses, like general uses for it, right, outside of recreational, just like I enjoy burning things
Oh
being
no,
in my
there is none.
lungs.
There is none.
Right,
There is
exactly.
none.
So
But
if
I
it,
think that's a
no,
good enough
if it was
reason.
if it had utility in that purpose, like for instance, people would argue there are certain cannabinoids or CBD or whatever you can extract from cannabis,
Oh no, I'm
which
not going
have
to argue
medicinal
this with
values,
you.
right?
I would say that there is no positive value to smoking besides
Right.
pleasure from recreation.
So my view is it would just be another type of substance that is dangerous. So prohibiting it from the point of view that it's dangerous and it doesn't have any benefits would make the most sense. Because
Yeah, but then I think so. Should all soda and junk food be banned? Should all fried foods be banned too?
yeah, I think eventually, ideally, yes.
So your ideal society is one where the
Where health is
government
promoted.
decides how every single.
No,
Uh, what, let me
you're
finish.
misrepresenting the
Your
point.
ideal society is one where the government has the power to
No,
decide whether a private
we could do it.
action is has.
We could do it as private individuals.
Can I finish my point, please?
You're misrepresenting it. That's the problem.
Well, you're not even letting me finish, man.
Yeah, because you're framing it as me saying I need the government to come and like police people. That's not what's being said.
No, it's not that you need the government. Is that your point? The crux of your position is allowing the government to have the power to do these things.
No,
There's a
that's
difference
not.
between believing an
That's
ideal
literally
society.
not what I'm saying. That's what I keep saying to you. You're misrepresenting
No,
the point.
but you're
Right.
ending the whole way you would get to your position
No,
is allowing this to happen.
no. You've got like
There's a
a
difference
you've
between
got like a
there's a
block
difference between
here.
saying
All right. So I'm
let can I
saying raise the
listen,
social.
man, you're not letting me talk at all.
Right, because you're misrepresenting the point. I have to interrupt you.
You're not even letting me finish.
misrepresenting.
I'm not representing a point. I'm trying to explain my point and the issue I have with what you're saying.
So all right,
And you're not letting me finish.
say what you think. Not don't say what you think I'm saying. All right, I'll tell you what I'm saying. All right, there's a difference.
That's what I've been trying to do, man.
All right, cool. Say what you think.
So, I believe that there is a big difference between believing that an ideal society is one that does not consume nicotine, which I would agree with, and the means you go about to creating the society.
I
I
don't
believe that
disagree.
I believe that any means that you have brought up would lead to a government that has way too much power over the actions of an individual. I do not
No.
believe that there is a possible way to create the society
Yeah, that's a
without
very
infringing on the very basic human rights of individual autonomy.
okay.
I
I
agree that
disagree.
I agree that there is no individual utility to smoking or to consuming any nicotine in any form besides immediate pleasure and just consumption.
All right,
There is
can I
no
speak now, bro?
medicinal
All right,
benefit.
yeah, cool. All right, you said a lot, right? But it's a very ultra like liberal type of take, and that's not what I'm saying here. Okay, I'm not saying the government should be the final point of this. It's a point in it. Don't get me wrong, but my point is to change the public consciousness around these matters. All right, so it starts with us as people. As I said already, the government should be a representation and a direct reflection of the whims of the people, not an oppressive external force. All right, it's not my views on how government should be run. And it's not my views on how this matter should be handled. So that's why I said you're
But
misrepresenting it.
the current zeitgeist in our society is that nicotine is fine. Like fine
No,
in
it's
the
not.
sense of that
Sure,
the
of
fine
course
in
it's not.
let me finish. Fine in the sense that yeah, it's bad for you, but should it be made illegal? Not really. Your point
That's
of
an
saying that
opinion.
that smoking and vaping should be illegal,
Brother, that's an
it
opinion.
would be an external force.
No, right? That is part of it, of course, right? That's like the grab you. That's like the gotcha kind of bit to make you pay attention. But what's underneath it, the substance of it, right? In the same way,
If you're saying that that's not
let
the
me
actual
finish,
point you're
man.
standing behind,
Let me
okay, go.
finish, right? In the same way you brought up with junk food and sodas, and I said to you, yes, ideally those things would be banned too, right? But how do you reach a society where we don't consume nicotine, we don't consume junk food? You have to change the consciousness around the topic or the substance itself, right?
Yeah, that's a very different thing than saying
And
it should
that's
be illegal.
yeah, but it's a part of it, right? So, like for instance, when we talk about laws, what is legal and what is illegal, we're talking about normative values based on what one ought do and ought not do. Okay, the way you arrive at being able to make those laws about what one ought do and ought not do is based on the things you value and disvalue, or what the public value and disvalue. So you have to change the consciousness or the perception around said issue, right? So then you change
So
the
let me
values, right? And from the values become a normative. This is what we
So let me
do and this is
reiterate
what
your
we do
point
not
that
do. Did you get
Let me
it?
reiterate your point to you so that I can see if I'm understanding your point. So you are saying that you're not arguing, for example, for the government to ban nicotine tomorrow. What you are arguing is changing public perception of nicotine to the point where people would urge their government to ban nicotine.
To an extent, right? But you overemphasize the government's impact on this matter.
Well, this would be a very major
Of
move
course,
by the government.
in order to make it
This would be an
illegal,
extreme. This would be an
yeah.
extreme reframing of a government's ability to police its citizens'
In
actions.
order to make it illegal, of course, the courts have to be involved, right? Of course, the government at some level has to be involved, right? I don't dispute that, right? But you're viewing it as if the government is a separate entity that enforces it. No, the people are the government. Within various stations in government, you'll find people, just like me, just like you,
I
doing
mean, I think this is
jobs.
a very idealized view of how government functions.
Right, so there are various different like societal configurations all over the world, and there are various different ways to run governments. There isn't any one way to run a government. Okay, it's just an
Well,
organization
yeah,
of
but we
people.
have the government that we have. I
Right.
think banning
Yeah,
nicotine will come
an
before
organization of people,
the structure of power of
an
our government
organization of
changes.
people who govern, right? But who instill or who imbues them with the power to govern is us, the people. Okay,
Yes, yes,
by our
consent of the
votes,
governed.
by our
Yes,
votes.
consent of the governed.
Right, exactly. So if you're viewing the government as if it's this external entity, not saying it isn't, because many like throughout most of our history, the government have been oppressive, ridiculous regimes. Right, I'm not saying they're not. Okay, but if you're viewing the government like perpetually as this like machine that can just stamp out human, like initiative and free will, I think that's the wrong view, because it's the humans that you have to change the consciousness of that will go and work in the government. Ideally.
I think that I think that agenda. When I say agendas, I don't mean that in a negative connotation. I'm just describing what you would want. I think that an agenda like this gives more power to a government that ends up tilting it more towards being an oppressive force and having that power to regulate what would be considered private actions of whether or not they're righteous or not. I think that giving a government power to regulate actions like that
Don't they
leads it
already?
to being more tyrannical.
Right. Yeah, I can see how you might think that in some instances, but if you think that the government doesn't operate as a sort of moral arbiter already, you'd be wrong. Okay, as I've
No, I
already
mean that
said,
is
like,
whether or not it is actually moral. You are right that a government does. Culture flows down from the people to governments.
right, it's supposed to.
Like, oh yeah, it's supposed to. Yeah, in an idealized society, yes. And then I understand what you're saying. In a perfect society, people would stop smoking all on their own or through being educated on it, and then
Yeah,
that sentiment would
through
flow down to
collective
the
action.
government, and it would be made illegal.
It would be collective action, right? It'd be like, look, in this area over here where me and my family are, and my mate's family and my cousin's family all are, right? We do this and we don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying. You're saying that it will flow down from the people to government, and the government will represent the people's will and make it illegal. The part that I am disagreeing on is that even in that idealized society where nobody smokes at all, or like people used to smoke, people became educated, nobody smokes anymore. Even if that sentiment were to flow down, I do not believe the government should have the power to make something like nicotine illegal for private consumption.
Why?
Because I don't believe that a government based on policing my relatively minor private consumption is one that I would consider virtuous.
So shouldn't a government prioritize the health and the well-being of its citizens?
Not over those citizens' rights.
What do you mean?
I believe that I believe that human rights, such as, like, as silly as it sounds, I believe it's a human right to be able to grow your own nicotine plant and smoke it
Right, but
in your own private property.
is it a human right to be able to unalive yourself and unalive anyone around you?
No, but this is unaliving yourself, yes. Unaliving other people, no, because you are then infringing on other people's rights.
You also,
Humans do not have the right to
Alright.
infringe on others' rights.
So in a sense, you are infringing on other people's rights by consuming dangerous substances. One, right? You're considering
Well,
your
I believe
own.
that
You're considering your own
smoking in
health
public should be banned.
in general, right? You're considering your own health as like an individual thing that just exists isolated from every other like cog in the machine, right? Which it isn't. Which it doesn't. Okay. During your process of consumption of the substances that basically are destroying you, right, you will have to be cared for by other people who have agreed to be within the society and play the various roles that they play. Okay?
Define being cared for. Are you talking about doctors or what?
Doctors, medication, family members, friends, etc. Okay? While you continue to consume this thing that's causing the ailment, you'll have to keep finding things to help you with that. Okay? As you progressively get sicker and sicker. You know, that's kind of how it goes. Now,
Couldn't you
a,
argue with that?
a
Couldn't
small
you argue that
percentage,
for any risky action, should we outlaw sports?
a small percentage of people will be fine on taking these substances and like never die from them, but
Oh, I'm
majority
not
of people
arguing
don't.
that
Right?
it doesn't harm you. It will harm you.
One out of 3 people who don't quit smoking die. Okay, 7 million people a
I
year
think they all die,
die.
but
1.6 million people die from just being next to those 7 million people. Okay, so that's not necessarily just your individual rights at risk there. Right? That's
I don't
you're
believe
you're
that,
you're
and I don't believe that
interconnected.
expecting a doctor to do. I think it's rather ridiculous to compare expecting a doctor to care for sick
Oh
patients
no, it's not
than comparing
a
that to
doctor.
banning murder.
Brother, you're thinking about like the healthcare system like it's just one guy that just comes and sees you. Like the healthcare system is
Do you
supported.
genuinely think that's how I view it?
The way you made it sound like a doctor caring for a sick patient, like the way
Yeah,
doctors are set up,
I believe that
they
a
will see
healthcare
you for
infrastructure
maybe
caring for people
right.
is not an infringement on individual
They will
rights
see you for like
compared to murdering
let me
somebody.
finish. Let me finish. They will see you for maybe 15 minutes based on how the system is set up. But in order for the healthcare system to run and function, I'm speaking from a UK perspective, of course, right? There are thousands of people doing jobs at any given point in a day, right? Whether that's logistics to flipping accountancy to like porting to medication, pharmacy,
Okay,
right?
what's your
They're
point here?
literally, this is what I'm trying to say to you. So you thinking that your individual health outcomes are isolated to you, they are not. You become a burden on your wider society, okay? Because the damage that the drug does to you physically, okay, that doesn't just happen isolated. That's what I'm trying to say.
So you believe that, and you believe that every citizen has to be a productive member of society like that. It's not okay to just have a
I
calm
think,
life.
well, what do you mean just have a calm life? Every citizen is a productive
Well, a
member.
calm life like that is
No, if you,
not necessarily.
I
If
think,
you're a
right,
self-sustaining farmer, like,
you're still a productive citizen, bro. Look, I'll put it this way.
are you? If you're a
Right, so
self-sustaining farmer,
my view is that humans intrinsically have a value. Their life has value, right? So
yeah,
for
but
me,
it is not the government's job to
right,
measure that value and promote
exactly.
actions
But that's the
that
point.
maximize that.
That's the point I was just getting to, right? So when you start talking about productive member of society, right? The mere fact of you living in proximity to another person makes you valuable to the society. Whether it is you're offering them your labor or you're offering them another child for the like whatever, like the betterment of the
Yes, yes.
society. Okay, so that is what I mean by you being a productive member of society. I'm not valuing you just solely on your labor or like what you offer
Yeah, but I think a
economically.
government purely policing its citizens' actions based on their utility to society is already a tyrannical government.
But I'm not framing
Like
it as the government, right?
you don't think that's insane?
No, because you're misrepresenting the point, right? I keep saying to you, right? We're talking about a health issue that affects us all, okay? But economically, it affects us all also, right? That's where our tax money is going, £44 billion a year, okay? So economically, it's affecting us, right? It comes out of our pockets to care for people, which maybe could have
Wait,
been
was
put
that 40? I'm more sort of
in the
curious. I'm not
UK.
like questioning you.
It's
Yeah,
in the UK.
but the 44 billion, is that just how much is spent on people who like have issues from smoking?
Right,
I'm just
so
interested.
to break it down, right, you got around 27.8
Yeah,
billion lost in productivity costs. That's various people being off of work and all kinds of
yeah.
other delays. You got 14.8 billion in social care costs. You got 1.8 billion in
Oh wow,
healthcare
that's
costs.
it.
You got 383 million in costs linked to
Wait,
fires caused by
did you say
smoking.
1.8 billion healthcare costs?
Yeah.
Wow, wow. That's a lot lower than I thought it'd be.
Well, yeah. In terms of
I mean,
UK,
so bad. I'm just interested. Yeah, yeah, of course. Like you guys have about
right, but
what 16 million
and you also
population?
got to consider this is estimated, right? It's not necessarily hard
No,
factuals,
yeah,
okay? And then
yeah,
all
yeah. Plus minus half
private
a million every
contractors,
figure.
etc., right? So all I'm saying is, in general, right? If you compare those kinds of figures to what's made tax-wise, it's a burden to the society at large. Right? That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to say.
I don't think every function of society needs to be productive. Like, what is the
Yeah,
productivity of
but
going out
so
dancing?
but what you're essentially saying is we should value the capitalists who are producing these tobacco products over our citizens. because you're not really
No, no, I
fighting.
think these markets should be heavily regulated.
Right, but
I
you're not
believe
really
these markets should be
fighting for the
heavily
citizens'
regulated.
rights. Right? The citizens should have rights to like health, right, happiness and flourishing, essentially. But if these
Yeah, and
capitalists or
I
these
think
these
you're infringing on a
corporations,
person's pursuit of happiness.
no, but the thing is, the corporations have devised the product and coerced basically the population into consuming it. Right?
Yes, yes, they're selling.
It's not a
Yes, they're selling
necessity.
addictive poison. They're selling addictive poison. I agree, but I still believe that when you bring up those rights, I see a government that is able to police its citizens' private consumption based on whether or not they define that as being a legitimate pursuit of happiness as tyrannical. I don't
Yeah,
think that
but
should be
again,
allowed.
I think that's the
Whether or not you
framing.
want to change the cultural, whether
That's
or
the
not you want to
framing.
change the cultural zeitgeist, that is a righteous cause. Trying to change the culture of a group of people to refrain from smoking, I do believe that's righteous and a very positive thing to do.
No, I
I
think
just
it's your
don't believe it
framing.
should ever.
I think it's your framing, right? Ultimately, my view is to remove it off the market, okay? Culturally, we have to change our views around healthcare and education around what these substances
Yes,
do
we're
to
agreeing.
us.
We're agreement on the culture.
Right. I think the fact that these products are produced and consumed is a matter of coercion, not a matter of rights. That's what's being
Coercion,
missed
you're
here.
saying that we're influenced. We're influenced to consume this
From
product.
the inception of the introduction of tobacco to the public,
Yeah.
it's been coercion.
Yeah, and that's why I do agree with you. I
So
do believe
I
that
don't think
all
that's
of
a
these,
matter
it
of.
should be
I
considered
don't think that's a
culturally
matter
taboo.
of. I don't think that's a matter of infringing on impinging, whatever, however you say it, on people's rights. Okay, I don't think
Infringing.
that is infringing. Right?
No, I don't believe. But here's where I would agree with you. Where I would agree that these companies should not be allowed to advertise at all.
It's
Should
not-
not be allowed. You should not be able to show people smoking on
Not
TV.
just advertising, though,
Currently,
bro. Because it's
Yeah, it
you've
should be-
got your claws into people's families generationally, psychologically, and economically.
yeah. But I would say at that point that is less. That is less policing. And this is the part where it gets back to you.
So how do you
That is
intend
less
to liberate them then?
police. Oh, I don't really see it as something that. Let me reframe my words. I think framing that as liberation is a bit
Okay,
extreme.
so if you're born into
I
a
would say,
generational cycle
like,
of poverty,
Do
okay,
you want me to answer your question or?
all right, but just on the matter of liberating people from the cycle of coercion. If you're born into a
Yeah.
generational cycle of poverty, right, meaning you're at the bottom class in your society, and you're born into a certain type of dysfunction where people are consuming alcohol, people are consuming drugs, people are consuming cigarettes, what is the economic reality that's forcing them to do that? Because it's not just an emotional thing. It's the way the system is set up.
It's the way the system's set up, and it's the way that your
Right.
parents were raised up in the system too.
Right, but they were also
How-
influenced by other humans. Well, they're not isolated.
Yeah.
Right,
Yes,
so
of
they're
course.
they're a product of a cycle that will repeat unless somebody steps in to break the cycle.
Okay.
Right, so that's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
so
say.
I would say that a government should offer service. I think government and culture centers should offer services to help break these addictions, but I don't think a government
I
should be able
agree.
to ban these
I
addictions.
think that's a part of it too.
Oh no, here's a great example. My mom used to be a smoker, and then after Obama was elected, there was this free program where they were giving out pills for free, basically,
Mm-hmm.
that would make you. It was to help break nicotine smoking addictions.
It's low-key
If
suspicious.
you took the pill, yeah, right, yeah,
Low-key
Bringing it back, and
suspicious.
I was like, damn. But basically, you took these pills, and when you would consume nicotine while on this medication, it would make you very nauseous.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
And yeah, so like it's just like to help break your addictive cycle of like smoking every day. And she took that program, and she hasn't smoked in 20 years now.
Yeah,
And I think our
I
government should
understand
offer
that, right?
services like that.
But then again,
I think the government should offer
right,
services like
I
that. but
agree
banning
too.
the action
I
of
agree
smoking
too.
is
But no,
insanity.
but you've also got to think about the spread of those kinds of services. Who has access to them and who doesn't? Okay, like for instance, in the UK we have a cessation, a stop smoking campaign thing that happens with the NHS, but that's not a thing that's widely
Is that
known
just like a
about.
public? So it's just
It's a
like
public service.
advertising campaign?
No, it's a public service through our healthcare providers and our local like pharmacies and stuff. But people don't know about it in order to access it, right? So if
No, but like, what is this?
it's a service, right? It's a cessation, stop smoking. Okay, like if you need help, stop smoking.
No, but like, what is it? Like,
Right, I'm trying
what
to
is the
explain it.
service?
I'm trying to explain it, right? You can call a certain number in our like NHS is our healthcare, national healthcare, okay? I think
Yes,
it's
yes, I
National
understand
Healthcare
UK
Service. So you
healthcare.
call them up, you explain the situation, all right, and they provide you with like various means, like whether it's chewing gum, patches, talking services, and they help you get off of tobacco. Okay, right? That is like what you're saying, one of those services that the government offers, right? But again, back framing this through the view of an impoverished, lower working class type of reality, right? A lower working class family is highly suspicious and dubious of government interactions. That's the healthcare system, that's dentists, that's interaction with police, fucking school services, various different government agencies and bodies, right? Because of the history of the things that government has done to certain groups of people in society, they are highly suspicious and dubious of working with these people or reaching out for help. Okay, so these things keep them within that same system of entrapment. But if you was to make it layer wide, hey, this is no longer accessible at all. Okay, you don't have to directly reach them with the service number, like here, like
Isn't
call
this
this
this is
number.
the opposite?
You
This is the
create,
opposite
you
of what
create.
you of the society you described. You talked about
No,
changing the culture first and then having it flow down to the government.
no, you're
Now
not
you're
even
talking
hearing it.
about the government enforcing
You're not hearing
action.
it. You're not
This is the
hearing it, right?
opposite. This is the
You're not
opposite
hearing it.
solution of what you described
You're
earlier.
not hearing it. It's part of a reality that we currently live in. I'm talking about where I am, all right? So,
Yeah.
if the services are already available, right? Education services are already available, right? Help to stop smoking is already available, right? But because of the economic circumstances of where these people live, how they live, they don't access those services. What they do
Yes, I understand
access,
your point. You
what
already
they
said
do
this.
access is the market where the substance is, okay? What keeps them accessing the market where the substance is their economic reality and their social opportunities or lack
Well,
thereof.
it's their addiction. It's an addiction. I don't really think it
It's
has to do
that's the
much with.
that's the
I don't think it has to do
cycle.
much with economic
It
privilege
it
because
is, brother.
everyone smokes.
Fam, it costs more to be poor, right? It literally costs you more to be poor, right? So this is
Yeah,
what,
but smoking rates are uniform among
no,
social
middle
classes.
class and upper class don't face the same type of addiction problems that lower class people do.
Among
They
nicotine
simply
rates, yes,
don't,
at least
right?
in the U.S.
I don't know. I don't really know what it's like in the US, right?
Oh, I was looking up these figures. It's pretty much you're just as likely, no matter what your income is, to be a smoker than a non-smoker.
Yeah, I don't think that's true, right? So let me show you something quickly, right? But before I forget the point, I'll quickly just say around 80% of the world's 1.3 billion tobacco users live in low and middle income countries, right? So that speaks to where they live and the types of lives they live in,
That's a
okay?
raw number now.
All right.
And
So
there's more poor
that's on the
people than rich people, so if the
that's on the
number's going to be
who.
bigger, you have to look at the rate.
All right, let's not get distracted on the stats, okay? The point of what I was trying to say
Well, I
prior
mean,
to that,
it does. It's a main counter
let
argument
me
to your
finish
points.
speaking, all right?
Like
The
your
point I
point
was
falls
saying
apart.
afterwards is that where the cycle has begun, right? The inception of introducing the public to tobacco to consume is a part of the same cycle that the lower poor working class is stuck in today, okay? The parents, and etc. are stuck in the same lower working class environment where they reach for these kind of like social egresses like lay off steam through alcohol, through smoking, through prohibited substances, okay? It's the
I
cycle
agree
that
that
they've
it's
got
an
their
influence.
claws
I agree
into.
that you are influenced.
Right.
I
So,
believe it's much less
but
economic. The
if
leading factor
it is
determining whether or
directly
not you will be
economic,
the leading factor of whether or not someone will be a smoker is whether or not their family is full of smokers, not their economic position.
that's exactly what I'm explaining to you, like sociologically, why the family would be
No,
full
no,
of
you are
smokers
tying it.
anyway.
You are tying. You Yeah, but the rates are uniform across economic
No, they
groups.
are not. Okay,
Yes, they are.
no,
You
they
want me to
are
read you
not,
off the
brother.
figures?
Listen, I don't know what the figures say in your country, but there's one thing you should understand when you're talking about stats, right? It's how the stats are collected, right, and what story you intend to
I,
tell with the
I'm a
stats.
financial engineer.
Okay,
I think I understand
all
this.
right. So you should know that numbers lie, then, right?
I mean, if that's your argument against what
No,
I'm saying, then
I'm
sure.
not disallowing stats, but you should know that numbers lie. Then, should you not? Right.
Yes, you can create
Right.
misleading statistics. I am looking at raw
I
data
can tell
sets of
you, I
smokers.
can tell you a set of things that are objectively true individually, but I can paint it into a story that tells you a different narrative. All right, correct or
Yes.
incorrect?
Okay. I mean, what is your point here? Like,
Right. So the point was
I am
to
telling you that the
address.
rate of smokers has zero correlation with with a family's economic position.
I
People of
disagree.
all social classes smoke. Well, okay, then disagree with the numbers.
I disagree because the reality on the ground says something else. Okay, the numbers, like I just
I
said to
mean,
you,
if you see more
whether it's
poor people smoking
quantitative
than
or
rich people,
like
of course, there's
qualitative
more
or
poor people.
quantitative, like regardless, right? Who keeps the market, the tobacco and alcohol market going is the lower poor working class people, right?
Yes, because there's more
Majority,
people.
right? So if
A
you
pack of
also,
cigarettes costs the
if
same.
you also look at the middle class and upper class correlation between healthcare or health consciousness is significantly higher, right? So their
Yeah,
middle class and
yeah.
upper class are way more
They have
health
more access
conscious,
to healthcare.
right?
Yes.
What they can buy, what they don't buy, what they do and what they don't do in terms of their habits.
But no, the health conscious aspect that is respectful to a person's economic class, that correlation only kicks in once people are 50 plus. So if you're
I don't know
richer,
if that's true across the board. I don't know if that's true across
you
the
are
board.
much more likely to care about your health once you're older if you are richer.
Well, yeah, that's
But 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds
right.
are pretty respectively
No, but
regardless of the health
you're
position.
talking about a difference of culture and opportunity when you're talking about class, right? The lower working class, as I've already made it quite clear, right, they are quite dubious in interactions with the government, healthcare, dentists, doctors, etc., social services, right? The history of the experience between lower poor working class people and the government services is quite patchy. Okay, so I'm saying to you, right, in order to step over that issue or that boundary between the two, the friction there, you remove the product off the market and then you continue to offer the services. Now the services become way more visible and accessible.
Yes, but earlier, this is the opposite point of what you made earlier. First, you talked about changing the culture and then
Yes,
reinforcing that when culture flows downstream
it's
to
a
the
part of
government.
it. Both are
Now you are saying, let
necessary.
me finish. Now you are saying that now you're saying that this culture cannot be changed at all without the
Wrong.
government acting
Wrong.
first.
What did I say earlier on, right? You help the
You
people
said
that
you
are
had to take
already
the product
addicted.
off the market. You said you had to
What
take
did
the
I say?
product off the
First
market.
you help the
You
people that are
said that the
already
only
addicted. Did I or did I not say
and you
that?
said those people couldn't be helped. You said those people
Wrong.
couldn't be helped because
Bro,
they
what is
disrupted
like your
doctors.
narrative is running amok here, bro. I said first you have to
You are
help the
changing.
people.
You're doing You're
First
doing
you have to
180s.
help the people that are addicted, right? Then you need to address the consciousness
You said those
around
people
the
couldn't be
topic.
helped. You said those people couldn't be helped, so you had to take the product off
But
the market.
is your strategy confusion or are you just mad?
What? You said that those people couldn't be helped,
Is
so the
that
product had to be taken off the market.
what are
Is
you
that what you
talking
said?
about? I didn't say
You
that.
said
I
this
didn't
like
say
a
they
minute
couldn't. I
ago.
didn't say they couldn't be helped at any time, bro. There'd be no point
You
having this
said that the.
conversation.
Well, no, obviously you didn't mean that uniformly. I'm not saying that you meant that uniformly, but you did say that these people's actions cannot be helped because of the economic position the
No,
socioeconomic positions
I
that they're in.
obviously
So the
think they can
product
be
has to be
helped.
removed.
I
No, of
obviously
course,
think they
but
can be helped.
I'm talking about your no. Obviously, some people can be helped on an individual basis, but you are talking about the group as a whole. Like
All right.
I
So,
know that you're
anyways,
not
right?
meaning. I know you're not saying all these individuals are
I,
hopeless, but what
I
you
don't
said
know
was
what
that.
I don't know what's going on here. Like it's mad. All right. So
Well, I mean, you keep flipping your
this is my
argument
point,
like
right?
completely opposite.
All right.
Like you
Cool.
flipped
Cool.
4 times now.
Thanks. If that's what you heard, that's what you heard. I can't really do much about that, right? But let's stick to what we're talking about right now. Okay. All right. So I'm
Okay,
saying,
yeah, let's
right?
move on.
I'm saying it's not entirely necessary for the government to come in and enforce a direct illegal ban. Okay.
Wait, sorry, someone called me. You cut out. Could you repeat
Oh
what you
gosh.
just said?
All
Sorry.
right. So Isaac, like, we're just gonna tie this up, bro. We could talk about this another time. Let's give Chris a chance to come up.
Okay. Well,
All right.
see you, man.
I appreciate you, bro.
Hope you have your organization and society straight next time.
Oh, well, I
'Cause
don't.
you were doing 180s, dude.
Maybe, right? There's a lot
I
going on in this
disagree. I mean,
conversation.
not disagree. I agree with you that people. I don't even smoke. I agree with you
Neither
that
do
all
I.
of this should be taken out culturally, but you are flipped in between whether or not this is enforced culturally
No,
first or
I
this
say
is
we need
enforced by the
both.
government
That's the
first.
point I was trying to make to you. I say we need both. Right? If the
No, but
government
the
is a
order of
direct
which you described it in
representation,
is critical.
if the government is supposed to be the direct representation of the whims or the will of the people, right? Then it is a tool that the
Is
people can use. Right? It's not the other way round.
yes, that is an idealized view of
That
how government should
that is
function
what
in
it's
in a
supposed to be.
yeah.
There's
Yes.
yeah, ideal as
Yes,
it's
that is what
as
it's
it
supposed to
sounds,
be.
but like I mentioned earlier on, right? The government is full of human beings like me and you making decisions, right? So culturally, the next generation of people who will be going into these places of power should have the same kind of standpoint on public health and matters as what we're discussing. So that changes it internally. That's what I'm saying
But
to you.
we have already arrived at that point in society. I don't think any public official would say smoking is good for you, or would disagree that smoking is bad for you.
Right, so like I said then, what we're doing is prioritizing capitalism, right, and the corporation's ability to make money from tobacco over our citizens. That's what we're doing.
And I believe that you are, and while I believe a part of that is completely true, I also believe that you can't do that without seriously infringing on an individual's rights.
Right,
But if you
that's
ban it
that's
by
a
the
liberal
government.
that's a liberal opinion which you're allowed to have, right? But I don't think that's a
Yes,
reality.
I mean liberal in the very true sense of like the old term liberal. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think that's a reality though. That's the problem, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Our laws,
I'm not a.
our laws
I
as
do
they
hate
stand.
neoliberals, but I do agree that I do believe in, and I do believe in some aspects of true liberalism of the rights of the individual. Yes.
Perhaps, right? But look, in order for you to have rights as an individual, you have to acknowledge the rights of the next man. No?
Yes, but I don't believe that someone smoking until they get sick necessarily
Right.
interferes with the rights of the
So
men
say you
next to
got
them to the
kids.
point where it should be outlawed. I think that's rather
Say you got
ridiculous.
kids. Say you got kids, right?
Well, yes,
It's
if you're
your
endangering
individual.
a child by
It's,
smoking in the
no,
house, of
no,
course
no.
that's not
Look,
okay.
it's your individual right to have kids, to do drugs, to smoke cigarettes, all the way up until the point where you get emphysema, COPD, or cancer, and die. It's your absolute fucking right to do that, right? But you know who you leave behind hurt? Your kids, all right?
Yes, those things would be immoral, but I wouldn't.
So your
I wouldn't
society
make
at
them
large
illegal.
suffers, right? For that will,
Yes,
for that ability
but there's a difference
for
between
you.
immorality and making
you know?
something illegal.
Bruv, what did we say earlier on, right? Legal or laws, when we're not talking like corporate and contract law, right? Just like common type of law, right? Is set up on oughts, it's normatives, right? What should be the normative? What
Yes,
we
but
should
not
do,
every single normative thing should
what
be
we
enforced
ought
by the
do.
government.
Yeah, of course not to an extent, right? But what we ought do and what we ought not do is a moral question, right? It's based on your
Yes, but
values.
we are not arguing on the. I believe that we would argue on every point of whether or not a certain action is moral. Everything you just listed, I would agree
course.
with you that they're immoral.
Of
I don't
course,
think
which is
that-
why
I
there's
don't
not
think there
one
should
guy
be
making laws.
enforcement.
Which is why it's not one guy making laws, right? It's a consensus, and it's a case by case basis. It's like usually in society,
Yeah.
something bad has to happen, or something has to happen which is considered unilaterally or at least unanimously bad for us to make a law around that event. Right? It's usually how it
most of our
happens.
laws are reactionary.
Right, exactly, right? So it's literally us making value judgments and then putting into contract amongst ourselves. But you could still violate the contract, which is called breaking the law, right?
No, but there's
So
a
your
difference between the social
look,
contract
but your
and our actual
your
laws.
individual rights to break the law are still there. Is it not?
Okay.
So exactly, your
Yes,
individual
anybody
rights.
can break the law.
Right.
yes.
So your individual rights are still there to break the damn law if you want to, right? But the law is there to protect
Is your
you.
argument that your rights?
No,
is your
listen.
argument
Your
that
law, the
individual
law
rights aren't
is
infringed
there.
'cause you can just break
Your
the
law is there to protect you and to assert or assure dignity. That's why they're there. Okay. But individually, yeah, you can break the law if you bloody well want to. Right, but it's
Do
consequences.
you genuinely think that's a good argument that your rights aren't infringed because you have the right to break the law?
Right,
You
so
can seriously believe that.
here's what I think, right? If someone can give you rights, then you don't have them. That's what I think.
If someone can give you rights, then you don't have them.
Yes, you don't have
quote,
rights.
To quote Franklin, I have looked in nature for my rights and found nothing at all except for what I carved out for myself.
Well then, be a damn egoist and a hedonist, my friend. Why not?
I don't think that is an egoist. No, the
Look, an
nature of that
egoist
quote is
ain't a
not
bad
egoist
thing.
or hedonist.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
No, but you called no. But even that, I didn't think you meant it as a bad thing. I would not argue that egoist. I would say that it's a different view on rights. I do not believe our rights are in nature. I believe that our rights are agreed upon as a society.
So you're saying the same thing, brother. All right. But your
Yes,
rights.
but I'm saying that these things that you are prescribing for society would infringe on these rights.
It wouldn't. Right? You're taking a product off the market.
Well, you're saying
if
you
you
said that
then
it
choose,
wouldn't because you have the right to break the
if
law.
you then choose to go out and pursue means of procuring that product, that's within your rights to do as an individual, right?
No,
but
you said that growing your own
societally,
nicotine should.
so, yeah, as an individual, you can do what the fuck you want to do. I'm not saying you should, of course, But societally, we've agreed amongst ourselves, hey, we're not going to sell like this type of chlorine that poisons people. Hey, we're not going to walk into stores and take stuff, right? Societally, we agreed to that, right? As a law. But John can still go to the fucking store and take what he wants, can't he, right? But he just has to take the repercussions. That's all we're saying here, right?
Yeah.
You're already taking.
dude,
You're
this is a
already.
ridiculous
You're
argument.
already taking repercussions by smoking in the
This is
fucking
ridiculous.
first place, right? It is
No,
ridiculous.
You can't believe this. Like, you
Right.
can't believe that this is not an infringement of rights because you have the right to break the law. That's
What?
insane.
Listen, if you heard my opinion already on rights, right? If someone has to bestow rights upon you, then you don't really have rights, right? In the same kind of law, like meta.
So you believe that rights
In the same
that
meta-
human rights exist irrespective of us developing them.
Right, so human rights only came into
what
existence
you
just
believe.
after World War II, okay? Prior to World War II, there weren't human
Effectively.
rights like that, okay?
I mean, there weren't.
The actions of the painter is what gives us the types of human rights that we talk about so freely now. Go listen to a song by Fela Kuti,
no.
right?
No.
Either way, right?
The human rights have been in development since the 1700s with the Enlightenment.
Yes,
That
but
is a
it wasn't
very- that is a very
unilaterally
simplification.
it wasn't unilaterally accepted that we have rights and they have
It's
rights,
not
right?
unilaterally accepted today.
That's right, but we didn't have things like the fucking what do they call themselves? NATO and stuff like that to police these things, okay? We didn't have an agreement amongst ourselves country-wise on paper,
No,
like
but every
World
country-
Health Forum
every
and all
country
these
has been
like
enforcing
and the
the
banks,
laws
like
within
we
its
didn't
own
have that,
country.
okay? Don't get
No,
me
but
wrong.
countries just enforce their own law within their own borders. like we
Right,
do
but that's the
today.
thing. That's the point of things like European Union, etc. But don't get me wrong. All I'm saying to you is this, okay?
Well, yeah, I mean, look at
In
Hungary.
nature, right? Somebody can't give you rights, right? In like I was getting to the point of the meta, you can't have free will if someone has to give you the free will, okay? Because that means you don't have the power to decide to have free will or not have free will, which is a meta joke. Right? So in the
No,
same
but
way, you don't have rights if someone has to bestow the rights upon you. Your rights must be something you declare and claim for yourself.
Yes, and we have done that as a Western society on the basis of liberal rights.
Okay, so when we're talking about
Yes.
the general society at large, right, and a product that's on the market, no one is infringing on your rights by taking the product off of the market.
No, but you said that it should be illegal to grow it on your own and consume it on your own.
Is it
That
illegal?
would be an infringement on rights.
Is it illegal to build an atomic bomb in your house?
Yes. What do you?
Why would it be illegal by your standards?
Because you could. Are you comparing
Are
growing
they
nicotine to having an
right?
atomic
So
bomb?
if you
Did
just
say
start
these are
if you just
actual
start,
comparisons?
of course it's not analogous, but it's a parody, right? If you just start buying all of the various different chemicals to build the atomic bomb, right? Someone's gonna be like, right, wait. There's not a good
I mean, if you
utility
explain
for
to
these
me-
various.
explain to me-
There isn't a
explain
good
to me
utility
how,
for these various chemicals, okay? Right? There isn't a
No,
good
explain to
utility
me
for
how
these
an
various
atomic bomb
chemicals.
is-
Of course, it's not analogous. It's a joke, right? But what I'm trying to say to you, right? Like, come on, bro. If you was to just start buying all of these various chemicals to bring into your house, right, when they don't have a utility, okay, it would be dubious in the same way you just decide to start growing tobacco in your house when it doesn't have a utility.
Yes, but
Because
I don't think it
you've
should be
already,
illegal to go out and buy
because you
tobacco
no,
seeds.
but you've already agreed that tobacco is basically detrimental and there's no good reason to use it.
I agree that.
So
that
it would
tobacco
be
is
a
detrimental
weapon at
to
that
the
point.
individual.
Why would it be considered akin to a weapon at that point? Is because it would only be useful for harm. There's nothing good to come out of it. This is what I'm saying to you.
That there is no individual utility from the consumption of tobacco.
You agreed to that earlier on, right? If we had established that the only value of tobacco is destructive, right? Then going on to grow it.
I never agreed that it was only
Essentially,
destructive. I agreed that it is only,
right?
I agree. No, not essentially.
Essentially.
I agree that it is destructive to your health. I agree that there is no positive to your health. For
Right, there's no
tobacco,
positive
but
value
of
to
course
it.
there is.
Right.
No, because
Nicotine-
people get pleasure out of it.
Nicotine as a substance found in tobacco can be obtained, bro. Okay? Just like you can draw out certain chemical values in other cannabis or whatever, okay?
It
Point
could
being,
be illegal, and then you said that it's not against your rights.
but
'Cause you have the
if
right
you
to break
was
the
gonna
law.
grow, if you was gonna
That's
grow
insane.
brother, if you was gonna grow the tobacco explicitly to smoke it, right, you'd be just as bad as the corporation that's producing the tobacco for people to smoke. Then what would be the point in us going through
You
all of
really
this
believe-
conscious
you believe
change?
that- You believe that a farmer who would live by themselves and grew tobacco to smoke by themselves is as bad as a corporation like Marlboro?
At the point in which in society, right, where we would have agreed that it's not valuable to have this thing in society, right? So we take it off the public market.
Right, that's a big
And the
assumption.
individual,
That is a big
this is
assumption.
what the context is, though. Do not forget the context. And the individual decides to go on then to grow the tobacco privately for their own private consumption, okay? At that point, they'd be no better than the same corporation that was growing the tobacco to sell, because they're only going to be using it to smoke, as we've established, okay? Which is destructive, as we've
Do you
established.
genuinely believe this?
All right.
Are you saying on
I
principle that
appreciate
action
your
is the same,
tactic,
or
right?
that the total
I
utility
appreciate
is the
your
same?
tactic, right? I appreciate your tactic, but the point is
I
this.
mean, I don't have a tactic. Like, there's no winning in this argument. I'm just talking to you.
No. Anyways, right? The point is this, okay? One, right? We have to change the public consciousness around the topic of tobacco, that via education and the actual destruction that it causes. Two, we have to use various instruments to implement the change in society, so it's not available like that anymore. How we go about those might have different conclusions, but I think we can both agree on that.
Agree on which part?
Raising consciousness around the issue and using various tools to block it or stop it.
I agree that raising consciousness on this would be a very moral and beneficial thing to society. And whether or not using issues to stop it, I think we would go about it in very different ways.
That was the point I just said, though, didn't I? So
Yeah.
we agree.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Cool. Right?
I'm agreeing with you,
so
but like
that's
that is not a minor. But we are in the framing of that. It sounds like we're disagreeing on a minor part. But that minor part is massive.
I was like, minor then. It's contradictory. Gosh.
I mean,
I've been leading off
I
camera
think
this
I've
whole
been rather
time. My bad.
consistent. Oh no, I think you've been good. Or I haven't really been staring at my phone, so I don't know really. But I mean, good talk. I mean, I don't think you're insane or anything.
Oh, I don't mind being the
that-
same, brother. That's fine. Totally valid.
No, but I think that your argument is very much rooted, not well, it is rooted in good faith, but also rooted in something that I believe that I agree with you is a very moral and righteous thing to argue for. I believe that everything that you argued for at the end of that idealized society is one that I would like to live in. However, I believe that the means in which you believe that our society would have to take in reference to the government actions that would have to be taken would be an infringement on the liberal basis of human rights.
And what would the specific right be?
I believe that it is a human right to be able to do whatever you want to your own body.
Oh, that's dangerous, brother.
I think it's more dangerous to for a government to be able to dictate private consumption.
Yeah, but the problem is the type of thing you're going to do to your body isn't just like, I think it's like intravenous type of use here, right? You're talking about a pollution of the environment and
Yeah,
your
I don't
surroundings.
Here's how I would say it. I don't think it should be illegal for someone to take heroin, but I do think it should be illegal for people to mass produce heroin and sell it.
That's fucked up.
No,
That's
no,
fucked
because
up.
I said no, because it goes to the same thing where like I do
That's
believe
fucked
someone
up.
should be able to grow their own nicotine.
Look, man, we're just going to have to disagree on that.
Like if police find somebody just purely using heroin and the amount that they have, like the amount of heroin that they have is obviously not for distribution, do you think that should be a crime?
Look,
Do you think
Right,
that
you
should
know-
be a crime and that person should go to hell, or should that person be
hell,
sent to the
fucking
hospital?
hell.
Oh no, not hell.
All right, so look-
not hell. I meant prison. I meant prison.
Establishing
Should that person be sent to
establishing something as a
prison or be sent to
crime,
get help?
establishing something as a crime, right, and then figuring out like the adequate punishment for that crime is part of the same subject but kind of different matters. Okay, so deciding that something is a crime
Oh,
and
no,
how you're
I
gonna
would agree
dish the
that this is a very
punishment
different
out for that, right? I would say yeah, like just the possession in itself is a crime. Just the possession
Possession
alone.
under amount that is not for for distribution.
Just in general,
Just
right?
to
Like,
clarify your point. Yeah.
just in
Any
general.
amount would be
Just in
considered a crime.
general, right? How you intend to like deal with the consequences of that possession, I think it should be proportionate. Even though I think at the same time, right, it's damn near impossible to create an equal type of, like, put it this way, I think ironically justice will be subjective when dishing out punishments, right? Jay Justice, I appreciate you, bro. I see what you said. Just give me a minute. So yeah, although we established something would be illegal, the type of tariff or the type of punishment you're going to put on top of that should be discussed further, I think.
Oh, it was.
Bro, you having a
is that
smoke
your-
break?
No, I mean, I thought you were gonna say more. I
No.
mean, I think that is a very like. Well, I think that you are just saying that for the sake of discussion, and not that a government should actually function like that. Like, make it illegal first, and then think of what to do with them later.
Well, we
Like,
have
obviously,
to.
that's not the point you're
We
making.
we always have done it like that. What are you talking about? There's not
Make
like,
it illegal first, and then figure out the punishment.
well, if you
You
look
think
at
that's how government
our
functions?
our like legal system, right? People who get charged with the same crime tend to end up having different outcomes in the court system, meaning they get different sentences, they get different types of punishments. So
Oh no, but there are
the system is
statutes. There are
actually
statutes
like
and
that,
laws that
right?
guide. There are yeah, but like
Right.
the statutes around
So
these
remember,
crimes allow for that
right.
variance.
So remember what I said, right? In terms of
Oh,
justice,
that's
I
the
think
point you're
I take it to
making.
be like it's a subjective case by case basis. Put it this way, the
You,
point of having a legal
I'm
battle
talking.
is for some
No, no, no. I understand your
is
point.
for your solicitor, right, to argue the best interpretation on the law. That's the point of the legal battle or
No, no, I
trial in the
understand
first
your
place.
point. I thought you were arguing that there wouldn't be any statutes surrounding the crime, not that there wouldn't be courts.
What?
So, for example, like in the U.S., if you have or like, let me just make up but this is foundationally how it works. There are guidelines for certain amounts of possession. Like if you're caught with like 2 pounds of heroin, the minimum is 15 years, but you could get up to more than that depending on the context.
Well, yeah,
What I
that's
was
like the
talking about is
suggested.
setting up. Yeah, no, but those are hard lines. Like they can't, no matter what, they would not be able to get less than 15.
Okay.
You get the point I'm saying, where it's like we're talking about the two different parts of this. I was talking about outlining the suggestions. You're talking about the actual what would be determined in trial. But of course, like that's how society functions. That's why we have courts.
Right, so yeah, so essentially the question you asked me, if someone was to get pulled over with heroin and it's just a low amount, that's obviously personal consumption, should it still be illegal? And the answer to that is yes.
No, not that it should be illegal, but should that person be punished or helped?
Well, it depends on the type of like law. Like for instance, okay, we have certain acts
No,
in the
but
UK.
I'm asking you what would be the law.
Right,
in
I'm
your
trying to
ideal
explain.
society?
I'm trying to explain that. Ironically, right, prison systems are supposed to be about rehabilitation. So ultimately, a prison sentence is supposed to help you. You judge a society by how they treat their criminals, essentially. Okay, all these things taken into account, how fucked up the justice system actually is. Okay, depending on what the actual issue is, right, and what the courts see as a fair, punishment for that, you could essentially end up being helped or hurt. It wouldn't make a difference. So I'm saying to you, is it illegal or isn't it? And I'm saying yes, it would be
Oh,
illegal. Right? You could do a violent act and end up being in some mental health institute, or you could do a violent act and just get a tag and a slap on the wrist. Right? It just really depends. Context matters.
yeah. I mean, I think that's a pretty. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a perfect, pretty much non-answer but real answer. Like,
What?
Of course, it's context dependent.
How's that not an answer? Anyways, bro, like you've eaten up
No,
a lot of time.
because judicial systems are predisposed towards things having criminal intent or not.
Well, yeah, like
Statute or
as I've already said, man, like deciding that something is illegal and then what measures to dish out based on that is something that we have to continue to do, right? Things keep changing.
No, but there is a massive difference between something being illegal and criminal and something being illegal and decriminalized.
So what do you mean by
Like
that?
for
What's
example,
the
in
context?
parts of the U.S., these drugs are still illegal. Like for example, in Portland, you can't just have heroin, but it's decriminalized. Where instead of being sent to prison, you're going to be sent to a hospital or et cetera, be given help.
Oh, that's good. I like that idea.
Yeah, so that's pretty much the point of what I was trying to get at.
Yeah,
Where it's
but
do you
that doesn't
think
change.
these things should be
It
criminalized.
doesn't change the fact that it's
or not?
illegal, though, is it? Like I'm not gone that
No,
extra
but
step
there's a
in the
massive
nuance.
distinction between criminalized or not.
Yeah, but legal or illegal is kind of where we're at with it. The
Well,
extras that come after
No, we
that,
went off on a major tangent. I do
right?
believe that nicotine should not be illegal.
Cool, man. All right.
Yeah.
Anyways, it was nice speaking to you, Isaac.
Yeah, nice talking to you, man. Hope
Appreciate
you have a
you, man.
nice day, though. I mean,
Nice night.
I still think you're a good person.
Oh, I'm not a good person, but I appreciate you.
I mean, you're not a horrible person.
No worries, sir. It's nice meeting you, bro.
At least I believe your argument is rooted very much in well intent and love for your fellow citizens.
I appreciate you, bro.
All right. See you, man. Have a
So,
nice
yeah,
day.
you too. Alrighty. Hey, Jay. Jay Justice. How you doing, bro?
How's it going, mate? You alright?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
Fuck yeah, this is madness, mate. Finally being able to speak to you after like just spamming comments for ages on YouTube. This is madness, mate.
How you doing, bro? I remember. Are you the person that gave me the simulation theory from Metal Gear Solid 3?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, I remember. How you doing, bro?
Yeah, I'm alright, mate. Yeah, long day, but it's coming to an end.
Yeah, bloody well it is, man. I thought I was gonna get off here about an hour ago.
Oh, fair enough, mate. Well, we'll keep it brief anyway. Like, I often debate. Well, not really debate, but me and my Christian friend often like bounce questions off each other, and we've come to some pretty cool little like arguments. And like, I challenge him to come. Like, he doesn't like doing this, like, but I ask him to come with an argument to disprove his claims because he's a Christian, and I come up with a way to prove his claims. So there were one day where we were
Switching teams, basically.
we were just riffing off each other. We were just riffing off each other one day, and so in the Bible it states that God is omniscient and omnipotent, so it's all seeing and he's all powerful. So if he's all seeing, he knows everything, doesn't he? He knows everything that you're going to do. So it's like it's the free will thing. And as Christians like to claim, like, no, you do have free will. And I've actually come up with a way how it does work, where God can see everything that you're going to do in your life, but you still have the free will.
Oh yeah.
And it's not that he doesn't see a predetermined path. Like, it's nothing linear. You constantly have free choice. He sees all them choices and all the paths those choices lead to.
Yeah, a lot of Christians hold that view. It's not anything too crazy.
Like I've never heard them. I've never had that argument brought back to me.
I don't think that's true. Like, I simply just address it by the fact that if God's will is final, then any and all options that would play out would be because He chose it to be that way. So that's the kind of way. That's the way I collapse free will from a Christian's internal critique, being that the believer, his will can't overpower the God's will. So based on that alone, the idea of like free will is gone. Maybe limited will, like a deterministic or a compatibilist type of will, is possible, but not free will. That's what I think.
Well,
What do you think about it?
well, me personally, like I don't. There's no evidence of any of it.
Oh yeah.
Apart from books. So, and then books are written by people, so that's no evidence.
Do you know what I heard today? Right, it was like there was an argument about the omniscience of Jesus. So basically, the argument is like Jesus can't be God because Jesus wasn't all knowing. Because he said that stars were going to fall out of the sky onto Earth like figs, right? So that was like one of the like nail in the coffin is like, holy shit, right? So it's like the argument. It's kind of a false dichotomy, but it puts them up with this. It's like either Jesus didn't have knowledge of the universe in like the structure that it really works in, or Jesus was deliberately using misleading language in order to incite fear. Which is
it's madness, isn't it?
It's kind of crazy.
How beautiful is it? And it's like, no, that's terrifying. That's not beautiful. What are you on about? Beautiful.
Yeah. And then there's the mustard seed one as well. It's like he would have thought that a mustard seed is the smallest type of seed at the point in time. Come to find out it's like an orchid seed or something like that. But yeah, it's nitpicking.
Yeah, it's daft, isn't it? Like, but then it's maddening, isn't it? Like when you start thinking about the stuff that they want you to believe in, and you try. Like if I could believe it and be happy, I would. I just can't.
That's fair.
I just can't.
That's fair. Like you can't convince yourself. You can Pascal's wager yourself through life if you want to. Like pretend to believe, and hopefully something comes out of it. But I don't
No,
know.
but then your heart's not in it, is it?
I don't know if I
And
got the
suppose-
energy for that.
No, exactly. If your heart's not in it, it's just false, and then you just become a serial killer, wouldn't you? By then?
Nah.
Hide you behind some fucking mask all the time. You just end up snapping, wouldn't you?
Serial killer. Yeah, I guess they say if you kill one, you kill 10. It's the same thing, isn't it? Go to the same place. I'll just play it. Never. If anyone's listening, don't do that. Okay, just fucking
No,
about.
don't do anything like that. No,
Just fucking about.
no, don't be you.
The other
Be
one.
you's good, because there's no other you. There's only you.
That's true. The other
Unless
one
you is not very good for society, then please try and be someone else.
is Jesus didn't know what mental health was. That's the other one that made him not omniscient.
Exactly, and it's like all the claims of like, oh, they were possessed, they were frothing at the
There you
mouth.
go.
It's like,
There you
well,
go.
we're not gonna see
So
them.
you listen well, my friend. You listen well.
Well,
There you go.
I've read them, so it's
But yeah, man.
yeah.
Don't be a smart drinker. A smart drinker is a non-drinker.
I don't drink.
I'm just playing. But yeah, man, it's nice to speak to you, Joe, bro. Anything else you want to add?
No, mate, it's just been nice to have a little chat with you finally.
Yeah, man, big up to you, bro. Are
You
you
have a good one.
still playing Metal Gear Solid?
I got the remake. I got the remake. It's been pretty good with the new camera model and stuff. It's spot on.
Is it worth a
nice.
buy?
On sale, yeah.
On sale, yeah. Don't buy it full
On
price.
sale. Because
Fair.
for me, like, because it's not Kojima, is it? So Konami, fuck Konami.
Yeah, true. True, they did do him
No.
dirty.
They did. Like when Ground Zeroes, when Ground Zeroes come out, and there were like all the speculation because of that, because there was like all the hidden patches and stuff, and all the weird little symbols on the walls where you go over and it'd be like it would say Kojima and you'd flash the light on it and Kojima's
Oh,
name would
yeah.
disappear.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
you're like, what are they doing? What are they going to do to Kojima? Why is Kojima's name? And then when it came out, when the rest of the game finally released, well, I say the rest of the game because like a third of it's still missing.
Damn
So,
shame, innit?
It is. It could have been an absolute masterpiece. That game. They had everything and they fucking squandered it.
Next year, bro, we should be getting that Signet game. Or Signet. However you pronounce it. So maybe that'll be Return. So he's making a new espionage game. So it should be next year.
Oh, well, that's good news. That. Thank you for letting me know. I'll have a
No
look into
worries.
it.
Alright, anyways. Big up to you, Jay. Take it easy.
Have a good night. You too.
Later. Yo. RJ.
How you doing, Seth?
Good, man. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. So I guess I'd love to change your mind. I'm guessing you're from the UK.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from the US, so a little bit different aspect on that, but we kind of have a little bit of history together as well.
Yeah, just
So
a
when you
bit.
look at it, would you say that are you pro government? Are you pro more laws in a sense of, or are you pro more freedoms for people in a sense?
Wait, say that again, sorry?
Are you more pro law or like more pro government, or are you more pro personal freedoms?
I would say I'm a mixed. I'm obviously more personal freedoms than anything else. As an individual, I can't really
And then
say.
for the UK, what age is it for you guys to enlist? Is it 18? Is it the same, or is it different?
I think it might be maybe 17 even. I
Is it
don't know. They
17?
may have changed it. I can't be sure.
Okay. So when we think about like giving our life to a government or giving our life to our nation and everything else like that, and we look at the past, right? Whenever we had the tea tax, everything else like that, what makes it from a point of like having these laws set and then them going and setting extra laws, correct? Like, oh, we're gonna ban sugar, or we're gonna ban something crazy, right? Or we're gonna tax the crap out of this.
Wait, I
So if they get
don't
power
understand the
over-
context.
So when you give power for government, right, over personal freedoms that you've had forever, right, which you've had, smoking's been allowed for so long. Like you look back at the prohibition, right, when they banned alcohol, and I think that was in the U.S. they had riots, right? What stops? So say you have this, and you take away these freedoms for people that have had them for so long, correct? What stops them from insinuating, you know, that the government's being tyrannical in a sense?
Again, I don't think this particular topic or this issue is a matter of freedoms. I think it's being framed like that from a corporate perspective. I think the corporates want us to feel like it's a matter of our freedoms being impinged upon, so they can continue to poison us. I don't think it's actually an impingement on our freedoms. I think that's how you say it.
I, I'd have to agree because yes, it is addictive at the same time, but also at the same time, it's still a choice in a way
It's
of
not though.
a human.
It's
It's not a choice.
it's coercion. Right? If I said to you straight up and down, hey, what's your name? Sorry,
RJ.
RJ. Like, kill yourself. Like, would you mind just killing yourself a little bit? What would your
Well,
answer be to that?
obviously, you're not gonna listen to what everybody has to say.
No, but like,
That's why
if I just said to you, like, bro, RJ, just kill yourself a little bit, just a little bit, not always, just not the whole way, just kill yourself a little bit, right? What would your
I mean,
answer be to that?
I'd go on with my day.
Right, you wouldn't
I'm
just,
not gonna like,
you wouldn't,
yeah,
you wouldn't capitulate, right? There'd be no reason for you to say, yeah, I'm
correct,
gonna kill myself, right? But in this
correct.
scenario, your consent or your choice has been manufactured to say, you know what, I'll kill myself a little bit, right?
From an addiction standpoint, correct.
No,
But
just
would you also
straight
say that?
across the board. Like, I remember as a child, the first time I ever smoked a cigarette, it was really dumb. It's like, this is fucking horrible. Why does anybody do this? You know. But the reality is, society is structured in a way that coerces you towards these, say like key points in life, right? Where if you're going to be this person, you're not going to be this person. Right? You're going to be around people who all think this way or people who all think that way. That's a type of societal coercion. Right? Your economics, your social, the way you're socialized, all play a part into that. Okay, even your gender plays quite a big part into that. Okay.
Would you say that men would smoke more than women, or would you say
Well, up to
is that where you've been at?
no, I'm just saying that's something to be considered, right? Up to a certain point, again with the Edward Bernays thing, right? Women didn't really indulge in smoking like that. It wasn't societally a norm. Like it wasn't uh, considered ladylike. But during
Until
the
probably like the
suffrage,
90s, 80s, 90s, yeah.
no, this is like the 40s or 50s, right?
Yeah,
The
correct.
women's suffrage movement. Edward Bernays convinced a bunch of women to march down the street in a parade just while smoking cigarettes as a sign of liberation, like feminist liberation. But it was actually a ploy to get the other half of America's population
To
buying.
buy into it.
Right, exactly, because it's money to be made. They didn't give a shit they were dying. Just like the doctors were being paid money to tell their patients to smoke cigarettes. Okay, it's a coercion. Right, it's what's called a manufacture of consent. So it's not a choice. Like I just said, I offered you the choice. Hey, RJ, kill yourself, and you said no, I wouldn't kill
Would you
myself.
would
So
you say the
if I
same
give
with
you a
weed and
cigarette,
alcohol though?
if I give you a cigarette, I'm asking you the same question.
I wouldn't exactly look at it as a life expectancy thing because you still have quite a bit of people that still smoke
But it's just a
quite
little
into the
bit.
90s,
But,
that
you're only
live
going to
to
kill
100.
yourself a little bit though, RJ, right? You might, right, so
Understandable.
1 in 3 people are going to die from smoking, right? Who don't quit. Hey, you might be like the one that doesn't die. So just, here, kill yourself a little bit. It's the same question, but it's your consent to killing yourself a little bit is coerced.
But you could also still have a very healthy life and still die early, at the
Yeah,
same
but
time. And
so
that's not, I'm not trying to have
that's a
the,
different issue, right? You can have some like
correct,
congenital disease or whatever. Who knows? Your
correct.
genetics could just be set up, or if you believe in fate, your tapestry could be up. Who knows, right?
But
But
just because it
it's a different
lowers
issue.
life expectancy, should we make it illegal? Like I was pointing at earlier about sugar, right?
It
If you
doesn't just
indulge
though.
in too many things, correct?
Well, yeah, I agree. Like too much of anything is bad, but
Sweets, everything like
but
that.
brother,
All these companies that mass produce all these
but
other products,
glucose
Red 40.
glucose is a
Yeah,
necessity for life, for human life, for the brain to function. So
yeah,
it's not really the same, right? How you get glucose
right.
does matter, okay? But nicotine is not a necessity. Like, no,
I wouldn't say it's a necessity.
you can
No,
use
I would never say
nicotine,
that.
like you can extract the chemical compound and use it in different ways. But smoking, like literally burning something, right, that fucks up your respiratory system is not a necessity in any way. Even if you needed the chemical compound, you could still extract it and use it in other ways, like gum or patches or whatever.
Would so you agree with pouches?
That's what I'm
If
trying.
I mean, like, if you're already addicted to nicotine, right, and you're
Correct.
trying to come off smoking, use whatever means you have available to you, right? But you must also move past that medical intervention too, because that's another
Yeah.
type of scam. That's another type of like exploitation.
And so when we make it illegal, and your change my mind thing, would you consider it with harder drugs? Because I don't, I wouldn't consider weed. I wouldn't consider, drinking. I wouldn't consider that stuff to be anywhere classified towards harder drugs.
Wait, say
And
that
we're
again,
also
sorry.
coming on. The
I'm
U.S. is also legalizing weed. I'm not sure exactly in the U.K. how legal it is. Sorry about the vacuum in the back if you can hear that.
Nah, it's just I was a little bit distracted. I didn't hear fully what you said.
I was just saying, how the U.S. has started to legalize marijuana. I'm not sure exactly if the U.K. has started that process at all. I think they do medical. I'm not sure over there.
Yeah, I think they do. Like in certain places, I'm not for it. I think it's
Of
degenerate.
course, of course. But at the same time, at what point do we allow the government to start saying what we can and can't do? And we have, you have Roe versus Wade. You have all these other things that are very controversial.
Yeah,
So it's like, if it, in my point of view, is if you're not hurting other people,
you
I
are.
think maybe with the smoking cigarettes, correct.
Yeah,
But the
which is
vaping, I
what
don't, I don't see as much as long as you're
what.
holding
But the
it
thing
in
is,
your hand and stuff like that.
we don't know the long term effects of vaping yet. Vaping is fairly recent, right?
Correct, correct.
But
But if you're not blowing it out in everybody's face, I think you should be all right.
but the thing is, right? This is what I'm saying about the coercion, right? So 7 million people die from smoking every year. 1 in 3 people who smoke will die from it. Okay, 1.6
Correct.
million people die every year from being in contact with that 7 million people. They don't fucking smoke, but yet they're dying because of those 7 million people.
So I have this
Okay,
question for
so
you:
it's not
If
just a
car,
matter of my choice, my body, right? It's
yeah.
wider society, the collective health that is in question here, and the costs. Okay.
So I have a question for you. If car accidents are one of the
Mm-hmm.
most known things for death, correct? Why are we still driving cars?
Well,
Because we
cars have
got, I mean, we
utility.
got to do it in that sense,
Cars have
correct? But
utility, right? Transport
right,
is the lifeblood of most nations and most economies. Okay,
I would say marijuana has its utilities.
right.
Maybe not so much.
Not the
Maybe
same as
not so
tobacco,
much.
right? Not the same
Yeah,
conversation.
tobacco is a bit different. Tobacco is.
Right? It's not the same. Tobacco doesn't have that kind of utility. Now, if you was like maybe like I don't know,
The
out in
leaves.
the
The
wild,
leaves do have
yeah, like some kind
some
of
like.
medicinal properties or chewing it or some shit, right? Like even that, like snus and stuff like that, that's becoming very dangerous for people as well. Okay, so like making the conversation of like tobacco or even marijuana analogous to driving a car because it's dangerous isn't really the conversation that's being had here, right? The production of a car, maybe that the sourcing of the materials could be done immorally, but the actual production of the car itself isn't immoral unless you're talking about the effects on the environment. The utilities of the car far outweigh the
Correct.
costs, okay? Whereas the production of tobacco, right, like surplus farming of land used just to produce something that kills humans, is immoral. It's not the same.
But we could also go about sugar. If like I'm, a sweet tooth, I indulge in sugar, then I'm gonna get.
Sure.
But why should we ban sugar? Should we
Well,
ban
we
candy?
should,
Should we ban
yeah,
all
like,
this?
right, so ideally, right,
It's all addictive, to
I
a certain
agree.
extent of how much you indulge.
I agree, right? But it's not just a matter of indulging, right? Societally, we are moving towards a more health conscious world anyway, right? We know the detrimental effects of junk food. Hence why in the UK we've got something called the sugar tax. Now, the moment that the government implemented the sugar tax, all these big corporations started to redo their formulas on the ingredients, right? So it's not that they couldn't have, like, at any point, these big corporations can decide to just make healthier versions of their foods that doesn't kill us. But they won't do anything unless we do something. Because they're saying, it's like saying, look, you hate it, but you're still buying it. So why should I change anything? If you don't
Is
like,
there a
you don't vote with your feet, you don't vote with your wallet, then nothing will change, right? It's the same kind of thing.
Would you say that there's healthier ways of smoking tobacco without having all the harmful products?
I'm not aware of them. I don't see the point in
So
smoking anyway.
self rolling your own stuff. I mean, not taking like the stuff that are, you got rat poison and all that other stuff that's been, in
Hey,
actual cigarettes and everything else like that.
like the last
But
guy
I'm
was
just talking
saying,
about growing your own, rolling your own.
I'm not pro it, right? I think
Not pro.
if you leave the door open, it's only a matter of time before you end up in the same situation again. I'm aware that there's parallel markets, e.g., black markets. People will sell and do all kinds of crazy shit
Oh,
there.
there's always gonna be
Right,
that.
that's
There's
something.
never gonna be
That's not even
not that.
something we can really quell like that. But I think there's no point going through all of the societal consciousness change, right? Getting people to the level to understand they need to be aware of health outcomes and getting to the level where we reduce the influence of tobaccos to then take it off the market and then go and start growing it privately. It doesn't make sense. If the consciousness of society is aware that actually we can extract nicotine and use it in other ways, we don't need to burn nicotine, right? Our anatomy is not designed to inhale smoke. It's gonna kill us, all right? We're gonna get emphysema, we're gonna get COPD, we're gonna get lung cancer, we're gonna get all kinds of respiratory issues, get heart disease, etc. We like 1 in 3 people will die, bro. That's not good enough reasons to grow it. Right? There just isn't.
I mean, you have me on the point to the illegal part in a sense. I'm not sure if I can change your mind, obviously, but I do think there's very big implications when you do take away something from people that, especially in the UK, I feel like you guys have a lot less rights than the US in a sense
Maybe,
for
yeah.
certain things. But whenever you start, restricting people to a very healthy, very whatever life, some people do obviously need outlets, and some people do need, other sort of things. I'm not saying that it's kind of used as a crutch sometimes for some other people,
I hear you.
but some people actually do need that in a sense. But I wouldn't
Nah,
call
no
it
one needs it.
an addiction to the level that you need to go to, like a cycle that
No,
you were talking about earlier or something.
no one needs it unless they're already consuming it and addicted to it, right? It's a plus. It's not a utility. It's not a necessity. Okay, but that being said, okay, I've almost forgot what I was gonna say. I have forgotten what I was gonna say. Right, people have been acculturated, right, propagandized, right, psychologically manipulated to gravitate towards things like smoking when a stressful situation happens, because it's been fed to them through movies, TV propaganda, magazines, family members, etc. Gravitate to drinking when certain stressful or eventful things happen in life because it's been propagandized to them, right? You have to work on the psyche to know this. Right? If you just, like, for instance, if you were just living in, I don't know, Polynesia somewhere, or like Middle East somewhere, right? And in your growing environment, from your nurturing nature, right, you never came into contact with any idea of a cigarette and any idea of alcohol. Okay, you wouldn't be cultivated to gravitate towards those in particular moments in your life. Celebrations wouldn't be marked with alcohol. Stressful moments like a death or a loss wouldn't be marked with nicotine. These are things
It'd
that
be
have
the
been
same with
culturally fed to us.
Correct. It'd be the same with many, cultures. That's what happened with, I think, with North Korea when they had sent troops somewhere. They ended up actually getting, they actually ended up getting to see the world in a sense when they were stricken down for so long. But I think when you constrict because what like I go back to my last comment. What would you say if the government was just saying, "Oh, no more this, no more that, no more that," even though it was something that you enjoyed? Right. Like,
Right.
I know you don't enjoy smoking. I'm sure you don't smoke. I'm sure you don't,
Right.
do all that stuff.
Yeah,
But
like
let's just say, hey,
I
no
can
more
I can do
motorcycles, right?
I
You're
can
a
get it.
motorcycle rider.
Right. So yeah, look, if the thing was concerning health, public health, right, and even if I enjoyed it, like I eat junk food, right, like I had like pastries
Right.
today, right. Say government was just like, from now on we're banning all pastries, right. At first I'd be pissed. I'm like, this is ridiculous, right. But then if someone was to present to me the fact, well, did you know, right, consuming pastry is literally killing you from this angle and that angle, and it's causing these societal knock-on effects, right, like, I would be like,
Correct.
alright,
I
yeah,
mean,
I get it, right? Pastry
I
is kind of
understand your
bad.
point of view. I do understand your point of view, and I do respect that,
Do you know?
but
So
also
I'm
not
I'm not
maybe not to
saying
the page three comment. Maybe that's a little out there, but
I'm not saying I would kowtow to every whim, like everything that the government will
correct,
want me to do. Yes, I will bend rules. Yes, I will break rules. Like yes, I will break
yeah,
laws. Right? I'm a human at the end of the day. It's like
correct,
I would like to believe that my will is my own, and sometimes I can express that in a form of like acting out. Okay,
correct.
that's what I like to believe. Right? That might not be true though. It might just be like a bot in a deterministic cycle by a god or something. I don't know. Okay, but in terms of how I interact with society, right, there are some laws that are absolutely stupid, right? Some laws that were devised to oppress people, some laws that were devised to be racist, sexist, etc.,
Correct.
ageist, on and on and on. There are a bunch of dumb laws, okay? Those laws are, when they come up, when people go and fight against those laws, they're well worth supporting people that fight against those laws. But I think this is one of those things that, like Drew Berry was talking about earlier on, is a type of harm reduction, but just a long term thing. Like I grew up in a society where smoking was normalized. So we got on a pub, you got on a bus with
Same
your
here.
mum and dad, people were smoking. Right, you went to town hall, people were smoking like a thick cloud of smoke above your head as a little child. You went into the shop, same thing. Okay,
Vaping really got our my
up
generation
up
on
to the
point.
2010s, right? That is what society was like. And then one day it was like, nah, like you can't smoke on the bus no more. You can't smoke in the town hall no more. You can't smoke in the shop no more. You need to go to these designated areas and smoke there. A lot of people didn't like that. So they carried on doing it anywhere they could, right? Which they still do to fucking day, which they're idiots for, okay? But some people were like, all right, yeah, I get it, right? I'm gonna go smoke in a smoking section and kind of limit that. So I say that to say societal change over a long period of time is possible. So it's possible in the same way I grew up seeing people smoke on a bus, that in the future a kid will grow up where no, they never see anybody smoke. That is absolutely possible. And I think the only people that would be taking a hit from that is the corporations pumping the poison to us in the first place.
I do think the corporations definitely probably make a lot of money. That should be definitely. I think they honestly should be a lot cheaper than it is, anyways. If they're going to be, saving, and that would, which I think would go along with your point of view, which would be saving people money. People do spend a lot of money on that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Can't lie, I've been on and off with it, trying to battle it. It is a rough, thing to go about, especially whenever you've done it for years.
It's possible though.
Um,
It's absolutely
correct.
doable.
But I wouldn't necessarily say that it would have to be illegal, because I don't think that people that are smoking are hurting. Like, I don't think it's mentally like making them where they're gonna hurt
I'm
people
telling
in a
you.
sense.
I would disagree, bro.
Now, harder drugs, correct? You would
I,
disagree? So
yeah, I
what
would
would you think? Would
disagree.
you think it would put them in a mental state that is not healthy towards other people?
Well, of course, the state of addiction, right, is like
Correct.
imagine your mind is like a sine wave, right? Between exposure to the drug, your mind is in a state of anxiety, meaning it's like a high frequency type of wave. So you're moving around in an anxious state. Same thing happens with people who are addicted to coffee, addicted to sugar, addicted to other drugs. So your mind is in an unfocused state during the periods between exposure to the substance that you're addicted to. Then when you acquire the substance that you're addicted to, your wave calms down a bit. Okay, you stop using the substance, or you stop smoking a cigarette or eating whatever you're eating, and
Goes
over
back.
time it starts to go whoop, 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 like that, right? So you're functioning in an agitated, anxious state all the time when you're away from the substance. That has a real world effect, whether it's just like neglect of average affairs, if it's mistreating people, if it's making bad decisions, that has an effect, okay? But not only does that happen internally with you, the person experiencing the substance addiction, right? The outward effects on, again, the 7 million people smoking, killing 1.6 million people who don't smoke. Okay, that is a real world effect. It's not just I like smoking, leave me alone. Like, no, in order for you to be able to enjoy smoking, you have to come into contact with a large production chain, right? People who farm it get exploited, right? Most of the time, third world countries and shit. The people who manufacture it pump it through the chemicals. The people who package it and market it to you. The government that sanctions it being shipped in on the various boats and the fucking, voyages it has to take. Then the transport team that has to bring it to the supermarket. The supermarket's rules and manufacturing shit that gets it to you, the customer. The minute you consume that product, you're interacting with that whole long chain of exploitation as well. Okay, that could be said about anything, but
Correct.
the production of
But a lot of
cigarettes literally is designed to kill you. Unfortunately, it's not designed to, like, you know, prolong
From the
life.
US, I mean, I can see your point of view because we still allow, you know, red 40. We still allow a lot of, you know, a lot of these certain chemicals that they're feeding us through. They're, you know, putting in our drinks, putting in our foods. So definitely can understand your point of view. Not sure if I could change mine though, especially, you know, maybe from a US point, but not a UK point for sure.
I don't know, man. I understand your point. Like, a lot of the arguments that people keep raising is about, like, liberty and rights and all that, but
Of course.
I can't see the argument that it's in, like, an infringement or an impingement. I don't know which one. Sorry, at this point, an impingement or infringement on your rights.
The only really like historical, like I said earlier, like reference I can make is the whenever they had banned alcohol.
Yeah, prohibition.
And
Yeah,
obviously that didn't end well. People
yeah.
were still obviously, you know, bootlegging. Like it was clearly alcohol was is a traditional thing across the world, you know, in a sense for the most part.
But think about the context of how prohibition happened. It happened as a Christian experiment. So that means it wasn't policed and implemented correctly. And plus, there was a conflict of interest between the people who were policing it, the actual police officers, and the smugglers. Okay, the actual police officers. If you go, like, I know this is a bad reference, but if you go back and watch, like, Elliot Ness, you see, like, they're all police officers, but they're fucking drinking as well during prohibition.
Think about how many
Okay,
police officers probably smoke too.
exactly,
So it's
right.
like a whole movement.
So if
It would be
people
I think it would be very hard to change it at the end of the day.
no, but people overlook the commitment or the lack of commitment to the actual prohibition, right? The reasons weren't substantial enough, right? A Christian experiment on a governmental level, why should anyone stick to it? Police that are already drinking, why should they fucking police it? Okay, but if you change the consciousness and you start to implement more up to date policing tactics and stuff, sophisticated policing tactics, psyops, not in, like, a negative way, like psyops is in, like, changing the public perception through, like, you know, various different means. Okay, you could actually pull off a real prohibition, right, in a very substantial way without having to make it. It would just be like how we moved from having no social media to social media, like shit like that. Right? It would be almost a seamless transition in society if pulled off correctly.
That if pulled off correctly, of course.
That's my
Social
opinion.
media is a whole other topic, of course.
Yeah, obviously social media is probably a bad example, but
Yeah, that's. I almost wish social media wasn't a thing in a sense, or what isn't as much as played as how it is today.
no,
But
I say that to say, like, it was a transition at a certain point where you was walking around with a Nokia 3310, which was just like a like a almost black and white screen with Snake on it, right? To then you had 3G and, like, you could get a picture, and then all of a sudden you actually had the internet in your pocket and you had a smartphone. Living
now
through
we
it,
got VR. Now we've got
right?
you know Meta. Now we've got it's
Yeah, right.
It's gone.
Living through it, it didn't seem like a big jump. In the same way, living through growing up, watching adults smoke on a bus didn't seem like a big thing to watching adults only smoke in corners. Okay?
Yeah, but also
Societally,
given their own confined space, right? You know, people that have. Then you have people that is it grandfathered in? Is it Is it just for the future
True.
generation? Because like I said, that's kind of how it comes to the rights, right? So like whenever I was 18, right, I was allowed to smoke. When I turned 19, it was illegal for me to smoke. So I'm just sitting here like I feel like a criminal now, right? Like I feel like
good.
and it's like,
You
but I still
criminal.
did it, right? So it was like at the end of the day, it's like, I still was technically I was a criminal, but I still did
There you
it.
go.
Like they took it away from me, but I still felt like it was my right because I waited till I was 18 to actually,
Yeah, but
have my,
but one could argue that was something that was sold to you anyways. Right?
right.
All of us really. It's like, oh, like,
Culture.
when I grow up, I'm gonna do this. When I grow up, I'm gonna be that, right? But you only look at that as a type of it's like psychological rebellion. It's like to be able to act out once I reach this sort of like precipice of age.
Yeah, drinking at 21.
Right,
But even though I drank before 21.
Right, but you reach that age and you're like, oh, actually, I was 19 yesterday, I'm 20 today. Or I was 20 yesterday, I'm 21 today. It's not that fucking different. I'm the same person as I was yesterday. It's
When I
just,
turned
it's
21, I
calendar.
had no drink, and I was like, why did I do that? I was like, I don't even care to drink, which I don't drink. That's a big thing. That's why
It's sold to you.
I'm more pro weed. So.
It's sold to you as a rites of passage. a way into like you're a man now. We can have a beer together. Like that was literally in adverts. Like it's in bare movies. It's like, you know, it's people pay to put that in. Just no movie maker was like, yeah, I need to have this scene right where like Sonny Jim gets a beer or gets a can of Coca-Cola from the fridge. No fucking director thinks that. It's like,
Which I would say alcohol is way more, you know, different than, you know, smoking a baby, because that if you have too much alcohol, that leads to a lot of different implications. But if you don't,
true.
if you have a bunch of like, if you smoke a bunch of cigarettes, you're not going to be like, oh, what was me? I'm wobbling.
Oh, you
know,
will.
and
No,
not
right.
making that bad.
If you smoke too much cigarettes, like say you smoke cigarette, like chain smoke cigarettes, right? You'll go into a state of like lightheadedness, like it'll become like an anxiety attack. So you can overdose on cigarettes. You absolutely can fuck
Not
up.
not overdose, but I meant like the status of minds are not like they're much different.
Oh no, I think so. Right? If you smoke too many cigarettes at once, you will be fucked up. Excuse my French. Right?
You really think so?
Yeah, you will you will feel the change. Maybe right, maybe.
So like whenever I got into e-cigs, right? I would agree that yes, you do go into that stasis, but it's definitely not prolonged. It's a very short. Like that's why you have people that chase buzz, correct? They chase the buzz of what they first whenever they say that when you first smoke a cigarette, you're chasing that initial buzz. But that initial buzz is no longer than like 20-30 seconds. You know what I mean? While like afterwards, in a sense. It's not like you're sitting there for like an hour or two, you know.
Well, yeah, because right, it's psychological ultimately, right? It's impossible to relive a moment.
Right.
It's absolutely impossible. So like, again, it's like a fantasy. It's a layer of a fantasy that's been delivered to you, and then it's a layer of like expectation that you create on yourself. Right. So like, you know, like again, like we get to this graduating point, you reach this age, or you're successful in this business venture. The norm, the expectancy is we're going to pop the champagne, we're going to smoke the cigar because this is the cultural norm. But then you also psychologically build a fantasy on top of that. Of this, the first time that I reached £1,000, I popped the champagne, or like, you know, whatever you did, right? And all these emotions are built up that creates this image, and you reconstruct that image of the first time you drank that champagne at that £1,000. Now you go on to chase that forever, but you can't experience that again. It's impossible. Right? The chemical reaction in that moment, that version of you, is gone forever. It's one time, but now you're addicted to the feeling of not only chasing the actual chemical, but the fantasy you constructed of the experience of the chemical, because it's a reconstruction. Anyways, it's weird.
Partially yes and no, I would have to agree. I wouldn't say you're always chasing it, but yes, the addictiveness comes into it. But I wouldn't say that's always the case of like, oh, I'm chasing that one singular moment.
Maybe not consciously.
You know, I'm just trying to. You are trying to feel a certain way, sure. It does change you in a way, but I wouldn't say change you as much as like anything else. You know, maybe not sugar, but you know, it's definitely not on the weed or alcohol like level.
What sugar? Are we talking about cigarettes?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Look, there's a guy called Slavoj Žižek, right? As a philosopher, he's got a really good take on it. And there's another woman who's a philosopher as well. I think her name's Alanka, right? But they both got a really good take on it, which I can't really articulate well. But Alanka's like, you would change the world, right? If you told everyone that ever picks up a cigarette that they have to smoke forever at that point, right? It's like again, they're like psychoanalysis, they like Lacan and all these people. They're basically saying once you invent like the prohibition of something in that kind of way, psychologically, it will turn people off. Because you'd say you can't stop smoking once you start smoking. That would be enough to make a lot of people never smoke, right? Then there's another point of view. It's like what keeps people smoking is the delusion that they can say this is my last cigarette, and the feeling of being able to say this is the last cigarette creates that same kind of chasing the dragon vibe that you said earlier on, if you understand, right? So the ability of it's very difficult to explain. Again, I'm not that adept, right? But the ability to say this is the last cigarette, right? You build this extra fantasy on that cigarette. Then you get to that moment and you smoke that cigarette. You tell yourself this is the last one. but you've really created another moment where you say the next one is the last one, and the next one is the last one. What keeps you actually smoking cigarettes is that illusion, right? Or between I have the power to stop at any time, but I'm choosing not to stop. That's the illusion which is built on top of the addiction.
But do we allow people to figure that out without making it illegal?
I don't think you like. Look, some people have to have a really deep health scare, right? Some people have to have like an environmental change. Some people just get wise to the game. Some people get bored of it, right? I don't know what it would take unilaterally, but I think if you just remove it, if you remove the possibility, you like put a blockade against the cycle repeating for another generation. If you make it harder for them to access it.
I'd be more personal. I don't know if you've seen some of the ads. I don't think they've done enough, a little bit of the stop smoking and everything else like that. But I would be more towards like building a foundation of people that wanted to get the word out there, you know, in a sense, not make it illegal in effect, but more make people more educated,
Oh
I
yeah,
would say.
yeah,
And I think
I can see that.
improving that, I think, would maybe help the, you know, norm, because like you said, it's more societal, correct? You know, how do we get through that without making it illegal in a sense? Because it's not
Why is
making people, like that one guy said, it's not making people killers, you know, in a sense, I would say.
well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure someone's done something out of rage of not being able to get their addiction met, which was probably a cigarette. I'm almost certain
Yeah,
of it,
well,
right?
we could say that, you know, 75% of killers smoke cigarettes, but, you know, 75% of killers have dogs.
I mean, I don't know the stats
So,
on it.
like,
I don't know the stats on it, but
no, I don't know. I
I
was just
mean,
making
like,
a generalization.
I just mean like the general behavior that's associated with addiction, right, and not being able to have your addiction met. Like, right, you could be a pilot, right, that's addicted to heroin and crack. As long as you've got the money to supply, right, and function, you're good. The minute the money doesn't meet it or you can't find the shit you need, you're fucked. All right, excuse my language, okay? And the same happens to someone that wants to buy a pouch of tobacco or a 10-pack of cigarettes. While you're middle class and the money's there all the time and the cigarettes are accessible, you're good. The day you can't get the cigarettes, problems, right? It might be a little petty argument with you and a stranger. It might be a familial thing, right? It might be a murder, like you said, okay? The reality of addiction is unpredictably wild, right? Which is preventable.
Would you say there's different levels of addiction, correct, between hard drugs and soft?
Yeah, of course. But look, all of them are psychoactive, right? Whether we're talking about caffeine, sugar, nicotine, and hard substances, they are all psychoactive. So yeah, I'm not going to deny there's levels to it, right? I wouldn't say I would not go compare a normal coffee drinker to like a hard drug user, but some people would. Some people would, right? They'd say fundamentally it's no different because
Well,
of
that's
the
where I
way the
get
mind
like kind of like
works.
smoking, because I think, you know, alcohol and weed are on the same level, and then, you know, you have like close to the same level, and then you have one step below that, then you have nicotine.
Maybe. Shit, maybe. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, it would be subjective for me to like try and categorize it, like the various different
'Cause I feel
substance
like they
types.
would, if you're going to make smoking and vaping illegal, then you're gonna have to take away drinking first, in a sense, almost, because it's not comparable to mind altering, in a sense, because you have much more. You're not gonna be smoking a cigarette while you're, you know, driving down the road, and you're not gonna
Well,
like
well, look, right.
kill somebody because you're drunk off a cigarette, in a sense.
Look, yeah, I'm also for like the prohibition of alcohol, but look, this is how insidious cigarettes or nicotine as a substance actually is, right? We're living in a world today where like you can go on the internet and you can study these red pill people and the various different tactics. Not just red pill, because women do this as
Yeah, I
well,
try
right?
not to. Those are toxic people. Yeah.
Right, very toxic people, right? What they will do, they will use psychology, human psychology, and they will pair an experience with a chemical, right?
Correct.
So a kiss paired with some chocolate, endorphins, you know, a sensual touch paired with nicotine, addiction, okay? It's a chemical at the end of the day. The context around in which you interact with the chemical changes, but it's ultimately a chemical interacting with a biochemical being, an environment. So it's just like, yeah, like, I can't really...
Would you say the same with birth control?
Say again, birth control?
Personally, I would say that would be, you know, whole mind altering, in a sense.
What do you mean?
And body altering.
Birth
for
control.
women. Yeah.
What? I've never taken birth control, so I don't know. So
Well, just the studies of it, just seeing people that are on it and everything else like that, it affects your mind and everything. So would
oh,
we
okay.
have to ban that because it's bad, like because it has so many bad things,
Well,
or would
I don't
that be
know.
just accepted because it still fucks up the, it still goes against health and everything else like that? I would honestly look up into that as well if you're very like
No, no,
pro health,
I have
pro
heard.
like.
I have heard about forgive my misogyny up front, but I have heard birth control like affecting women's physicality and stuff in certain ways, right? I've heard about
Physicality,
that.
mentality, yeah, it's everything.
Yeah,
So,
I was gonna say
I
something
mean,
vulgar, but
there's a
I
lot of
kind of
stuff out
dampened it.
there. There's a lot of stuff out there that just isn't healthy, isn't like all the medicines we take. I mean, you think about all that. I'm
So,
very anti pharma, so
although that's a secondary matter, like I would be interested in thoughts about that, but I would obviously I'd defer to women on that one. See what they say. But
but
yeah,
then
like
it's
side
taken away
effects
against
in
rights,
general.
right? So then it's like, it's a lot of things when you take away a lot of the things that people are so commonly access to, right? It becomes that's usually a big problem in the stigma
I
and the
get it.
stigma of hiding it.
I get it, yeah. Because if it's become a norm and a part of your day to day life, not having access to that would feel like an affront, right? I get it, but
Oh, for sure.
like shit. Sometimes you gotta take the hit up front to have the success down the road, right? You know, like take the pain now, so you can smile later. Like, it's not a really incredible pain either. Now some people might actually like go all the way by not being able to get nicotine, but I think most people will find ways to manage it and then redirect that energy and that finances because they'll be saving thousands of pounds a year
Yeah, of
into
course. Yeah, I
other
can't say I
things.
had my time spent for sure. You're definitely right on a lot of stuff, and I'll let somebody else come up. Definitely enjoyed our conversation though.
I appreciate you, bro.
Oh, for sure. Definitely learned a
I
couple
gotta go
things.
toilet, man.
Oh
So
yeah, man.
maybe I'll take one more person and then we'll end this. This is way later than I thought it would be. Julian, I see you, bro. I'm not fun at parties. That's why I don't go. Right, be right back, Julian. Just wait there. I've got a piss. Alright, my bad, folks. Bro left. I guess he's no fun either. Should I just pack this up, bro? We've been on here late, bro. Maybe I might get myself a little decaf. Hey, thanks for the likes, everybody. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. And everyone that's been tuned in, listening to my poor framed arguments. And the various people who send gifts. I appreciate you all. Alright. So, anyone want to request up? Or should we call this a night? Nah, I'm gonna come to the USA soon. They come buggy, not there. Oh, the internet's not on. Alright, I do want to have another coffee. It's like wind down. May as well do it on stream, man. Don't worry, it's decaf. Look, I don't necessarily think that someone else should make decisions for you, but the reality is, if we're trying to make the world a better place in all ways possible, okay, we have to think more collectively than individualistically. Okay? Now, if we're talking about the health of humans as a whole, this is a step in the right direction, in my opinion. Right? Now, the individual, like, it's like, and now I'm not saying the government should be your parent. I'm not even saying necessarily this has to be implemented by the government. Right? I think we could actually implement this amongst ourselves. Right? But it's a reality, at a certain point in time, you had to be looked after by people who knew better than you. Okay? Now, whether your outcomes were what you expected them to be or not, that can be subjective and dependent on your life experience. But at a certain point, when you were unable to look after yourself, someone had to look after you. And that is kind of the way our collective society is supposed to work. So we're supposed to take care of the sick, the elderly, the young, the infirmed, etc. Right? In order to make that easier, you have to limit the things that are making us sick. Okay, so if I ask you like this, would you save 8.6 million people every year if you could? Just as simple as that. If it was in your hands to save 8.6 million people every year, or allow smoking to continue, what would you do? Right? If there was just two buttons, right there. Yeah, of course, it says that. Oh, no, it doesn't, does it? Yeah, I don't think any of those things should be used either, bro. I've heard people are getting mouth cancer from those things as well. Yeah, I think people have like a oh wow it's funny. People have a like a not necessarily misinformed but a type of skewed view about prohibition. And I know not to be cynical, but I think that skewed view on prohibition is also brought to you via corporate propaganda. Alcohol and tobacco is really big business, like really big business. Okay. If you just think about the various movies, shows, magazines, games, just people you've been in contact with your whole life, all these subtle, unnoticed, like actions have been convincing you to do certain things and not other things your whole life. And no one is immune to propaganda. Seriously, yeah, that's true. That's true, TK. Like, if you think you're immune to propaganda, you've already been propagandized. So, like we was talking about earlier on, the pairing of like alcohol to celebrations, the pairing of tobacco to like stress, are things that have been put to you in media. People mimic these habits, and then children mimic them people. That's how you get new smokers. Again, if somebody said to you, right, kill yourself, you're going to say no. Okay? It's the same thing if someone offers you a cigarette. Well, you would say no to I apologise for wording it like that's probably not the best use. Okay? I would hope you say no anyways, right? If someone offers you a cigarette, I would also hope you say no too, because they're essentially asking you to do the same thing. It's just framed for a product. Right? It would be like, again, it's kind of vulgar. I apologise for the imagery. I got my own tobacco. You there? Alright, we're gonna better end the stream now. You idiot. What an idiot. Yeah, I can't really be bothered. Right. Now that I know people are so so dedicated to their addiction. I think we're gonna have to talk about this quite often, unfortunately. We're gonna be talking about alcohol next, though. That's not the same kind of comparison poll TriStar, but I guess they both are symbolic castrations. Anyways. Alright. I think they're both terrible, right? I think cannabis as an underground substance is dire. And I think alcohol as a mainstream substance is dire, right? I used to work for a company that delivers alcohol to pubs and shops and clubs, right? You would not believe the amount of alcohol that the British public consumes on a daily basis. What are they trying to medicate themselves from? It's the fucking system, I'm telling you. Now, if you think about how much you spend on cigarettes and alcohol, and you put that down into account, or just like, you know, just threw that change down, put that towards something productive, you'd be laughing by the end of the year. But people are so desperate to escape their fucking conditions that they're not even aware of this. They've been told in order to party, you need drugs, you need drink. They're told whenever something's stressful, have a drink, have a cigarette. And they continue these habits, right? And they perpetuate the cycle. Or blue-eyed bulldozer. You can suck on whatever the hell you want to, bro. Just don't bring it to my street. That's a madman, you know. Right, anyways. What? You ain't seen nobody wear this armor? I've been wearing this for 5 playthroughs, bro. Look how that. See how that? Look at the light hit. With the matching trident. Slice. Oh, I can't even do it. Oh, ooh, got a little money from that. Like the elder gods were like, yeah, take this little $78. I'm joking, anyways. Right, so people are still joining the stream, but like no one's requested that, so it's time to close it. No, I don't think alcohol should be legal either. I really don't. I think, look, I haven't got the stats to mind, but alcoholism is like a giant problem in our society, and it's literally killing people as well. It looks cool. What are you talking about? Yes, like, oh my god, man. Sure, like when they start doing scared straight projects and stuff like that, they should send kids to mental health institutes where people are being, like, you know, treated for schizophrenia, psychosis, bipolar disorder, and they should send kids to like respiratory wards where people are dying from these various respiratory diseases. I know that won't do much for them in the moment, but maybe one day, long term, the memory of seeing ill people suffering because of their substance choices will spark something in them. But people are so, I think that's another like critique about our modern society. We've designed ourselves a fantasy where we're so separate, we're so far away from seeing death, that it doesn't even cross our minds that we're just like mortal. So like, you know, like temporary beings, okay? It's like fragile, fleshy little things. All of this is short term. And because death is so far removed from people in their day-to-day life, they don't take it seriously, the consequences. And, you know, I think it was again, I think it was Epictetus that said, "Let death be a common occurrence before your eyes." Something to that. Yeah. To paraphrase it. Not to be desensitized to it, but to be aware of it, like in a more fatigue type of way. But people just don't get it, man. Maybe they have to get sick. Maybe they have to lose a loved one. Maybe they just have to lose like learn some cold hard facts. I don't know what it will take. Because you're not a grown adult. You're being governed. You're under governance. If you think you're a grown adult and like you have your own free will and you do what you want, go start your own flipping government or country and see how long you last. You're under governance. You're not your own man. I'm just playing. So as it gets late, it just becomes a troll. It's a joke. You can't start a country, right? You have to be a pirate to start a country. The only way you can start a country is by having a military. And it's by seizing land and then putting up a border. So the best way to start a country is to get a military and go over to a land that can't defend themselves. Seize the land and make them work for you. That's kind of how we got all the countries we got today. That's why there's a rule that you can't make any new countries. Essentially, right? Because if, like, you can't have a country unless you can defend it. Okay. Yeah, a pirate knows many islands. Remember that, my boy. I'm going to leave you with that. And that's said by a British man. I'll see you later.